Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
It all comes down to this, folks. Our final day, day 4 of 4 of the NACL promotion tourney for the summer split. Welcome in, everybody, to the NACL Twitch and YouTube channel for our final series of the tournament. Blue Otter taking on Deathmark Esports. A rematch from a very early day on this promotion tournament, but this one for all of the big stakes here. And for just, I believe, I think we figured out just the second time ever, it's myself and RMC that will bring you through this final day. RMC, it's an absolute pleasure to grace everyone's screens with you, my friend, and it's an absolute pleasure to go through this rematch in best of 5 style with you as well.
Yeah, and Slayer, I feel like this particular promotion and relegation tournament has had so many repeats, so many sort of second times coming through. His second time, Blue Otter's coming through the promo relegation, this time on the way down, hoping to bounce back up. Second time, Blue Otter and Deathmark will be facing off. We opened, this entire thing with a sort of rematch of its own, with 9 Lives versus Contingent as well being the first game we had on stream. But what a wild 4 days it's been, Slayer. This bracket has been absolutely insane. As you can see, we're down to the final 2 teams. This is the very last match. Winner goes up to NACL in summer. Blue Otter Summer, that's what they're calling it, but Deathmark wants to make their own run for it, and loser goes home. Everybody else has been eliminated or promoted. Contingent, of course, being the first team to promote, Deathmark having faced them in the upper bracket, and now Blue Otter, the last NACL team left in this one, fighting their way through the lower bracket. But as you kind of alluded to, Slayer, this is a rematch, and the fact that Blue Otter is in the lower bracket kind of tells us Contingent won the first time.
Yeah, this was a Deathmark.
Yeah,
Deathmark, of course, took the win the first time round. Something I just realized, you talked about Blue Otter Summer. That's a big thing we're going to obviously emphasize continuously through this broadcast. What I find funny, RMC, is the actual day we're in, right? It's June 20th, right? The summer solstice, aka the kickoff of summer, technically on our calendars, is June 21st. So it's actually really funny to me that we talk about Blue Water Summer, right? We want them to get back. Some of us want them to get back to the ACL so they can actually do Blue Water Summer. We're 1 day before it. It's just sometimes the life just writes the scripts themselves. So it's very fun that we have this matchup on this day, June 20th. But yeah, like you said, Deathmark know how to beat this squad, right? They've taken that 2-0 series win, but the tournament may be a pretty short, condensed 4 days, but we've seen a lot of games played. And you mentioned for Blue Otter, really, we felt like they've been able to get the ball rolling again after getting that win over 9 Lives. This Blue Otter team definitely is starting to feel like the Blue Otter team from the NACL, the team we expected to get back up to Tier 2.
So what I'm hearing, Slayer, is that Blue Otter is almost at the peak of their powers. They're just right at the cusp of getting everything, right? And they're going to win this and therefore go into the solstice. Is that what I'm hearing? To be fair as well, yep, there we go. There's a quote from Beans, one of the Blue Otter staff, a good friend of ours, of course, as well, kind of talking about it. The power of friendship has been one of the sort of hallmarks of Deathmark Esports and their ability to kind of come together in the mid-game as a very strong team. But Blue Otter, the heart of the NACL itself, they have also relied on the power of friendship. For today, this tweet happened to come out yesterday, of course. Today, it will be the power of friendship versus the power of friendship, as the Quebecois team from Deathmark Esports is going to be trying to upset everything, punch their way through to the NACL. And thank you, Beans, once again for that beautiful line.
Yeah, that was an awesome one. Big fan of beans. I find it very funny, by the way. I made this statement yesterday. Some people were giving me flack, guys, about the Team USA, Team Canada thing. Guys, I corrected myself live on air, okay? I know attention spans are getting really short in this day and age, RMC, but I recognize this is actually basically an almost all-Canada matchup. But, RMC, we do, I believe, have some other country representation coming our way from Blue Otter here in this matchup. Of course, we got to do our pre-game interview, talking to some of the coaching staff. So I believe, RMC, you'll be chatting it up with Patch here to talk to us about how Blue Otter is coming into this matchup. So take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much. One of the few American. Welcome, Patch. You got to represent America here in North America. Glad to see you again. It's been a while. I know that you've done some interviews with the NACL, but welcome to the promo relegation tournament. How do you feel having had to play through this tournament, having fallen to the lower bracket, and now finally here on this last day?
I think I think Sneezes said it yesterday. Obviously it's been a tough split for us. None of us obviously came into the split sort of expecting this to be how it went. But we've been playing well over the last couple of days and hoping to continue that today.
Fair enough, and I know that Sneezes, has said a lot about the work that your support staff has done and has lauded you, especially with your analytics. So I'm very glad, that you're still in it and still, looking to get your way back up to the NACL. Now, we do have to talk about the rough patch because we, no pun intended, unfortunately did lose, and this is a rematch coming up against Deathmark Esports. So what happened the first time? Because when I watched the games, y'all were up like 5K, 6K goal at some points. Yeah,
they're a great squad. They've done a really good job kind of finding ways to stay in games even if they're down gold, and pulling the trigger when they need to. And I think that's one of the things that kind of makes them a dangerous group.
Okay, so it sounds kind of like that. Were you all a bit underprepared, not expecting that perhaps, and then they sort of managed to find the weakness and pull the trigger at the right time?
No, I don't think so. I think they just did a good job of, when we made mistakes, they did a good job taking advantage of them.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess coming into today, would you say y'all did have done any special prep for them? I know that their drafts especially have been quite interesting, a little bit different from from how a lot of the other teams have been approaching it.
Yeah, I mean, we're treating it, like another match, kind of the same prep, same research, trying to not treat it like something special. It's another match, it's another team, it's another day. So, just kind of giving them the respect they deserve and, preparing as best we can.
Fair enough. Now, as an analyst, Patch, you look at objective things. So I do have to question, Blue Otter Summer, is it real? And are we right to be hyped for it today?
I think by the numbers, my first split with Blue Otter was last year for Blue Otter Summer. And I don't know what it is. Something with the summer, we just tend to perform a little better, and I'm hoping that continues.
Fair enough. As they kind of said, tomorrow is the summer solstice, so kind of the peak of it. Now, two things before I let you go. One, do you have any shout-outs for anybody or any shout-outs you want to do? And two, do you have any words for your opponents there? You've been such a kind soul. All of y'all here in the promo tournament are such nice people, but any fighting words, any sort of comments to Deathmark?
Shout-outs, shout out to obviously Sneezes and Dion. I spend a lot of time with them. So, shout out to those guys. Shout out to all the players. They've all been working really hard, and, I'm really proud of the kind of toughness and grit that they've had, kind of going through this tournament. Shout out to my fiance, who is sitting behind me, who, puts up with me putting 40 hours a week into League of Legends. And, to Deathmark, I'm looking forward to the match today. I'm not one to give kind of bulletin board material. So, looking forward to the match.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Patch. We'll let you get back to the team and get ready for the prep for this amazing matchup that we're hoping to see between Blue Otter, the heart of the NACL, and Deathmark Esports, the heart of Quebecois, I suppose. Welcome back, Slayer, as well. I love how, how Patch is just so calm about everything. Here we're all hyped up. It's sort of the match, the last chance for teams to make in the NACL, and for Patch, literally just, it's another game, guys. We just want to treat this like any other game.
Yeah, it's a good mentality to have. I think it's a good way to approach these scenarios. I also love how we got to hear from Sammy yesterday, and Sammy was like, when he got asked the question, like, what do you have to say to Deathmark? He's like, yeah, I don't really talk. I don't really talk trash. I'm gonna let my gameplay do the talking. And then we just heard Pat's basically say the same thing. Like, I'm gonna let my analysis do the talking here on this one. So it does feel like kind of all business here for Blue Otter going into this one. And I think that's the right approach to take, recognizing that hey, they got caught by Deathmark Esports the first time round, but we're coming in the same way with the same prep we've been doing to make this entire lower bracket run. As this will be, folks, if you're coming in a little bit later, the final match of our promotion tournament. The only promotion tournament RMC that will take place in this calendar year.
Sure, the most exclusive Tier 2 tournament available in all of North America. And today there is no second stream, of course. There will only be this stream since there's only the one match. It is a full best of 5 in Slayer. While we were prepping for this match, it was kind of interesting because we were saying that for Deathmark Esports, a lot of these players they have might not have as much experience with best of 5s, whereas a lot of the Blue Otter players, they've been in similar spots before. In fact, Samakin and Robex were actually with Blue Otter when they promoted back in 2024 in a best of 5 to make it here. So perhaps some of that experience might show through for Blue Otter.
I think that's a really big advantage that goes towards their side. But the fact that they have so many big best of 5s. As we take a look at the Deathmark Esports roster, though, I will say if you're an ACL enjoyer, which you all should be, especially if you're a Tier 3 fan, a lot of these guys have gotten reps in big best of 5s, fearless format in that aspect. Sure. Karsiak I've seen play in a lot of big best of 5s over there. I know that Sir Zepra has also played in big best of 5s in both the ECL and also collegiate as well. Yeah. This guy has played in a ton of those big games. So it's not like they have very little or no experience playing these big time best of 5s. That you maybe could get the vibe of that if you just look at the scoreboard from the upper bracket final. Be like, oh, they got 3-0'd by contingent. These guys weren't ready for the fearless best of 5. No, it's not the case. We do feel like Blue Otter have the advantage, but Deathmark Esports definitely have some veterans on their roster, especially in the mid lane, that understand the gravity of a best of 5 fearless with everything on the line.
Yeah, and speaking of Deathmark as well, it's interesting that within this tournament itself, they've played 3 series before this, and none of them have gone beyond 3 games. So, funnily enough, their opposition might not actually have tape on what happens after Game 3, when you go into Game 4, when you go into Game 5. That's when full fearless drafting becomes interesting. And Deathmark, speaking of interesting, is already interesting with their regular picks, since they do seem to love their mages over marksmen in the bot lane. And then in the top side, we had Karsiak, whip out the Anivia, which has become more and more of a bit of a common thing. But when you look at, the usual stuff in the top lane, the bruisers, he plays that. He plays Jace, Riven AD carry, he plays the Anivia, AP carry now. And then, of course, Verdict in the jungle, whose pocket Hecarim and Udyr has been causing a lot of grief for opposing teams, especially their analysts and coaches. This guy looks like an Udyr one-trick pony when you look at his sort of solo queue stats, and then out of nowhere, a Hecarim just whips out and just runs you down.
Yeah, RMC, I have to be honest, the second I saw the Hecarim lock in, the play-by-play in me just went, let me just Google Hecarim ability names again. I'm like, it's been a while since I casted a Hecarim, and I need to make sure to brush up because I'm gonna have to see Verdict some way somehow. It's been very fun, and it's funny because you talk about the fact that they bring mages to the bottom lane. I've commented too much on my opinion on that, but what kind of stinks about the meta is that we don't have marksman mid to supplement it. And Sir Zepra definitely will play marksman mid if they were more potent. So maybe we'll see it somehow. He's played the Scion mid, so it could be anything. But that really highlights what you're talking about, the creativity that the drafts have. Blue Otter, though, of course, will be the team on the other side, challenging them, a roster that everybody is much more familiar with, especially if you've been a North American Challengers League fan for a while now. This team, though, definitely feels like they've reestablished their identity, RMC. And most importantly for me, the franchise of Blue Otter, it feels like, with Samakin, really stepped up in that last series, especially in those closeout games 3 and 4, really rounding into the form people expect him to have. I mean, I remember coming into the spring split of NACL this year, RMC, a lot of people felt like with the mid pool in that league that he should have been one of the premier mid laners. So to see him round into form when all the chips have been stacked against Blue Otter is big.
Yeah, and I remember you and Yanni were kind of telling me so as well the fact that in NACL this split, this Blue Otter roster is quite a big change from what we had seen last year in 2025, and it was almost sort of like a development roster, a roster that needed time to grow together. And I feel like we've seen that throughout the split, and especially here within this tournament, right? We think back to just on day one in the second round when they did match up against Deathmark Esports. Blue Water looked a little bit disjointed in the mid game, and Deathmark was, as a team, is already strong in the mid game. They are very, very coordinated, and they were very quick to punish Blue Water. But then you look at them now here on day 4, you look at them playing yesterday and day 3 as well, and you can see that the team is starting to click at the right time. And I think back to the interview Samikin kind of did yesterday after their win, saying like, you got Spawn Rovex in the bot lane, really solid bot lane, very experienced bot lane as well. I feel like between Spawn and Rovex, they've had many, many years in sort of tier 2 or average tier 2 space. Samikin and Ariana being a bit newer, but even then they are very steady players. And then you've got Munchie as sort of the big variable player, the potential big carry. And let's not forget, he hasn't done anything too wild this tournament. He's been playing things like, Nasus, Neferi on the outside. He had one game of Kha'Zix as well. Yep. But in the NACL, he was the guy, Munchie the Monster, who put out his pocket Master Yi. Yes. And absolutely took over an early game. He has a pocket Rengar that he could whip out as well. And part of me is kind of hoping that we get a little bit of that wildness to come through, especially in a full fearless best of 5, because when you've got Munchie the Monster on one side and Verdict on the other, like, I want to see the jungle as carry. I want to see them be the focal points of these games.
Interesting. You wanna focus in on the jungle matchup here, RMC. Well, I think Philips Norelco could help out a bit with that as well, my friend, is they will sponsor our head-to-head or face-to-face in this one, which of course had to be the junglers going into this matchup. I know a lot of you people that watch a ton of tape on professional League of Legends are thinking, all right, time to watch more Xin Zhao, time to watch more Pantheon, Jarvan trades. Folks, that is not going to happen in this matchup. RMC said it best. We are getting Hecarim versus Neferi, maybe Master Yi going up against Udyr. It's going to be a fun one, and it really the one thing that this matchup and those champion pools really forces is, we kind of talked about it a bit, RMC, how much more vulnerable you could be kind of playing these kind of champions, especially not just the Master Yis of like Munchie and that stuff, but Hecarim's a huge snowballing jungler. That's why he's such a solo queue demon, in my opinion. Like, these junglers are very important, but can be very much so put behind, and we'll see how our teams decide to go after both of them as our head-to-head or face-to-face matchup of our series today.
Yeah, and almost before we dive into that specific head-to-head, I actually did kind of want to talk a little bit about the setup around them. Because when you've got these sort of carry junglers, a lot of times, as you kind of mentioned, it's not just about the jungle themselves. It's kind of how you enable these carries, right? Like the good old-fashioned marksman in the bot lane, you've got your support to help you. Traditionally, when mid has been the carry, you have your jungle to help you. But what happens when your jungle is the carry? Well, you need your solo lanes and your support to help you. And when you think back to the game they had back on day 1 between these two teams, I feel like a big part of the problem was Munchie was not being enabled by his team. Munchie, I'm taking a more supportive role to help his solo laners like Ariana, like Samikin. Whereas you look at Verdict and you have Karshiak and Sir Zipre kind of pushing out their lanes, getting him prio. We see Admirable Potato roam out often to help him up, and I think that's kind of the difference between Verdict and Munchie and the environments they have. But as you said before, so they are our Philips Norelco one blade head-to-head, and you can already see them there, both of them. Cold-blooded killers, man. I swear, in the jungle, when they come ganking out, like, you just run for the hills. There's just, you don't want to be dealing with them. Their ganks almost feel more potent. Well, I guess they are more potent because they get the gold and then they have the items to actually do the damage.
Yeah, man. I'm just looking at Verdict and pretty sure that jawline is sharper than Hecarim's scythe, man, that the guy runs around with. That's a scary sight, and to definitely be. Oh my God,
he knows. He's mocking us.
Is this guy? Dude, there's no. He's emoting. How did this guy get access to our comms, man? All right,
bro. Verdict is ganking us on broadcast right now.
He's scaling for his ganks in game. He's actually prepping ganks onto the broadcast. That's you know what? Sometimes it's just been a day of timings, and that's the most fun thing. Oh yeah, let's just take Verdict. Let's take Verdict full game here. Yeah, but these two have to be the focus for how much. I'm glad you pointed out the fact that we have our supports that are really playing additive as an additive onto our junglers, right? Because with the mages bot, we've seen a lot of the time, especially for Good Boy, I think that really has allowed Admiral Potato to link up with these very resource-heavy junglers. Also seen Rovex do this occasionally as well. The one champion that I want to see if he can get access to in this potentially 5-game Fearless set, I think he's paired really well with Munchie and the top side of the map when he gets things like Bard. So always be on the lookout for those picks. Both these guys definitely want to play for their junglers a bit more than some of the other teams we've had in our tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like with Spawn and Rovex especially, they've early prioritized that Caitlyn Bard combo, and that gives Spawn the ability to kind of play on his own safely with Bard pressure when they're in lane together, but also unlocks Rovex to roam very well with the Bard. Now, I do believe we've got the votes on how we think today's game is gonna go, Slayer, and
I've seen this before.
Yeah. So it wasn't put on stream the last time these two teams met up, but the last time we did also vote Blue Water, and every last one of us was wrong. And I kind of feel bad for Deathmark Esports because they deserve one of us to vote for them. They've done so much work. They do. So you know what? What I'm gonna do, Slayers, I want to change my vote to Deathmark. I will vote for Deathmark because they deserve it. They've earned at least one of us to believe in them.
Okay, I like it. Live switch up from RNC. I respect the hell out of it. I agree. Like this prediction window can kind of perceive that we just don't respect the Deathmark run here to this point. That is not the case.
Nope.
For me, what I feel like has really swayed it in my mind is the fact that I think Blue Water have gotten better and better the more games they've played as a team in this tournament, and also the best of 5 factor. I would back if we go to a game 4, especially go to a game 5, guys like Samikin, guys like Rovex, with a lot more experience in those big spots. I'm also just happy for our fellow colorcaster RMC, Mr. Quacks, who is, I'm sure, watching. Hey, there's the switch.
There we go.
Right, beautiful. Because he finally broke his curse. The guy went 0 for 7 in the first 7 series of this promotion tournament. He finally broke the curse with Blue Otter, so maybe that's why he's sticking with Blue Otter for this final series.
Not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried yesterday when Quacks voted Blue Otter too.
Yeah, I thought he duped us all. Yeah.
Then I know some of the Blue Otter staff were a little bit nervous as well when all the casters kind of voted that way, because there's of course the infamous caster crit first. So either way, you know what? Actually, Blue Otter, if y'all win, you should thank me that I broke the caster curse, right? So we didn't all vote your way.
Yes. It's like you just gotta frame it into a mind, RMC, that it's not a lose for you. It's either listen,
Exactly.
I broke the curse so that you guys could win Blue Water, or Deathmark, I'm there for you, man. I believed in you. Smart man you are, RMC.
No, but I am willing to die on this particular hill for Deathmark. To be fair, while I do think Blue Otter is incredibly strong, I do love a great underdog story. And again, let's not forget that last time these two teams met, Deathmark did win 2-0. And for all the same reasons, we know Blue Otter is good for a 5-game series. We know their champ pools are great. But here's the thing we don't know. We don't know about Deathmark after 3 games. So if nobody has tape on them, then how are you going to know what to ban out or what to deal with? I'm going to assume that their champion pools are fairly deep. I know that we kind of mentioned Sir Zepre or Sir Zep. He has allowed us to shorten his name because he didn't want to hear my butchered French. But the Zep and Good Boy both play multiple roles, mid and bot, so we know that they can still whip out all sorts of weird champions. I know the meta right now does not favor AD carries in the mid lane, but there have been rumblings of things like Tristana in the mid lane. We've seen his Twisted Fate, albeit an AP version, but we've seen the AD version in the top lane. If the matchup's right, maybe we can whip it out in the mid lane, in the bot lane, something like that, right? A little bit of craziness to come through, and I'm hoping we get to see that from Deathmark, and come that mid game, they are, I would argue, the best team fighting team in this tournament thus far.
Okay, that's a bold claim, but I like it, RMC. You're already starting the propaganda going that you've officially revealed your ninja switch over to the Deathmark Esports side. You talk about some craziness that we're definitely gonna get in the series as we get set up for our Game 1 draft. I know people have seen a lot of the changes to draft with first selection taking over for our classic B1 labeling that we go for RMC. We'll have a standard draft to many people's expectations of past. It is going to be Deathmark Esports on the blue side with first selection. So as we get set up for this Game 1, we talked a little bit about a couple of champions, RMC, that we feel like are big contention picks for both of our squads. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, down the Fanta. This guy's locked in. Player cams are hitting different today. I love it. Talk to me about, champions that you expect to see in this game one, big priority picks. How do you see DME trying to utilize that first pick on blue side?
Okay, so funnily enough, as much as we talked about sort of the jungle matchup being one of the big sort of head-to-head matchups, I actually think it will be the mage pool specifically. I was going to say the mid lane pool, but really the mage pool that's going to be contested because there are 3 players in this match who all like to pick mages. So far, we've not seen Spawn touch it, but Samikin, Sizepre, and Good Boy are loving their mages. And Samikin has said as well in the past that, well, just as recently as yesterday, that, he's got a bit more of a unique champion pool. He likes things like the artillery mages like Mel, like Hui, Syndra being another sort of solid pick. Well, all 3 of those are champions that Good Boy will play in the bot lane. So I think the early games will see us prioritize the Mel, the Hui, the Syndra, try and take them away or use them before they get used up.
Contention picks on the artillery mages. Yep, I'm all about it. And as much as we talked about the junglers and how much they like those sort of not super meta-oriented picks, right? That in a best of 5 scenario, I think it is going to open up windows where we're going to see how much you can do on potentially a Xin Zhao, right? Where we're still going to likely see Verdict maybe look for a J4 angle at some point too. So with all the wacky picks, sometimes the meta comes through to provide a great angle to give you a very important game win when every game matters more than any other game in the tournament so far. We are into the game 1 draft here already and seeing some very good pocket picks correctly be banned away here so far. The Caitlyn ban from DME, that's a good one. Don't want to let Spawn on that one, but of course, RMC, it's not a draft against Blue Water if you don't start it off by banning Samikin Zoe.
At this point, I almost feel like the fear of Samikin Zoe is greater than the actual effect it has in game.
It's getting to that point.
Hey, yeah, but it's a solid ban. You want to remove it, especially when you see something like your Rise being taken away. For Zep, on the other hand, like you can see Blue Water also trying to punish Sizepre's champion pool a little bit. So first pick Syndra. Well, we talked about it being a prio. It didn't come out as a ban priority, but certainly 4 picks, we're going to see that picked up, and it could be flexed between both Sizepre as well as Good Boy. I'm going to lean towards it more, going towards that bot lane for now, though.
Syndra bot in my competitive League of Legends games. Thank you, Riot. No, yeah, it is definitely flexible. I will admit, I've gone to the dark side and played some Syndra in the bottom lane. It is way too easy. It is way too comfortable. So we'll see how comfortable Good Boy looks. Speaking of comfort, it is the 2nd series in a row that Samikin is going to first game Mel. This is flexible to the bottom lane, and if you're Deathmark, not for Blue Water. This is going into Samikin's hands. And I wonder if this is also him saying, I'm expecting Sir Zep to be on the Syndra into me.
Sure. Or even if it's not in the mid lane, just having the ability to bounce back the stun, bounce back that big ultimate as well. It's just really, really strong for this Mel pickup. What is interesting, though, is that historically we've seen Mel in sort of Tier 1 be more of an answer to the Seraphine Ashe combination, and whipping it out this early in the series does potentially open up Seraphine Ashe in future games. So I'm expecting to see Seraphine bans to come through, else we might just see Seraphine being locked. For now, though, the Jhin coming through for Spawn, so Blue Water not even going to try and hide or pretend, hey, we're going to maybe flex the Mel. No, straight up, Samikin's taking the Mel. Spawn is going to take the Jhin, and we're just going to do the standard. Deathmark answering with the Ezreal, but in the top side, they're hovering the Ambessa right now. There's been a couple of games, yep, it's locked in Slayer, where I'm a little bit concerned when we're seeing Jhin and no tank to come through. Like, I understand that you're also worried about potentially Ariana getting a free lane against a tank with something like a Vayne or a Gwen, but you can always save your top lane pick for sort of second round and ban those style of champions out to negate the Jhin. As it stands, I suspect we're not going to see any true tank. Admirable Potato might get something tanky, but on a support budget, it'll still melt to a Jhin.
The last time we did see Spawn rock the Jhin yesterday too, it was really also to help enable powerful solo lanes that could bring enough damage to kind of hide for the fact that even if you build Jhin for that crit style that I think scales really well, he is not as potent in those mid-game fights. So makes a ton of sense here that they go with the Renekton lock-in for Orianna. Very powerful solo lanes, damage-oriented wise on both sides, which normally would be a point here, RMC, as we get into the second ban phase, where I'm like, okay, can we start talking about tank junglers? Not in this series. Nope.
Like, maybe a Mundo. And that would be about it, I feel like, for both Munchie and Verdict here, since both of them do like their carries. We did see a huge Mundo game as well. I'm trying to remember who was it Bio who played it and just kind of took over a game?
Yes,
yeah,
it was Bio Mundo. Yep.
Yeah, Munchie's played it in the NACL, but neither Verdict nor Munchie has played it thus far in the promo relegation tourney. And so it's worth noting as well, by the way, with the Ezreal pickup, it is going to be a Syndra mid. So right now, I'm kind of liking what Blue have picked. I feel like they have answers in every single lane so far to everything Deathmark has drafted.
Without a doubt. The one thing I will say is that I think Ezreal does open it up for maybe to see Good Boy and Admiral Potato play a bit more for the 2v2. I think Ezreal into Jhin, while Jhin, does outrange decently in those early levels, the Ezreal is a lot more powerful in that lane. So I'm seeing that, the Alistar ban come down here. I wouldn't hate maybe to just throw a Karma ban away if you really wanted to, or if you really wanted to make sure that they can't play that lane for Blue Water. Sure. But no, they're going to respect Verdict and give him his Hecarim ban. It's honestly an honorable move after you saw Deathmark ban Munchie's Yi. So that's kind of just like a handshake, like recognizing, hey man, I know your work.
Yeah, and we saw the Master Yi come out the other side, so both teams really respecting the opposing junglers, knowing how much damage they can do when they get their hands on sort of their signature champions or champions that they're very familiar on. So the other thing that we should note with the Karma pickup as well, it is still available. Blue has completely let that through. But with the Karma, it can be a little bit dicey outside of lane into the Mel as well. True. You can end up doing a lot of damage to your own team when you don't have a tank, and while you could just blind it here and have a very strong bot lane to come through from Deathmark, Blue Otter might have their own answers into the Karma. Okay, Nautilus wouldn't be my answer of choice necessarily, but at least it gives them engage.
All I'm saying is Karma's looking better here.
Yep, it does.
The Nautilus does, I kind of cut you off from your point there, MC, but Nautilus does provide for Blue Water the snap first engage they need to set up the Renekton to top the Dominus and run in. So I do like that pick for playing outside of lane. It's what Blue Water's been doing a lot of recent in this lower bracket, recognizing, hey, our bottom lane can play pretty safe. We're going to play to just be there for the mid-game fights and be supportive. Or Spawn will be there to hit some clutch deadly flourishes, and Rovex will be there to engage for this top side. The Braum going to come through here for Admiral Potato, and that does kind of protect a bit from this Nautilus, but again, I would have liked to see them play more for the 2v2 because I feel like top side's already a big enough issue with these lane assignments.
Yeah, it's just very interesting. I think the Braum is a great pick into Nautilus, specifically, in lane, and even out of lane as well. But it just feels like Deathmark has opted for a very standard composition. And tell you what, Slayer, what I loved about Deathmark was not a standard composition. Zahen being picked up for Verdict, one of his big carries, and one that will be good in the potential upcoming team fights. One thing we've seen about Zahen in this tournament so far is that teams are struggling to deal with the revive mechanic. A lot of times, they kind of dump everything in the upfront, and then they don't have enough to deal with Zahen when he comes back in the second round. Or once he dies, they kind of switch targets and then lose object permanence and kind of forget that Zahen's there and then end up regretting it after. Blue Otter for now looking for their jungle pickup. The Kha'Zix being locked in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and early games as well. Now, with the Kha'Zix, he's really good at doing with isolated targets. And I'm kind of looking at this composition from Deathmark thinking, like, are there going to be a lot of isolated targets? Like, Syndra, Ezreal, Braum are probably all going to stick together. I guess Karshiak is going to be split pushing on this Mbessa quite a bit. And then I think Munchie just wants to have something that can actually hunt Verdict in the jungle and win out. Because normally Zahen's kind of hard to deal with dueling, especially once he gets a couple items under his belt. But Kha'Zix can do it, and Kha'Zix scales up really nicely in terms of damage.
Without a doubt. It is looking to try and slow and disrupt the full clear power that the Zahen needs, because it's the same sort of logic when we see this champion in the top side, right? It has its place in pros sometimes, but you don't see it a lot because it can really be punished by a lot of top lane matchups who play to win lane. It's the same in the jungle. So I like that look here for Munchie. I also, again, think it's fine knowing that we have Jhin Nautilus playing as my bot lane. They're really just playing pure setup again. So, and Kha'Zix likes that perfectly. And we have our Game 1 draft. Maybe not as spicy as we had advertised out the gate, RMC, but hey, I'm sure we know there's just going to be one game in this series where we really let chaos come to the forefront. Still a little bit spicy nonetheless. I will say for the Zahen point as well, the champion that thrives with the lower range a composition can be. So I am a little bit worried for how much effectiveness Verdict will have in this game with the fact that Samikin and Spawn both will be able to stay pretty far away. But if he gets, if we get into a fight, he gets on top of this Kha'Zix, he gets to stack the passive off this Renekton. We're going to see exactly what you've been advertising about Zahed in this promotion tourney so far.
Yeah, and both these junglers feels like they don't want to be the first ones in. They need somebody else to kind of kick off the fight and then join in as the chaos begins to amplify. Now, Slayer, it is only game 1 in a best of 5, so both teams kind of starting a bit slower. We have talked a lot about how Blue have, it feels like, a lot of individual counters into what Deathmark wants to do, with Nautilus perhaps being the only exception to that, and we know that Robex is really picking this more for later on team fighting. But for Deathmark, they're not out by any means. This is not like sort of a GG go next draft when there's so many counters, because Deathmark's scaling is very strong. Zahen scales well, and Bessa scales well. Syndra and Ezreal are both more late game picks than anything else. So if the game goes late enough, Deathmark is going to have a lot of damage on their hands, and more than perhaps Blue is going to be able to output later on. It's really about surviving sort of that early phase of the game, and with how much damage both teams are stacking, if either of them can find a significant lead, I'm expecting to see that snowball just get bigger and bigger as the game goes.
Well, RMC in a best of 5, it's always good to start the series off with a win, and that is what both our teams are hunting for. Game 1, Deathmark Esports, Blue Otter, playing for that final NACL spot as we are live under the Rift and already getting the emotes going between our two mid laners. I will say, as we get into these lanes, the main reason I do feel like the Blue Otter draft is in a bit more of an advantageous spot, the setup for an Ambessa, CC-wise, for Deathmark, we are really relying a lot on Sir Zepp to just hit a scout of the week, because outside of that, there's really not a lot of setup. That's where Blue Otter have a lot more ease of execution in a game like this.
And it's going to be funny because all the melee champions in this are kind of going to be waiting to see who pulls the trigger first. It's a bit easier for Rovex to pull the trigger, but yeah, if we see Admirable Potato be the one to use the Glacial Fissure as an engage, then Ariana and Munchie get a free pass to start driving that back line. So as you pointed out, it will have to be Sir Zepp really trying to land that stun to kick things off, but the burst potential, my goodness, as the game goes on. Scatter of the week will also be a death sentence. I know it's not a Thresh, but we are going to see that result in a kill.
Love me. I love me some good ability name puns. But here's the power we showed of this Ezreal, right? Especially when you're able to go that lethal tempo. You start hitting these Qs, you chain them together, your Spell Force passive gives you so much innate early attack speed. A lot of people kind of could disrespect the fact that Ezreal is as much of a opponent level 1 champion as the Karma that made the Ezreal Karma so famous for a multitude of splits by this point. So you can already see Good Boy and Admiral Potato have complete control over this bottom lane, and that's going to allow for a pretty comfortable cover onto Verdict. I like this even more. I recognize that Munchie is pathing opposite RMC, but if they both were pathing top down, you would figure that Verdict would have complete control over that bottom crab.
Yeah, and a lot of times with Kha'Zix as well early on, you're not that strong, so you might not go for those early ganks. Really what you're hoping for is just a peaceful clear to be able to get some of those levels in first before you start looking for ganks. So yeah, I don't think Munchie would have been afraid of an invade, if anything else. I don't think he would have been looking for ganks unless they think that, well, it's a free... Like, it's free roll estate, right? And there's like no wards or anything to spot them out. So for now, both junglers just kind of power farming, clearing their way through. We got to see Ariana actually go with an early proxy, knowing that, well, Ambessa this early on doesn't really want to trade with me. So that's fine. I'll do that, get an early back, pick up an extra longsword for a bit more lane dominance. Karsiak, though, recognizing that, also uses the same timing. Yeah, he didn't proxy, but he's able to get actually a double cloth armor. He got another one just barely before he left that.
This is an interesting approach. I know Ambessa can definitely be exploited on those early levels, but boy, we're in a new era, RMC. I'm watching a Ambessa top start Doran's Helm and then stack 2 cloth armors. That is safe to say that's not the path that towards Eclipse. But nonetheless, yeah, you pointed out well that into this Renekton, it makes a ton of sense here. It's still going to at least give Ariana the confidence that, hey, this is my lane to control for these early phases, so I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of goes for a similar proxy or looks to just trade more aggressively onto Karsiak, recognizing, hey, this guy's gone full defense. So this is my lane to control for now.
Yeah, it's funny too, because into Renekton, since he uses a rage mechanic, like I normally like defensive stats early on because they're more cost efficient in the early parts of the game, and you can kind of just trade resources with your opponent. But with rage for Renekton, for Fury, there's really no, like, he has an infinite resource effectively. So I curious to see how this actually ends up turning out. Are you just playing safe to make sure you don't die to Munchie ganks, and then we're really going for hyper skilling for Deathmark? Perhaps, and then, yeah, that just feels like what... That'd be my guess as to what I think they're kind of going for in this top lane. But given what we've seen from Karsiak before, I feel like that's kind of doing him a disservice, right? Like, a lot of times they get pressure from topside.
Deadly Flourish going to land here from Spawn, but look at the chunk back here from Good Boy, able to get that stacked up W Mystic shot on top of Rovex. Both supports going to use that heal to keep everybody topped off, but it is still Good Boy holding on to about a wave, a little under a wave worth of a lead creep score wise, and we'll get the slightly better tempo on this recall. So for now, Deathmark have accrued a slight lead through that bot side, but it's been relatively calm on the Rift. These lanes kind of going how we've expected. Is, oh my god, Ariana, he took level 6 off those minions, so he immediately pops the Dominus. Karsiak wanted to go back in for a retrade, but that is a very scary Croc with the ultimate online.
And she's still up there.
Oh, and they're going for the dive, and just like that, it's too easy. Ariana picks up first blood. Karsiak couldn't even commit the flash if he wanted to.
Yeah, and 2 cloth armor, too easy. Doesn't even matter. That's why I was kind of a bit surprised, because usually you want to be able to pressure out. Like, trying to be defensive against this Kha'Zix probably isn't the best idea. And just like that, Ariana with the already strong lane lead plus first blood, this top lane is kind of over. Even if Verdict tries to get up there, I'm a little bit concerned it could result in a 1-for-1 or even a 1-for-2 trade. Deathmark on the other side, though, taking advantage, knowing that Munchie's in the area. They're going to get themselves first dragon and Ocean Drake. It'll help a little bit with sustain in lane, but not enough, I think, to counteract that early first gank.
At least plays into that scaling win con that you've been talking about with the Syndra, the Zaha, and the Ambessa. Stacking those Drakes will always help you in that scaling department. So that's good to see. Good to see the cross-mapping still coming through for DME. Again, at the promotion tournament level, it can be really easy to kind of fall into the lull of a team that you perceive as, you know, former NACL squad. We need to match their movements. Like to see that this Deathmark Esports roster recognizes that cross-mapping is going to be a very potent part of this game. As we get to see Munchie go for that recall, and I know Kha'Zix aficionado Quacks is watching, just upgraded his Q evolve, so that's going to be extra damage there for Munchie. Not looking to get the, you know, bigger leap or more triggers of the invis just yet. Raw damage is the plan for Munchie on the first evolve.
Yeah, and Munchie was thinking about backing, but actually opted to stick around, take that blue buff, and maybe set up an ambush as well. Verdict doesn't know.
Oh yeah, isolated damage coming through. Munchie utilizing that invis well, but here comes the Grim Deliverance. Verdict, though, gonna flash towards his mid laner, and Munchie gonna claim that big win, but Blasco gets Sir Zephyr closer, but Munchie's able to dash over a Scatter of the Weak, so steals the blue buff and steals the enemy jungler's flash. Successful invade for Munchie.
Burns the ultimate as well. You can see Munchie's game plan was never to fully go for the kill. It's just to burn the ultimate, get the revive out of the way, and then maybe we can look for something later. Kind of just slowing down Verdict a little bit. You'd love to see them. Blue Otter, my goodness, they are looking on form in this early game right now. They are pressuring kind of all across the board, except for even in this bot lane. Yes, the CS is actually pretty even, which I would argue is kind of good for Spawn, considering that the Rovex Admirable Potato matchup is atrocious. Like, Nautilus can't do anything. We saw Rovex get the engage earlier, and they just kind of walked away equal trades. If he ever screws up, Potato is going to really be able to punish and result in the kills. So I think Blue is pretty happy with game state right now.
This is exactly how, we talked about that identity reshaping after the loss to Deathmark Esports the first time around. They are fine playing that safe bottom lane, like we pointed out. So the fact that they're only 200 gold down, that's the bigger win here for Rovex and Spawn, because you look at the top side, it has been all up the Otters. It actually was kind of wild to see Ariana. That tier 1 turret was already at 2 plates at like 7.5 minutes. That is just so much raw gold. Sure, the kill is big, but he's gotten almost as much gold off of plates alone that kill, that first blood kill, granted him. So you can see it in the items really reflecting how much stronger he is, but that dreaded return grabs Samikin from Verdict, but Admiral Potato doesn't get close enough with the flash forward to stack the concussive blows, and a good depth charge from Rovex stalled out Verdict, and the gank onto Samikin will not succeed. Karsiak, though, has found Munchie and Ariana trying to finish off the grubs, and here comes the perfect execution right on top of Munchie's head, trying to flash away, but Karsiak will keep hunting Munchie with a blinking health bar, somehow is able to limp away. Ariana with the dominance, he's able to flash some distance as well. All these tiny health bars that Deathmark Esports can't claim kills on until Karsiak finally gets one, and the true shot barrage snipe finds 2. Deathmark Deathmark spring a trap on the Grubs and flip this early game.
And just as we were talking about, Blue's happy with the early game, how everything's going, we get flashbacks to the last time these two teams met, where Blue Otter was winning their individual lanes. But what happens? Team fights, skirmishes, Deathmark moves together, and we get to see that again. 2 Grubs going the way of Blue Otter, but Deathmark picks up 2 kills and 1 extra Grub to the name.
And maybe most importantly, RMC, the mental warfare win of sniping across the map with a true shot barrage. As an Ezreal OTP myself, no better feeling than doing that, especially onto a random brush in the jungle. Usually when you go for those snipes, it's like, oh god, I hope he's backing right on this part of the turret. To get it in the jungle, that's the real win.
Hey man, good boy made the call, and it was the right one. Right, he didn't even go for the main fight; he went for the cleanup, and really well played. So, the result of that. So let's talk a little bit about some of the implications of how that fight ended up going. For one, Ariana, the massive lead he had is actually cut in half. He had 1,000 gold advantage over Karsiak, not so much anymore because Karsiak managed to pick up a kill of his own. This bot lane as well, which was pretty dead even, unfortunately now gets swung more toward Good Boy's favor. And I feel like with Jhin as well, you've got to be very careful when you're playing into the Ezreal matchup, especially when you hit the 1v1 stage when both supports are roaming. If you use all 4 of your shots, you become very vulnerable to Ezreal just diving in on you and punishing you, especially before you get the boots of swiftness and try and disengage. Things can kind of go south in that matchup. So Deathmark bought a lot of time with this sort of topside skirmish. It's going to keep that top lane turret alive a lot more as well. And now Blue Otter, it feels like a lot of the early advantage has been undone, and they need to slowly rebuild on that.
But Munchie Blast Cone, and he catches Good Boy. Nearly gets him low off. The Arcade Shift's going to get him out of dodge. But there's the volley from Sam. Going to find the first kill. Verdict 4 with the Grim Deliverance, though, is going to punish that step forward from Blue Otter. 1 kill apiece found. But DME feels stronger. Their health bar's looking better. And they're looking to play for this next dragon. Or they're maybe looking to flash on Samikin's head, but there's the rebuttal pullback. Doesn't land. Samikin able to kite out of danger. Munchie, though, gets chunked bad by Sir Zep. No chance to contest this dragon, but they're just going to fight it through with the Solar Eclipse from Samikin to clip 1 and force Deathmark Esports out of the river.
And sad crying B for Sir Zep as his team overextends. They bite off more than they can chew. At that fight, Slayer, they kind of won it, but it's because Blue Otter decided, you know what, you can have the dragon. That's okay. But Spawn was pretty healthy. Samikin was actually pretty healthy as well, and Deathmark Esports wanting a little bit more walk into that. Samikin playing that insanely well. The skill shots, the tags, both routes one after another. Every time a route lands, Deathmark's in trouble. And remember, neither team have true tanks. So you can't be eating that sort of poke. You can't be stepping up. And now, because of that, what should have been a Deathmark dragon looks like it belongs to Blue Otter. Blue Otter are going to be able to set up and, if not take it, at least challenge Deathmark if Deathmark are looking at it.
Really felt like Deathmark got a bit sped up there, RMC. I think you, at point you made, just to take that dragon would definitely have been the better setup. Also, just playing to getting those first 2 Drakes is such a big point towards that win con. And now it's completely shut off. Verdict is clearing his topside jungle. Munchie has the priority of his mid laner, and they are going to go for this dragon. Our observers are trying to bait us in for a hero Braum Q, but the smite is true out of Munchie, and we even up the Drake counts.
Man, I'm just saying, if he goes through that wall, a lot of times you can't see it coming, right?
True. That's a good point.
No, Munchie not taking any risks right there. Just going to secure it with the smite, make sure there's no chance of a steal. Ariana?
Oh, Ariana, 1v3 dive. He has the dominance, but the unleashed power doesn't care about your beefed up health bar. Nice dive there again. Another great cross map from Deathmark Esports.
They're doing what they can with what they have, and this is actually kind of good for them because Dragon is sort of permanent stats, but it doesn't reflect on the immediate gold, whereas getting all those plates helps a lot to narrow that gap. And we talked about with these 2 compositions, if one team gets too far ahead, the snowball gets really, really bad. So for Deathmark, getting this immediate gold, I think, is kind of a not bad trade for them, honestly, when they're going to lose that Dragon regardless. Get Karsiak back in the game, slow things back down for the mid-game.
A mid-game that we will be entering in pretty even territory. Blue Otter with about 1,000 gold lead. No really neutrals to help buff up Deathmark just yet. weren't able to get that first turret break in the top lane either. Ariana was able to TP back to cover for that. Still has himself a pretty sizable gold lead, despite the fact he does go down to that dive. And speaking on that lack of tanks game plan you were pointing out so well, RMC, I think you can really see it start to be reflected in some of the itemization choices here. Mainly want to point out the fact that Samikin has gone for that Ludens. That's the pick you go for when you're fed early and you're like, I know that with extra burst, I'm killing everybody.
Yep, and we kind of saw it already even before the item was completed on that bot side fight. Munchie hunting for potatoes.
Yeah, Admiral Potato not looking pretty tanky currently. Gets about a half health chunk there from Munchie on the isolation. Will push him out of the river, but won't be punished too much further. Munchie, though, is starting to reach that pretty big inflection point of the Kazakhs jungle. Talked a lot about the scaling factor of this game in some other lanes, but if anybody's going to spike hard on one item, it's going to be the Kazakhs.
Yeah, and with the Umbral Glaive as well, they just slowly deny vision. It's going to be solid. We get the Philips Norelco one-blade precision play, and what could be more precise than this? Perfect prediction as well. Like, you could see in the back that Ariana was still moving when that got initially fired.
And we come back live, and our supports have shown up topside. The flash forward from Ariana, the Cola the Meek, that cuts down Karsiak. Admiral Potato cannot protect his top laner, and Blue Water are able to win out on the top side skirmish. But in the rotation's back, Sir Zepre has caught Samikin. Solar Snare not going to land on the trade back, but it's only a bit of poke damage. The Syndra doesn't have enough of that execute damage just yet.
And does Blue Water feel comfortable enough to start up this Herald? It looks like they do. Verdict, at the moment Verdict shows they are going to be comfortable on that. So that's going to be first Brick plus Herald for Blue Otter. Well, so there, it looks like Blue Otter feeling really comfortable. They managed to regain that lead that they kind of lost on this top side earlier.
And then some, right? It almost feels twofold at this point. They're going to go up 2,000 gold, get that Herald, and they're playing better as a team, it feels like. We had that one little blip. The 2 kills they gave over to DME took some pretty big outplays, especially on the True Shot Barrage snipe, but this was the part of the game that you felt the DME were really potent in playing as a squad, but it's something that Blue Water have gotten better and better at throughout their lower bracket run. It's starting to show up here. Let's see if Blue Water can continue to keep that pressure up, because this is the comp that we want to see much more powerful in those mid-game team fights from draft, RMC.
And with these sort of 1 item, 1.5 item spikes that Blue Water is sitting at right now, I think they are stronger when it comes down to a straight skirmish. So I'm very glad to see them actually pushing the tempo a little bit and taking advantage of what they managed to achieve. Now, Ariana can also be technically unlocked from that top side because he's already got that turret with the Herald. It's really up to Blue Water when they decide that they want to push in. Dragons come up in a minute, and I suspect that'll be the marker that we start seeing the rotations come through, the Herald being deployed as well, if Deathmark even try to get any sort of pressure.
Got a minute's time until the first Chemtech Drake of our game will come up, and we've got everybody moving on over, fighting over vision early. Like the play from DME, recognizing with the Ezreal, they have a bit safer push towards that mid lane, so we're trying to play mid into the river. But Rovex and Samikin constantly poking anybody that's trying to fight for these pink wards. Nice little reflective concussive blow there from Samikin, gonna get Admiral Potato out of the river, and Munchie is hunting for isolations, and he's found Sir Zepre. The flash does not save him. Munchie in his assassin bag finds a clutch pick, but topside the play goes for DME, trying to overload onto Ariana. The public execution was committed into the Dominus. The double slice of dice doesn't go over the wall. The dreaded return brings Ariana back into the clutches of Verdict, and a trade kill has been found for Deathmark, but we're trading all over the map here, RMC. The Herald gets dropped in the mid lane by Spawn. The mid lane tier 1 is claimed for Blue Otter, and they're going to get this dragon as well. So another win across the board for Blue Otter.
Rovex testing his driving skills, will get it all the way to the bottom. Well played from him, and that's going to be 3 turrets, all 3 outer turrets down in favor of Blue Otter. So DME has been doing such a good job trying to trade objectives on the map, but this dragon was the big one, and that's why we kind of highlighted that this is the one which might break everything, because Blue Otter held all the cards on that particular play, and they managed to go for it. Sure, Deathmark, you find the kill on the top side. It was a good, solid play, but Blue Otter are going to get dragon 2 turrets for it as well, and maybe Karsiak, as Karsiak pushed up that top outer.
Oh, and now he's pushed up, watching a TP'd Croc run him down. And this is a 1v1. He doesn't have a chance in. No ultimates needed. Ariana just going to walk Karsiak down. He goes for the TP though after Stun's gone.
He gets
and
out!
Karsiak times it beautifully on his last legs. TPs himself back out to safety.
With his last 100 health as well. Considering how much damage Ariana can do, that's basically 1.5 autos, a 1 ability, and Karsiak held his nerve right to the bitter end, trying to see, okay, is there any shot, any backup? No. Well, I'm gonna have to use it, but he does get out alive. Unfortunately, that does give Blue Otter time to reinforce the top side with the wave coming in, so they will find the tier 2 turret, the inner turret, on that top lane, and Blue Otter, they're still walking away with more advantages. Everything Deathmark is trying to find, it's almost always a response to Blue Otter, and Blue Otter is now starting to find their own ways to grow their lead whenever Deathmark's responding.
RMC, it's kind of a breath of fresh air this game one. We talked about the last time these two teams met. It was so bloody. It was just perma-fighting, it felt like the DME were able to take a ton of advantage of. But so far this mid-game, it's been kind of the chess aspect of League of Legends. Map movements, how can we match a bot side play with a top side play? It's been fun to see, but Blue Otter definitely have been getting the better consistently of DME's cross-map plays. You can see it by the fact that they're able to take that valuable top lane tier 2 turret gold-wise, and DME were only able to get chunk damage. Speaking of chunks, Munchie, chunk damaging Emerald Potato. He tries to throw up the shield, but man, you cannot protect from the curtain called shots. Fourth one hits on the Good Boy, forces him to flash away. Sam gets ready to volley, nearly finds that second kill. And not even DME's own jungle feeling safe right now from the Otters.
Oh, and part of me is wondering how much of this is because of draft, right? When we've seen Deathmark esports be at their best in the past, it's been with mages in the bot lane, it's been, you know, with carries it's with carries in the jungle, Verdict, being supported by more utility-based picks, things like Seraphine, to a lesser extent like Anivia for Serzep to kind of back him up. Whereas this game, this more standard draft, they've played the individual champions well, but somehow that mid-game spike when they start grouping up and, you know, death-balling a little bit, it's just simply not present. And that's not what their composition wants to do either.
Not at all. They are being forced into a style adverse to their draft, without a doubt here. We'll see if they can find a way to stabilize, because the scaling aspect of this comp for DME, especially on the top side, is pretty prevalent, but we're just still feels like a decent ways away from that really manifesting. Serzepre is looking to play for that Zonya's third, so no death cap to really enhance his damage. Karsiak, not even over to that second item. He's down 2,500 gold to Ariana. And Verdict, maybe the best for wear out of all of them, still about 1,000 gold down to Munchie. Top side is really balling for Blue Otter. Yeah. I can't stress enough, RMC, it really has just been getting better and better for this top side with each series we've seen them play.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny when Deathmark traditionally are the team whose top side is the one who has that 2,000, 1,000 gold advantage normally, and everything's completely flipped. So perhaps now we get to see if, you know, Good Boy, Serzep, reflect on the True Shot Barrage.
that was dope. And it does kind of show that the Good Boy fires that DME are starting to do a lot of guessing on the map, right? Whenever you use that ultimate to scout out Baron, it means you don't have necessarily that great of a grasp on where Blue Otter are as a team right now.
Yeah, and Blue Otter, they've been doing a great job kind of denying vision.
Rovex, stretch line forward, Verdict is going to turn it, Depth Charge is going to get a double knock-up. Rovex, tankiest member of Blue Otter, but he's not that tanky, and the Grim Deliverance lands on his head here from Verdict. Down goes Rovex. Don't think Blue Otter were expecting all 5 members of DME in their bot side jungle.
No, but even if they weren't, the thing is, it looked like Munchie didn't really want to go in on that, right? There's already 3 members there. You're not getting the isolate damage. So now you've got all 5 members pushing in on this mid lane, Spawn playing dodgeball with Serzep, and Teleport coming through from Samakin to try and hold this mid lane for now.
Munchie looking to try and set up a bit of a flank here, but as we talked about the Kha'Zix, he needs to isolate targets, and Deathmark are not giving him that opportunity. They're staying grouped up as 5, trying to control this river, because they've got the Chemtech Drake spawning now.
With the pick earlier, I think they were in a great position to do this. Now that's a 5v5, I am a little bit concerned for Deathmark if they can actually hold. They're going to try. They are split up.
Ariana, come through the dominance. Look how scared DME are. They're like, that's a terrifying croc, but we're going to look to poke out instead. Samakin going to repel the True Shot Barrage, but Rovex get on the front line getting heralded. Munchie look for the extra on Serzepre, doesn't find it, and the stun lands for the concussive blow. Shut down to Karsiak. The curtain call not going to do enough. It has to be the rage for Blue Otter. but there's no damage from Spawn, and Samikin can't get any of these low health bars low enough. Ariana tries to dash forward and forces a shift out of Good Boy, but without Dominus, Ariana is not that scary, and DME find their fight win stacked up as 5.
And that win is critical. Deathmark needed to get this Giant to stop the Giant stacking from Blue Otter, and they also need to kind of put a brakes on Blue Otter's snowballing that was starting to happen, and they do just that. The extra gold going in from the wins as well being spread out among the team. Deathmark, huge win for them. They needed to show that. And for Blue Otter, it just feels like they're a little bit hesitant, a little bit split. This Kha'Zix pick for Munchie right now doesn't want a team fight. You can see him looking for that flank angle, but he's not confident being able to go in. And I love that Deathmark never had anyone isolated. Even when Sir Zepp was on the side, it looked like it was isolated. No. Good Boy, Arcane Shift over the wall. And then suddenly there's somebody else. You go in, there's a lot of damage to be able to come through. And that's making Munchie hesitate, making a lot of these fights instead of a 5v5 look more like a 4v5 as Munchie can't find the right angles.
It's also, yeah, I think the dysfunction is starting to show in these fight plans because the Rovex engages you mentioned, I think they're good. They need to happen. Yeah. We talked about Rovex is that initial push in, but I want to see Ariana follow up Rovex. That's the main guy that needs to be the follow up. It's not going to be Mel. It may be Jin Curtain Call is all that he's going to give you. And we talked about how Munchie wants to look for isolated targets. Ariana was on one side of that fight while Rovex looked for the engage. But Ariana is definitely fine in the 1v1s up against Karsiak still. Feeling a bit brash after he picked up a couple of kills, but Ariana is going to put Karsiak back in his place, a.k.a. the gray screen. Solo bolo for the Blue Otter top laner.
Yeah, say what you want about team fights. That 2k gold lead has not gone away. Verdict eating the hook, but will be fine for now. It's really the Samikin stuns you need to dodge.
Scatter the weak clinch. Munchie, though, he goes invis and is able to dash over the wall away from Verdict, who commits the Grim Deliverance. Good Boy shifting forward onto Spawn, forces Rovex to reassess his targets as Munchie eats another poke there from Sir Zepp. But Good Boy able to claim the kill onto Rovex. Ariana TP's into a scatter the weak stun here from Sir Zepp. And with Munchie's health bar far too low and no frontline available, Blue Otter are far too skittish to push any further.
And in what was a 4v4 situation, Deathmarks are the one to be able to kind of poke out, find an advantage, and will push in, break an outer turret as well as their spoils of the victory. Slayer, we were praying Blue Otter. They've been praising Blue Otter, pardon me, saying how they've improved their mid-game so much that their rotations were looking better and better, but the team fighting aspect, the communications on these sort of face-offs still seem to be an issue, and Deathmark able to exploit those weaknesses once again within spitting distance. 1.3 thousand gold at 26 minutes. That's not that significant.
No, it's not, RMC. And I love to see that DME are still confident in their team fighting. You don't shift forward on Israel unless you're feeling confident to see these angles. You don't feel confident looking for these Grim Deliverances as Verdict to try and catch out Munchie unless you're playing confident. And Sir Zepp is definitely confident he can deal with Ariana, but here's the Dominus turn. The Scout of the Week doesn't have the stun. The unleashed power doesn't feel that powerful. And with Munchie here to try and back up Ariana, he's going to leave him to his own because he wants to go after Sir Zepp. Verdict has his own time with Ariana, but Munchie gets interrupted by Karsiak. Who pops out of the brush to kill him off, and down goes Ariana as well. Blue Otter thought they had a turn. All they have is 2 dead members.
And the scatter of the weeks from Sisipra. We're hitting the point. 113 stacks, not even fully stacked yet, but he's already doing so much work. Being able to deny Munchie, this Kha'Zix pick, Slayer, it's really backfiring. We've seen Munchie have great effect for it before, and I've got to praise Deathmark for the way they're just not giving Munchie the right angles. Now, on to Samikin.
Solar Snare going to slow Karsiak up for now. Rovex has to commit the depth charge, but here comes Good Boy over the wall. Just going to look for some poke onto Rovex. Not going to commit any further because DME, all they care about is this Baron. But I've seen a lot of teams throw man advantages at the Baron pit. The curtain call coming down here to try and poke through. Admiral Potato trying to help out Karsiak on the side as the rest of Deathmark are focused on securing this Baron, which they will, and they'll take Rovex down as well. Unstoppable. There goes forward Karsiak with that pulling execution. Down goes Samikin, and Spawn has to run for the hills as Verdict presses forward. This game 1 is now officially in Deathmark Esports' hands.
What a turn in the last 5 minutes, sure, Slayer. We saw fights already kind of swing the way of Deathmark, but the last 5 minutes was where the gold swung for Deathmark as well. And when all said and done, Verdict in there doing work, and the final verdict? Well, we won't call it final yet, but so far, it's looking kind of guilty.
Yeah, there you go. Guilty of a throw could be what is being levied at Blue Otter after a very good early to mid-game. Deathmark have officially gotten themselves in control of this game, and most importantly, given themselves time for their scaling champions to come more and more online. Won't be long before Sir Zeph has that 3 items on the Syndra. We've got Verdict nearly completing what I assume to be a death stance. Very scary, but Munchie is still committed to his assassin tendencies, but he is loads away from his team right now, and their base is bleeding, RMC.
Yeah. It's a 3v5 because Ariana's still split pushing on the other side. Now, Ariana's doing a lot of work, but not having Munchie here, that's risky. Good boy.
And look at Munchie! He found Sir Zeph alone this time. The Zonya's
He's still out!
long enough for him to flash over the wall, and now Munchie has been caught. Public execution forward. Karsiak has found the backline, and Blue Otter are falling like dominoes. Karsiak's flashing forward, won't find Samikin. The Solar Snare will slow him down, but all of DME are flashing to find Samikin, who will find that shutdown onto Karsiak. But where is my top laner? We need Ariana back soon. Is he really walking back?
He's teleporting. He had to get away from Sir Zeph, but by the time he gets back, there might not be a turn for him.
He needs to go now. Ariana pops the dominance flash right on top of Good Boy to push the damage away from the Nexus, and Samikin's able to step up and chug throughout the potato. Verdict can't stand up to Ariana, but he gets the passive, knocks up Samikin, and cuts him down. Verdict goes on a rampage, but DME cannot finish the game off.
Ariana staving off the worst case scenario, but yet another big win for Deathmark. And sir, I gotta be honest, Sir Zep, skilled player, but that is not normally this very, very insane. They need to check his PC in game. Like the way he keeps surviving time after time.
How does he do it?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, how did he not die to Munchie? The perfect Zonias, the perfect stats, and getting over the wall and off screen as well. Sir Zep was able to push Ariana out of the base. Ariana didn't even get the inhibitor. So they're not going to get the super minion pressure on that top side to equalize the supers pushing on that bot lane. So Deathmark right now, they're in a very comfortable position, very strong position with the lanes playing for them.
And a much more simple execution on these fights, right? It's still really hard for Munchie to get those angles. It was a nice look on the Sir Zepre last time, but the other fights he's been like a fish out of water, trying to look for these isolation targets. And Blue Otter just continuously seem to not be about these 5-on-5s. They trying to desperately force DME to play the map, but at this point, there's an exposed Nexus. You're going to have to 5-on-5. DME are coming for that win right now.
And there's not enough map left for you to force DME to play the map. They just group up and make a play. Verdict kind of throwing his body in there.
He wants to get hooked up, but he doesn't want to get blown up. He's able to survive with the Grim Deliverance healing, and he gets the passive off. Verdict soaks all the damage from Blue Otter, and that might have just been the killing blow. Verdict goes crazy. DME are going to steal game 1.
Was it a steal? Slayer, was it a steal when they won the first time these two teams met? Honestly, yeah, kind of was. Blue Otter had such an amazing early game. And I'm just looking back thinking, where did everything go so wrong? They won their lanes, and Munchie was actually accelerated. It just feels like, come the mid-game, the game plan never came together. We didn't get to see Munchie find those ganks. We didn't get to see the isolation damage come through. Deathmark made sure nobody was ever alone, and then just effectively made the game a 5v4, taking out the Cossacks.
And we really got to see the issue that it comes with these players' champion selections with Blue Otter, right? Well, the last time we saw this Cossacks from Munchie in a game win, what was the sort of comp around it, right? It was Rovex was an engaged tool, but they also had Ariana on a Scion, right? You had 2 very reliable, tanky health bars that could go forward to allow the assassin to breathe. But it really felt like this game, picking the Renekton, you've got carry top, carry jungle, carry mid. You put so much on Rovex to be the one frontline tank, the one engaged tool. And it's not really his fault, RMC, but all he could do was throw himself in, and the rest of the team really couldn't follow up comfortably.
Yeah, just a couple of little fights where they weren't able to finish things off. A couple of little fights where Sir Zep and Good Boy were able to survive and pump out damage, equalizing the fights. And next thing you know, we're in the late game. And the skilling comp is online and your timers just run out. We still got at least 2 more games, though, Slayer, to go through. And as much as I predict a Deathmark win, I also predict and do not see Blue Otter going quietly into that good night.
Let's see how the bounce back looks like from the Otters. They're going to have their pick of the litter when it comes to approaching this draft. We'll see exactly how everything goes down and see if Blue Otter can even up this series on the other side of this extended break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everybody back here to the NACL live stream of our final day of promotion tournament action. And if 2 more games go their way, Deathmark Esports will shock all of Tier 2 by promoting into the NACL. They got the Game 1 win, and as you can see on that gold graph, RMC, it wasn't smooth sailing the whole way.
I don't know. I see a very smooth curve upward for Deathmark here. Though, yeah,
right
to be fair,
end.
Yep, at the end, the early game, we don't look at that, right? We just see the end kind of scaling up there. You can see the damage as well was pretty darned even across the board. Samakin, I feel like, doing a lot of work. He did the most damage that game, and I just feel for him, man. That Mel was doing so much work. Every time he got a pick, Samakin was able to convert into a kill, but the problem was the game wasn't about picks. It wasn't about finding those solo kills. It was about the team fights, and that composition just couldn't quite find a good way to set them up for success.
So let's see if they can find some success into Game 2. We are into that draft. Seeing decently similar bans here. Want to call out, again, the first rotation Caitlyn ban from Deathmark Esports. I really like this, especially now, RMC, in the state of the Fearless draft, because Ezreal and Jhin are 2 of the champions that Spawn loves to go to. Caitlyn, one of the other ones. So we're already going to put Spawn in an uncomfortable spot with whatever direction he decides to go at AD carry here.
Yeah, Senna's still a possibility, and now with Mel off the table, Seraphine Ashe, I think, going to rise up a lot in terms of priority, and we've seen Senna be one of the answers that a lot of teams have gone for. Instead, though, they're still targeting Samakin. Yeah, they've already taken away the Syndra. Mel was also played, and now they're taking Hui right off the rip.
And they're banning the Zoe, obviously, so Deathmark Esports making it very clear. Samakin, we are going to wrench your champion pool dry as quickly as we can into this series, and that's got to feel daunting knowing the Blue Otter at this point still need to come up with 3 wins. They're going to take the Alistar now early in rotation. Definitely a bit intriguing. We did see this banned in the last game, but I wonder what the thinking is here with Blue Otter to try and maybe secure their bottom lane here on R1-2.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yesterday, I already had questions about this blue 1 Alistar pick. I still don't really understand why we're blue B1ing Alistar. I guess technically R1 in this case, because, yeah, it is red side, and it is. You did see a Hui come through. Samakin, though, going to still be able to pick up an Orianna. As much as we harp about sort of Samakin's champion pool, I want to reinforce the idea that we are not saying that he can only play a handful of champions. It's more just that the overlap between him, Sezepre, and Good Boy makes that pool kind of dangerous to be playing in. So getting the Orianna now with the ball delivery system in Alistar and potentially for Munchie as well, it's a solid setup, and we'll kind of see how this draft goes. I'm more interested for Deathmark right now if that Hui is a bot lane Hui for Good Boy, because as many mages as he has played, he actually hasn't played Hui this tournament, though I am sure he definitely does play. He plays in solo queue a lot, so should be fine.
I like the Rel into the Alistar answer, kind of forces this Alistar to stick towards the Rel. Usually, to me, in my classic pure marksman AD carry player brain RMC, this would signal to me, oh, maybe we play for like a Misfortune for the bullet time combos, but who knows with Deathmark nonetheless. On the Orianna pick, also, Samakin completely bodied Repi in Game 4 up against Lotus yesterday. It was a big reason why he earned our player of the series was his performance on the Orianna. So I'm glad you made that point. He definitely can play the meta that we all know about. If you're a mid laner that's trying to go to NACL, at this point, you have to be able to play at least a competent Orianna. Samakin plays a very good Orianna, so that's a good pick to get him nonetheless. Aatrox going to come through here, likely, I believe, to go to Verdict in the jungle here. I don't think this is a blind top at Aatrox anytime soon.
I was trying to think back. I don't think Verdict's played Aatrox. And I think the one time we saw it for Deathmark was actually in the top lane. It is, however, a good flex, and we definitely see it more in the jungle. Okay, Sivir. We were talking about this later, actually, about the sort of AD carry picks for Spawn, for Blue Otter as a whole. And I was telling you that I think Sivir is actually a really strong pick for Spawn, because of the spell shield. Especially when you see Good Boy pick something mage-esque in the bot side, you just go ahead and slam the Sivir, and then you're kind of fine to hold that lane 1v2. You can actually use the shield proactively to block wave clear as well if you're feeling confident and comfortable enough in that matchup. And it's such a great skilling pick as well when a lot of our promo tournament games have gone long.
I agree with you, RMC. And for me, like, the big check for can Sivir be a carry is always going to be at the will of the range of the enemy team. I think the last time Spawn was able to get Sivir, it was into a super low range comp. I think the furthest range that Lotus had was a Rise. So that's like basically in the wheelhouse of Sivir as well. I am a little bit hesitant into the Hui, but I do agree that the wave clear power that a lot of mages bring towards the bottom lane can be answered by a champion like Sivir here. So I think it's a good pick here for Spawn. Nonetheless, we move through the second phase of bans. Blue Water trying to get rid of a lot of the pretty safe and good engaged setup. The Twisted Fate ban really stands out to me. I think that's a great one to go for whenever we talk about needing to utilize that spell shield well and not just have to consistently use it on a yellow card from a flanky TF. And we do see the classic Respect Yi ban come through, but all I'm saying, folks, is Hecarim is still up, you Deathmark Esports fans.
True, and I think for Deathmark Esports right now, they do need something that can go diving the backline to threaten this Sivir, because we know that if you leave Sivirs alone, they can do a ton of teamfight damage. In fact, they are one of the biggest DPSs in the bot lane role when they get the bouncing boomerangs going. Now being blinded for Ariana right now, and they're saving counter pick for Jungle Slayer. So
wow.
I guess I was thinking in my head, like, okay, the Master Yi ban feels like a lot of respect, but yeah, Blue Water are actually trying to set Munchie up for as much success as possible.
Makes a ton of sense. We feel like he could be one of the most vulnerable players for Blue Water with mostly his champion pool, so protecting him with an R5. We saw this happen in the Lotus series as well. We'll see exactly if Verdict goes into his bag of pocket picks. Both of them are up and available.
Okay.
There we go.
Yes.
It had to happen in this last series. We're getting a Verdict Hecarim game.
It does, and I'm very glad they picked it. I was worried when I saw the Udyr. I was like, okay, if you're running into a Sivir, I don't know about that one, Chief, especially when there's Alistair there, but Hecarim's running is a lot faster, and with the onslaught of shadows as well, that is unstoppable and should get you back line access. The Aurelion Soul Hover. I know it's a hover, and I know we shouldn't talk hovers, but I actually think it's not a bad pick into this composition right now and being able to deal with frontline and just absolutely melt through. Instead, they really want their globals. You can ban the Rise, you can ban the Nocturne, you can ban the Twisted Fate, but they will find a way. And Talia now for Serzep to be able to help out those side lanes, and more importantly, actually, to help out Verdict in the jungle.
Exactly, and provides a key bit of continuous setup for map plays, which was really the highlight of game one in the mid game. It was a lot of cross maps, little pickoffs to side laners. The team, which allowed DME to set up well for their team fighting later on, but there's a team fight monster in his entirety. Munchie gonna lock in the Nasus. I believe he's not lost on this pick just yet. 2-0 the two times we saw Munchie go for this Nasus.
I'm trying to remember if he lost the game yesterday. No, I don't believe he did. So, yeah, it's a great pick into Hecarim as well, specifically because Hecarim's passive is kind of that you get additional AD based on your movement speed, and when you wither him, it can drop, and you can get negative AD as well. So, the Nasus is sort of a direct counter into this Hecarim, and as a whole, I think Blue Water, again, a little bit not as tanky, no true tank, but with the Gnar and Nasus this time, I do feel like you've got a bit more of a front line to set up your Sivir and your Orianna for success, but a very short-ranged composition into what Deathmark Esports have. And one thing we've seen with Waze in the past is an artillery mage, poke, poke, and more poke. Last game, Deathmark was able to find that long-range engage and a little bit of poke with the Syndra. Hui can do similar things for Good Boy this game, and for Zipper as well with this Talia. That Weaver's Wall is what I'm looking at. Not so much now in terms of globals, but being able to chop up Blue Water, because they don't have a lot of champions who can get over that wall comfortably. Terrain is really good CC for them, and the ability to kind of use the seismic shove to find picks on so many shorter range champions, especially when Nasus isn't using the Fury of the Sands. When Gnar is in mini Gnar form, if you catch any of them when the tanks aren't ready, that should be the pick that gets you a 5v4.
We've entered one of those games, RMC, where I think both teams have indexed pretty heavily into playing out these fights. It's just two very different styles that makes it fun, right? It's Going to be backline dive from Deathmark. They're going to drop a Rel onto the backline. The Hecarim you talked about. Aatrox is going to go backline. And they have enough range with their double mages that they'll be able to poke away from distance alongside those guys. But Blue Water, after watching themselves kind of just lose to a 5-strong, we can't lose a fight style from DME, they have drafted it. It is Gnar forward, Nasus forward, Shockwave with an Alistair, and we're just all pushing through a tankless comp from Deathmark, which this style has worked for Blue Water in this lower bracket before.
Yeah, a bit of a death ball of their own, if you will. Though, I would argue that the scaling for Blue Water is not quite as strong. The Sivir scaling is fantastic, and Nasus does technically infinitely scale, though I'd argue that right now Nasus jungle is more about the sort of early mid-game, where he gets those stacks really quickly, and then later on he's actually often a little bit too squishy to survive some of the team fights, but yeah, I like the adaptation that Blue Water has done, a very different style, easier to execute style, I think, and for Deathmark, their comp is also kind of easy. It's, well, Good Boy and Serzep just poke away, look for the engages for us. If we can't find anything good, then we don't have to throw our bodies in there. And when the fight is good, Verdict and Potato will be able to just kind of dive in there. They are actually more of a death ball composition, I feel like, with the ranges they're playing at. Their big sort of issue with their composition is no marksman, which is something Deathmark has been playing throughout anyways. But when you don't have a marksman, your sustained damage in fights tends not to be as good. Sure, you've got an Aatrox and Hecarim, and both of them will be able to do sustained damage, but they do it at much greater risk with their bodies on the line, and against something like a Sivir as well. Once we start hitting super late game, 5-6 items, we're just going to melt right through an Aatrox and Hecarim.
I think that that's a great point to make, is that it's an overall very bursty game, right? It's really just Spawn that's like, hey guys, I've got consistent DPS as long as I'm untouched, but it's a lot of bursts outside that. It's Aatrox burst in sweet spots, Hecarim all in with the unstoppable, with the onslaught of shadows. Excuse me, not the Scion ultimate, and then the Hoi burst. I have been a contrarian to the mage bot because I feel like a marksman purist, but I have to say, I think this Hoi angle is very phenomenal. The fact that everybody that needs to get on top of this Hoi is far out of the range of a Crushing Maw, a Fear, a Spiraling Despair. Good Boy is going to be very comfortable in fights, and in this lane as well, I don't think there's a lot to disturb Good Boy unless we see Blue Water consistently overload to try and kill him off early, look for dive angles, but that's a slippery slope in of itself. So Good Boy, I think, is in a prime position to potentially get Deathmark one game away from the NACL.
Yeah, well, slippery slope or not, Blue is going to have to do something about it, and I'm looking at Ariana if you're looking for flanks, because if Munchie gets a flank, so there I'm gonna be so excited, but also shocked out my mind. That's just like you got a flash to get in there, and he doesn't have a ton of mobility necessarily. He's good at stopping opposing mobility with a wither, but he himself isn't the big flanker usually we think of. So it's got to be on Ariana, and we have seen in the past from Ariana the ability to get some very creative angles and some huge flanks off, and he'll need to do that in addition to managing his rage bar, his Gnar bar as well. Because if he goes in, even if he finds the best angle, if he goes in as a mini Gnar, he's just chop change for Deathmark. He's going to be so squishy, there's so many ways to punish him. So he's got to get everything right, and so the burden of execution for Blue Water right now with this competition feels kind of high. Can they do it though? Undoubtedly so. There's a reason why they're the NACL, there's a reason why they're the NACL, and there's a reason why they've been up there for 2 years since they first promoted in 2024.
And speaking of the looming promotion, as we do have a bit of time, it seems like we have a bit of a pause in game. Oh, yeah, there we are. Yeah, so we're here on screen. Yeah, so we're dealing with a bit of a pause here. I do kind of want to maybe take a bit of a history lesson stroll here, RMC, because a lot of people might come into a promotion tournament thinking, wow, we already had contingent promote. Deathmark are now up in our series. Wouldn't it be pretty wild, it feels like, if we had two teams that have come from the OQs and then promoted into the NACL? Funnily enough, that actually quite literally happened last time. We did this we had 3 promotion slots. Obviously, the last time we saw promotion in 2025, but that was the promotion tournament where Citadel came up from the qualifiers and took down AMI. Dorado came up through the qualifiers, promoted, taking down Pulse, And then Jolly Rogers actually knocked Pulse out of that final third spot. So it seems like whenever we get the promotion tournament these days, RMC, all the NACL teams lose their spots. And back when you and I were on the earlier OQs before 2025, that was never the case. It was mostly the NACL teams usually protecting their spots.
And I like to think that the tier 3 quality, the players are getting quite competitive. And when I watch teams like Deathmark, like Contingent play, well, Contingent had a lot of veterans. So again, we're getting that sort of stabilization between the tier 2, tier 3 transition, where a lot of players who have been in tier 2 are, sometimes having to re-qualify through tier 3. And for Deathmark, that's why there's such a nice fresh breath of air, right? Because these aren't tier 2 veterans who have been in the scene, or tier 1 veterans in the scene who are now playing through tier 3 to get back in. They're actually fresh new blood coming in. The way they're playing, it's really, really nice to see. It shows that there is a lot of native talent in North America, in not just America, but in Canada as well. And I feel like they just need to be given more of a chance. If anything, I'm kind of hoping that NACL expands their sort of roster from like 10 teams to back to 12 teams or more, depending on how things go. Because, hey, there's so many good teams down here that could potentially make it. You think about Lotus, who just lost to Blue Otter yesterday. Well, if Blue Otter promotes today, then the question is, well, if Lotus and Deathmark face, who would go up, right? Because things are kind of close. And even if Blue Otter don't go up today and Deathmark's the one that promotes, well, then there's still so much talent down here, considering that Blue Otter was an NACL just earlier this split. And yeah, they had a bit of a rough time of it, but I'd argue that right now in the promo tournament, they are performing better than they did in the NACL. And if their team's pushing them here, then, well, there's just so much talent. There's so much potential that just needs to be realized.
It's some passionate words there, RMC. Yeah, I know. I remember the days when the NACL started, and I'm pretty sure the first split we had Did we have 16 teams? I remember there was like multiple. Yeah, well, that was back when we had multiple iterations of LCS orgs running rosters.
The academy teams.
Hey, the academy teams coming over. I'm always down. It would be more fun for more teams. I'm just glad that this tournament allows us to kind of highlight what Tier 3 can bring to the table here, because you can definitely look at the NACL, and especially in the spring split, and say, hey, I saw Conviction win with a team led by Tomio and Insanity, who have been a part of Tier 1 before. But some of your favorite maybe LCS players now that are coming up that you see now, we're Tier 3 guys in spots like this before. Like Kryra is a great example with Disguise.
Recently, yeah.
I remember watching Sajed for the first time. He was actually playing for Lotus the first time that I watched Sajed. So if that's not a good example of it, I don't know what is. Nice fun stroll down memory lane, but RMC, we have gotten through our technical issues, and we are on to the Rift for Game 2 to see if Deathmark Esports can continue their undefeated streak against Blue Water.
And let's remember right now, not only undefeated streak, but this is a best of 5. So Game 2 is not game over. The last time these two teams met, it was a best of 3, and Game 2 was their final game in that particular round. Now, onto the Rift, looking like Verdict thinking about a delayed invade, and Blue Water actually already has it warded up, so they suspected the Hecarim was going to get a little bit cheeky.
How smart. Doing their homework. And the pings are definitely coming down from both of those junglers. Now we got to play the fun game to kind of try and figure out how we feel a vertical jungle scenario would really affect the map here. I think... Again, it's a little weird because I do feel like for Munchie, he really just wants to power farm however it is in these early levels. Maybe can help him try and look for topside pressure, but Ariana as a mini-gnar should have push into Karsiak pretty comfortably. It's maybe bot lane where things can get a little bit weirder, because our bot lane for Blue Water have left the bot side. They are looking to punish Verdict onto his clear. Pops the ghost there as Rovex slows down his Gromp clear. So at the very least, Rovex has stalled the speed of Verdict's first clear.
Okay, and that's actually kind of important, because I don't think that we were going to get a vertical jungle situation. I actually thought that Verdict was trying to just be very sneaky and take everything away and cover his own jungle at the same time. So yeah, I don't think Munchie can actually vertical if you didn't slow down Verdict. Now it's potentially a possibility. We actually saw Sir Zepp leave mid lane to check his jungle to make sure that Munchie wasn't taking advantage of that, and that Verdict could potentially get back in time. And you can see Verdict already doing his Raptors, and I hope he actually goes to cover top. I don't know if he can anymore when Karsiak took so much damage from Ariana, but I think Sir Zepp's actually in a position where he can at least help cover.
Well, regardless, Verdict is moving to protect. Looks like he's going to start on his Wolves, so we'll see if Munchie can just get Blue and Gromp to himself. Still a win nonetheless for Verdict if he could just protect his wolves and go a camp up here and then move back towards his bot side, but he's working his way up towards that blue buff. And looks like he has spotted Munchie now. Munchie steals away the blue buff.
Okay.
And I believe so, and he will come away with that one camp, but Munchie wants more.
I don't think Munchie gets more. Munchie needs to leave while he's ahead on this count because Admirable Potato has actually moved up from the bot lane to help out. Oh, Munchie!
Seismic Shove gets the stun into that devastating charge from Verdict. Munchie's going to flash. Verdict only has Ghost, and he had to use it earlier. So Munchie's able to get out, but I don't know if the same can be said for Samakin. Gets a bit of a speed up from that command Protect, and he will get himself out. But that's still a big win for Deathmark.
And Verdict might even be able to double scuttle in this sort of situation when Munchie has taken so much damage already as well. Now Rovex finally roaming into the mid lane, has an experience lead, has a level lead up against Potato, so we'll probably look to try and cover this scuttle.
Oh, that's Verdict trap. There's the pulverized into the headbutt, right into Spawn's waiting arms. They brought all of the cavalry over just to make sure Munchie gets that crab, but they're going to get a king crab-like feast here. Admiral Potato going to have to flash away from Samakin and Rovex as Blue Water get first blood.
Very, very important for Blue to be able to answer back that way, and great response from them. They knew that Verdict was going to get greedy, and they called everybody in to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, when all said and done, it is still Verdict ahead because he managed to get everything else in his jungle on the top side besides the blue buff, which he actually full cleared Munchie's side of things. So that's important when you're trying to slow down the initial Nasus, clear Nasus, that power spike in the mid game, that the more you can slow it down, the better it kind of goes for you. And Munchie, despite securing the scuttle at least on the bot side, will not be able to answer on that bot side of the jungle, will not be able to counter invade and find anything else. So Verdict still up a little bit against Munchie. The real beneficiary is Spawn, who picks up the kill onto Verdict there.
That's the big win for sure, and he'll be able to cash a lot of that in on his next back. Of course, had to answer the waves that Good Boy was able to shove into his turret. So currently sitting on a nice chunk of change, just like Verdict is, as he steals away a Raptor camp here from Munchie on the other side of the map that he initially set up the invade. And we go topside, where Sir Zephyr has not Weaver's walled up here, just roamed up level 5. Now he's taking turret shots, and what?
What?
I have no words. I have no words.
Yeah,
take a sip. Take a sip of the water. Yeah, we gotta cleanse the palate after that one, Mr. Sir Zep. What's the hard hitting analysis on that play there, RMC?
Hold on, let me shake a magic 8 ball. Questionable. I don't know. That was wild. And Sir Zep, again, he had flash available. Like I get trying to cancel the back from Ariana. I've just got to assume either misclick or some sort of pathing issue. Great hit back from Rovex to stop the combo from coming through. And this bot lane for Blue right now, if it was an actual lane dominant duo and not just a Sivir, it'd be so good for them because Spawn got extra experience. Spawn got extra gold, and Rovex got extra experience, which is exactly what you want in a bot lane. With the marksman gets gold, your support gets experience. We get a replay. Okay, this is not the one I was hoping for. He was full health going in, and he just thinks that, oh, I can do damage. But here's the problem. You can't just tank it solo the entire way. Like, taking one shot's fine. Taking that many, not okay. And because the Boomerang just barely tagged, oof, that's kill credit going to Ariana and Karsiak really hitting his lane right now.
Oh, it's so separate. It's getting worse for him. Good flash away from the shockwave as the ball was attached to Munchie here. But he is pushed out of the fight nonetheless. Deathmarker still committing to play for this dragon. Nice fear from Good Boy. Cancels out Rovex's headbutt forward. Spiraling Despair gets the kill. But the mid lane has been traded out there by Munchie. And he's now trying to walk down Verdict, who's way too slow with the Wither. And he's mincemeat for Spawn's Buzzsaw. Finds the second kill there for Blue Water. And that will secure themselves the dragon and secure them a resounding fight win.
Samakin running down. Potato. Just needed one more.
Oh my god, guys. Our mid laners need to stay away from turrets, RMC. They need to stay away.
At this point, I'm wondering if the turrets have done more damage than the actual mid laners to each other with all the trading. Because they haven't been trading that much, right? Like, Sir Zep left so early that Samakin's been in there. Okay, this is a nightmare start for Deathmark right now, the early game. The top side fight going very, very poorly for them, or Zephyr actually just dying to the turret there, giving those kills over, and then the resulting dragon fight, also not what they want to do. It should be Deathmark winning in the early game, especially when Good Boy gets that Spiraling Despair onto Rovex like that. it should have been Deathmark's advantage, but instead it's Zephyr going down. It's unfortunately Verdict as well going down in that fight, and Dragon going the way of Blue Water, down 1,500 gold as well. Deathmark kind of needs to slow down and reset a little bit. And as for Blue Water, they are very happy with this. The only person who's still down is Munchie, but that's okay when all your lanes are winning out and should be able to give you a lot more protection. I say that as we watch Verdict once again farm this topside. This topside jungle is just all Deathmark all day.
It might just be the jungle as well. They brought so many members over to try and find Orianna and Mega. Tried to go for the Weaver's Wall butt over onto the other side, but Orianna ends up on the safer side. So top lane execution cakes on Orianna have continued to fall flat here for Deathmark.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zap, this is all coming at a cost as well. He's leaving his lane and he's losing CS to it. Yes, he's getting some shove in, but like that top side, for example, will cost him an entire wave plus. And then now these roams again are costing him half a wave here, half a wave there. So he's falling further and further behind.
He's also giving up setup here around these grubs. Munchie able to secure that first one with a smite, and DME come in brash with 3, and then they recognize, oh, I don't have mid lane prio. Orianna has full Gnar bar stacked up. This is a hard fight to make. His spot side, that's a shutdown. Good Boy's able to solo kill off Spawn as Verdict goes in to try and get a big grub. Orianna hopping forward to Mega Gnar, hasn't committed the ult just yet. Salmon King can use the shockwave on top of himself to lock up Verdict. And down goes the pony once more. Level 4 Admiral Potato cannot survive the wither of Munchie. 12 stacks over to the Nasus, but the sideways shove here from Sir Zep nearly finds the trade. The flash is pure there from Munchie, and the only win for DME comes all the way on the bot side.
And Good Boy's probably going, guys, what's going on? Guys? Like, why are we fighting on that top side? I'm actually shocked that they opted for that situation. They saw Ariana's rage bar was full. They knew they were going to be playing into a Mega Gnar, and Verdict just opts to pull the trigger. And unfortunately for Verdict, I think if all things were equal, maybe that's okay, but he's not. He's behind. And right here, unfortunately for Spawn, shield already used, was not available, so Good Boy able to find the snipe down. And this fight, yeah, you can see, just even from after the engage, the positioning of everybody. Where's your sustained damage coming from? You need Karsiak in there, and the fact that Karsiak's not going all the way in, doesn't have that flash available, means you should not have been looking that fight. Sir Zep is so far behind that he's not pumping out that consistent damage either. You need to poke that, not full engage it.
How about throw some boulders at the problem? That's what Ariana's doing. Gnar ultimate to pull Karsiak back into his waiting arms.
Is it enough?
One more Q, but the W whiffs, and the big boulder hits the minion wave. Karsiak, a blinking health bar. Oh, dodges the boomerang. And both top laners, battered and bruised, walk on out.
Good Boy having to use the teleport to actually answer that in the top lane. Not what he wanted to do. Look, for Good Boy, it's fine. He'll at least get the CS in compensation for what happened there. But it is going to give Spawn that free lane to push in, especially when Good Boy was already winning that matchup. They probably want to keep that matchup going in isolation. And now lane swap coming through as they have to respond to that. I'm a little bit concerned for Good Boy. He doesn't have flash, and he's a lesser mobile AP carry.
Lesser is a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, I got caught up for calling them immobile in the past. Because they can still move, guys, apparently.
They do have some movement to them. We'll see how the movement shifts of this game as we head towards the mid game set by this point. We've got an Infernal Drake in about 40 seconds. The Blue Otter would certainly like to play for here. And seeing Ocean Drake first, Infernal Drake next, that does give me a bit of hope that we have a pretty powerful soul into this game. I think any of Mountain, Chemtech, heck, even Cloud Soul with Jamie like Hecarim on the Rift are all immensely valuable for this game too.
And for Blue Water as well, while they don't get sort of additional damage from movement speed, having movement speed on a composition that doesn't have a lot of gap closers is going to feel really, really good. You stack that on top of On the Hunt from Spawn as well, and Blue Water right now with the lead will be able to very quickly snowball that lead, grow that lead. And for this Dragon, I don't know if Deathmark really want this. I'm a bit split minds because their one strong lane is Good Boy, and Good Boy is back down into here in this bot lane. So they can find a pick. Maybe Deathmark can contest it, but if they can't find the pick, I don't think there's a fight you want, especially not after what we saw on that top side around Grubs.
And just look how dark the river is. Thank you to our observers. Yeah, perfect time toggle there. DME have no idea what's going on with this river. They'll now just get a look onto this dragon that Munchie was soloing, but Good Boy wasn't the guy you wanted to step up here. They popped me on the hunt. The Wither's down on top of Good Boy. He dumps his entire damage load on top of Munchie, who shrugs off the Spawn in despair. Spawn goes all in to find the kill onto Good Boy. Nice stun there from Rovex. There's the onslaught of Shadows as Verdict will find the trade, but Salmonkin with the shockwave gonna find its mark onto Verdict. Rovex on the front line holding his health bar true with that unbreakable will. Salmonkin flashes forward and will shut down Verdict once again. It's the Dragon and more over to the honors.
2 for 1 plus Dragon on top. Zerzep just trying to find plates in the mid lane to answer. Had the Weaver's Wall, but initial call didn't think that it was going to be needed. And by the time Verdict went down, it was just way too late to rotate over. So Blue Otter, yeah, they just find more leads. It just keeps growing more and more in their favor. Now, so here, game 1. It was going pretty much all Blue Otters, but I think there was like one hiccup, and that was it till about the 15-minute mark. How do we feel about this one? Do we think Blue Otters' momentum, that their advantages are going to be enough?
I have to wait and see if they win a 5v5, but the way these pickoffs are going, maybe I should be more confident. That felt too easy for Ariana with the Mega Gnar.
Fair enough, and I feel like that is a statement and testament to how good Deathmark has been in the mid game, that we are still hesitating, despite how one-sided this is. 9 kills to 3. Every time Blue Otter looks, they almost always convert into a kill this game. So, yeah, it should be Blue Otter favored, but like you said, we got to wait for that 5v5. I want to see Good Boy with Verdict together. Maybe that can turn the tides, especially when we start seeing the items starting to complete now. First item finally completed, I think. Okay, not quite across the board. Karsiak and Verdict haven't hit first item yet, but it should come through soon, and that's the spike that they might be able to play around.
It's such a tough spot here for Verdict. A main reason why you see Hecarim a lot more in your solo queue games than maybe like competitive play is if this champion doesn't get off the ground running, it feels really, really weak to play. Because, you know, the whole emphasis is to go all in. Yeah. If you're squishy enough that you can get blown up, there's enough CC like a Wither, Alistair, Shockwave, Gnar. It's really hard for Verdict to ever work into these fights, and that's all Hecarim can do.
And then that's when they're relying on Zerzep and Good Boy to kind of chip away instead. I think that the fact they have double mages that can poke is probably the one thing that's kind of making me hesitate. Oh, Salmonkin.
There's no poke going on here. It's full engage. El Potato flashes right on Salmonkin's head with the Magnet Storm, and the Spiraling Despair gets Good Boy a shutdown. Good Boy holding all of the big-time gold here for Deathmark once again.
And hey, that's why we said we want to see Verdict and Good Boy, right? Can they play together? Is it enough? Because Good Boy is where the gold is mostly sat on, and Verdict is the big trigger pull. Now, on to the turret. I don't know if they can get significant damage. Actually, teleport being committed by Ariana behind the enemy lines.
Verdict spots this. Good Boy's trying to channel a TP of his own, and Spawn can't stop it. So Good Boy's going to get out here, and there is the bot lane tier 1 turret for Verdict to just safely path back towards. Big TP there from Ariana, and DME are like, all right, that's fine. We're playing for your top tier 1.
Rovex behind enemy lines, just trying to zone them away from this turret. I'm a little bit surprised that Potato and Verdict aren't trying to defend this, but I don't think they realize Spawn just walked away. And top side, he TP'd up there.
He TP'd up there, and Karsiak popped World Ender, and Good Boy had enough damage to find that kill. It's a race for the first turret. And Munchie is going to be able to get it for at least Blue Otter, but he wants the kills here, RMC. Let's see if he can get any of them. The Infernal Chainslaw are going to pull him away from Good Boy, who skates on out of damage. Crushing Maw, not going to land, but here comes Verdict to knock them all away. Munchie flashed after Karsiak, but Spawn with the other hunt shows up. Here comes Zerzep as well with the Weaver's Wall. All of a sudden, everybody in this game pops up towards the top side. But Verdict will not be dulled despite Munchie's Wither. Blue Otter find 1 kill back and 2 end up claiming that first turret bounty.
And everybody but one Slayer shows up to this top lane fight. And that one person is going to have the most impact. Ariana, continuing the split push in that bot lane, doesn't have teleport to join the team, will find himself a tier 2 turret most likely. Actually, Good Boy is running down there. No, okay, Mininar should be able to take this.
That's a ton of gold into Ariana. No, get one more.
Okay.
Oh my god. All right, well, RMC, you aptly talked about the parallels to game 1. They're ever growing here.
Yeah.
It's another game where I'm staring at Ariana up over 2,500 gold over his lane opponent.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I wish it was, you know, I feel more confident about it usually on the Renekton. I mean, the Gnar is going to be big. but Renekton can hard carry a game more than the Narcan. Still need to see Orianna use this to get Blue Water a win. It is a bad look if you're a top laner, you go up this much over your opponent and lose both of those games.
It's 2026, man. That should be how it is. I think we've been spoiled by some of the top laners we've seen, like Johnny Rockets.
Shockwave hits, and that's enough. He is, in fact, cooked. Down goes Sir Zepp right before a Hextech Drake that would get Blue Water onto Soul Point. There's no way for DME to play for this anymore.
We didn't even talk about the fact that it's a Hextech map. And it matters a lot because, one, the gates are actually going to allow Blue Water to reposition and match the speed that Deathmark would otherwise have. And secondly, if they get that Soul, it's another slow onto Verdict and his Hecarim that's going to make it harder, as well as the fact that it's also going to allow this Blue Water team to really be able to chase down. Those bouncing boomerangs are really annoying for applying that slow. Verdict desperately trying to get this Herald down, should be able to do so. So Deathmark still able to answer back cross map on a lot of these plays, but as the game goes on, Soul is coming up next in 5 minutes, and there's no more cross mapping that's really going to make that equal. Even if you get Baron, I would still put that Hextech Soul's value above a Baron.
Would agree completely. And that's what we've seen Blue Water do a lot in these games where they're on Soul Point with Baron up soon. I expect this game to stall out a lot here, RMC. It's going to be on Deathmark to really speed things back up because Blue are going to casually farm, try and get, you know, hey, can our Sivir get to 3 items? Let's see if we can get him there. Can we get an extra item on Orianna maybe by that time? Samikin will definitely have his second item completed. Then we'll feel comfortable fighting over this Soul. We'll see if DME can exploit these side waves. I see a lot of pings going after Samikin towards the top side, but he gets the turret and he's out. So respectful play on the map right now from Blue Water, knowing they are in control.
And I love that Rovex was also shading up there this time, so it's not Samikin left on his own. Worst comes to worst, you might end up losing Rovex, but Samikin should get out scot-free in that situation. Turret going down as well for Blue Water. All outers once again, or actually, mid-outer is still standing on a hope and a prayer, but that's kind of bait, and I feel like Blue Water can brute force this if they want. I wouldn't recommend it, but if they get any sort of kill, that should be that outer turret in the mid lane down.
I like this brute force play, though, from Deathmark Esports. All right, yeah, that's a low mid-tier 1. Let's get this one off the board. Because mid-tier 1 is so powerful in breaking up the map here. It allows so many better angles for you to invade jungle, to look for flanks around these objectives. So the power of the fact that Good Boy can answer the clear of Spawn, who's just constantly shoving these mid waves, that's a big turret to get. And, well, they're just compounding gold. Sir Zepp is going to pick up that bot tier 1 turret, and fearing a wraparound gank is going to Weaver's Wall back to the rest of his squad.
That's kind of funny. I mean, they knew Ariana was hitting down there and he was about to go Mega, so they didn't want to risk anything. And they're actually using the Weaver's Wall. But that's a window of opportunity here for Blue Water where they're going to know they're safe to split push and not have to deal with Global. They still, however, do have to deal with Verdict's Hecarim, which is currently sprinting around the map. And now that the side lanes are getting harder and harder for Blue Water to push, you saw them take down those outer turrets very quickly, but that inner turret that went down bot side was because Ariana had a free lane. Oof! The auto attack is going to chase. Oh, I thought we were going to track it all the way home.
One boomerang flying across all of Summoner's Rift. That would be always fun.
It just hit
but
yeah, no, so the old part drop.
It is just clipped him. You were watching for it. I love it. Well, we got to keep our eyes on mid lane, though. They're here, RMC, as our supports are posturing for a sort of engage. They crash down over the wall there, actually, for Manuel Potato, but the Wither has caught Good Boy, who's left on his own. The Onslaught of Shadows is going to fear Munchie off of Good Boy, but Orianna hopping over the wall, wants for the execute, but he's been baited and he still flashes to find that kill. But a super aggro dive solo by Orianna.
I mean, great, you kill Good Boy, and that is kind of critical because Good Boy was one of the big pokes that could hold you off an objective, including a turret. But at the same time, I just don't know if we need to do that. There's no major objective for us to go for at this point in time. You already burnt the flash out of Good Boy. That's okay. Instead, now Ariana's lost his flash, and for a Gnar, I feel like the value of that is higher in these team fights. We'll have to see if it comes back to bite them, but I think Deathmark's okay with that. The turret actually still lived, I think, which is the bigger, more important thing for Deathmark.
That's the craziest part. That's the craziest part of it all. They're really just keeping this mid-tier 1 up. But I want to stress, RMC, the value of it. And the other way to emphasize it is like vision lines, right?
Yes.
I feel like this tier 1 turret is really going to stymie Rovex, Munchie from getting advancing wards for this dragon coming up in a minute.
Yeah, and even just straight up your minion waves, right? The fact that that is there means that Blue Water's vision from their minions will never cross that particular turret. Whereas Deathmark's their minions might be able to push up and actually see a little bit more and catch rotations coming through from Blue Water. So for Blue, they would like to take it down. I think that's what the mid push was meant to do, and that's kind of why I was very shocked when Ariana just went diving, because you didn't have to do that and you'd get the turret instead. But with the dive, there was no take on the turret, and now they've got to reset, and that gives Deathmark time as well to reset to stop this from coming through.
And you can just see Good Boy at this point with all the ability haste he's gotten from the Blackfire Torch and the double burn. He deletes these waves as fast as a Sivir can. So there's no chance to go after that mid-tier 1. It's Dragon time. This soul could be the cosign to a Blue Otter Game 2 win. And they recognize how important it is. But oh my god, that corner from Karsiak was a big-time mistake. He flashes over the pit wall, but Munchie will find him. The Wither slow. Munchie goes unstoppable, and Rovex has the flank of a century, and he's caught out Verdict with a headbutt pulled, and with the fury of the stands, no one can stand up to Munchie. It's an onslaught of shadows from Verdict over the red buff wall to get himself out, but DME still have to commit. They can't give up this soul.
And right now, Verdict's ultimate might be unstoppable, but Blue Otter as a team feel unstoppable. And as you said, that's the soul. Sir Zep finding Samakin.
Shockwave, Ariana's top of the wall. They're going after Sir Zep just to try and get this one kill, and it's the headbutt pulled in. The Hextech soul secured. Verdict cannot make that steal happen, and Blue Otter wipe down Deathmark. Ace to the honors, and now Baron is in their sights.
Not just any ace slayer, a clean ace, as Blue don't drop a body in that fight. And Deathmark just looks so disjointed, like night and day from game 1, where in game 1 they were moving together as a team in that fight. Watching Karsiak go in when the rest of the team was just trying to poke. Watching Sir Zep go in when the rest of the team couldn't follow up. That's what's giving Blue Otter this huge lead. And the gold lead wasn't even that extreme before this. It was only about 2,000, and now they've doubled it before Baron goes down. And Deathmark gonna have to play defense against a Baroned up team with a Sivir who can chip away, clear waves, and push. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Ooh, I don't know either, RT, especially now that the Sivir is going to be on to 3 items. And we're going to get a replay back at the back end of this fight. I'm surprised Verdict even got a chance at this, by the way. That was basically a pure 50-50.
The kind of getting back in, I think he had to have popped a blast cone to get into the back there, but even if it's 50-50, the problem is, even if he gets the dragon, it's an amazing play, but the team still gets wiped, and then you still get burned, taken away, and sure, they don't have the Hextech for kill pressure, but yeah, Sir Zep.
Alistair ball delivery system at your service, Blue Water. Goodbye, Sir Zep.
We're no longer sponsored by Uber Eats, right? I'm just saying, like, the other delivery service right there, that could have been a reference. But
yep, there we go. That's true.
Not sponsored anymore.
I mean, hey, I'm sure you could use delivery services to get yourself a nice one blade from Philips and Relco. So how about that? You can get delivered just like Rovex is delivering pain and punishment through Samakin with the Shockwave, and now they're onto the base. Inhibitor down in the bot side. The 4-1 split isn't necessarily working on the one side because both Verdict and Good Boy are clearing out the waves in the mid lane, but that's an inhibitor down nonetheless and a win for Blue Water.
And that's the job of the 1 in the 1-4 split push, right? Just draw attention up there, and they had to send 2 members to stop them, and that means that bot side is indefensible for Deathmark. Blue still with plenty of time on that Baron timer, still got a minute and a half, like half the time they can just reset and push in. Those inner turrets are rather indefensible right now. Rovex just going in solo does not care.
Verdict, you have to know if an Alistair comes through a Hex Gate, he's not the only one. Good seismic shove to allow Verdict out there by Sir Zep, but yeah, crying B, sad B. That's been Sir Zep this whole game, man.
Yeah, it's been really rough. I mean, to be fair though, it kind of started with him in that top side.
It's his fault. The start of it is 100% his fault.
But after that, there have been some other questionable plays that have come through as a whole, and I think for Deathmark Esports at this time, I appreciate that they're still actually putting up a defense. The combo didn't quite come through.
Yeah, he did not get the combo before the stun from those slippery stones out of Sir Zep, so they don't find the catch onto the Talia, but the push is still very powerful nonetheless. RMC, the tier 2 turn in the mid lane went down there to Ariana, and Blue Water with the last wisp of their Baron power play will go after the top lane tier 3 and maybe more onto Sir Zeb. 1Q for Munchie's not going to be able to get the kill though. He needs the Fury of the Sands power, but he's completely locked up. But that Protoplasm makes sure that he will not drop. Munchie somehow able to trade Admiral Potato out, and the rest of Blue Water comes down with Hellfire onto Deathmark Esports. Just like that, Blue Water have only Sir Zeb standing in the way of them, picking up the game to win. And with that Wither, with the damage from Ariana, you'd think they'd kill off Sir Zeb, but they're not committing just yet. One more measly combo into it. There is the Icebox from Ariana to sing home the ace. Blue Water bounce back, and we have got ourselves a series now, RMC, tied up at 1 apiece with the last spots of the NACL on the line.
And the heart of NACL beats strong yet Slayer. Blue Water, like we said, we knew they would not go quietly into that good night, but they are going to raise up one hell of a ruckus and look for that win. Deathmark Esports, so very uncharacteristic performance from them. The draft fit, I think, everything we were looking for from this team, but the mid game just could not come together. And there were strong individual performances, but not that sort of team play, that 5 fingers moving as a fist sort of idea that got Deathmark to this point.
The 5 fingers moving as fists, I love that. That's the analogy you use for Blue Water in this game, man. Those late fights, exactly what we want to see them do, right? I felt like Munchie had a great performance. He got a lot of kills in this game. He actually goes unstoppable, but you pointed out so well, RMC, the value of the jungle Nasus is just the health bar, right? You build like the Protoplasm, so you get a bunch of health, and you could really tank up. That's what we were missing from Blue Water in Game 1. I'm sure Rovex was very happy to have a Mega Gnar next to him and a Nasus when going for those Alistar engages compared to that Nautilus.
And speaking of health bars as well, Ariana in that top lane, right? Like, he's won both his lanes now significantly, and I don't think that's something that we've seen too much of. Yes, Karsiak has gone down in CS in his lane, but not usually this big a margin. I think Ariana really coming online, popping off with these champions. We're talking a little bit about, okay, do we see Ariana just kind of put on a tank after that Game 1 loss? Well, this, I guess, was the compromise. You've got half a tank, half a carry, and the carry side looked really good. So after a performance like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue seeing Ariana being given a little bit more agency to carry games in that top side.
Well, RMC, at the very least, we've officially, broke past the DME ceiling of only 3 games possible. We will, in fact, be getting a 4th game of Deathmark Esports and potentially more here. A fun series ahead to end off our promotion tournament. It's all knotted up, folks. We'll see who can take the series lead for Game 3 after another short intermission.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, everybody, to the series of your Saturday NACL promotion tournament. One best of 5 to decide our last team into the NACL for summer, and we are diving straight. Oh, not just yet into the picks and bans. I was a little bit stymied there. It gives us time, though, RMC, to talk about some other records that have been broken thanks to the game 2 win from Blue Water. They finally won a game against Deathmark in this tournament.
True.
It took 4 games, but they did it.
Dude, up to now, Deathmark had won 100% of their games up against Blue Otter, and the way they do it, too, is interesting, because it's been Blue Otter doing well in the laning phase all 4 games, but this time, they're actually finally able to close it out in the mid-game, which is huge. Now, we are into picks and bans. It will be Deathmark Esports opting for second pick, while Blue Otter opted for red side, so they want counter pick, and we've been seeing Blue Otter, you kind of tell me during the break, too, that Blue Otter's been kind of saving counter picks, or last pick, for Munchie, and I'm curious to see if Deathmark does the same with Verdict, because while Verdict has a very unique champion pool, I don't feel like they're counter picks necessarily. They're just kind of just like, well, I'm going to play what I want to do.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep a tab on that. You, during the break, talked about asking for Ash Seraphine to come through, and we're going to see Blue Water first select the Seraphine and basically dare DME to put Good Boy on Ash and try and pair it up with something a little less powerful to the bottom lane that was so good not that long ago, RMC, that it felt like you had to ban it or you lose to it.
Yeah, and I think that the response that has kind of grown up to the Ash Seraphine combo is picking Senna, and then you just kind of outskill later on. You've got that shielding, the shield and heals to kind of match what Seraphine's throwing out as well. So that was kind of my one thought. Even last draft was kind of saying, like, do we see Ash Seraphine now that Mel's off the table? But the back of the head was like, well, there's still Senna as an answer. Now, I don't think Senna's a counter, but it is something that will be comfortable into it. And now the Leona Hover as well from Deathmark. You know what? I like the idea of the Leona. We've seen the Leona do a lot of work in the past. I think just yesterday into... Oh, I can't even remember what the other support side of the matchup was. I think it was Nautilus.
Yeah, it was not mixture Leona into Rovex Nautilus. Yes,
right. And so I like the idea of the engage that Leona gives you. It's really, really strong, and into an Ash Seraphine as well. Not so much for the kill lane, but later on in team fights, just being able to have that sort of non-committal engage with the Solar Flare. If it hits, great, we go. If it misses, like, we didn't throw a body in there to kick things off, you know.
And I like this Cassiopeia lock in here from Samikin. Even if it does come across blind, right? Just look at the state of mid laners, especially mages, right? We lost Syndra Mel in a same game. We've lost Hui, which is a pick here for Samikin as well after game 2. So it's slim pickings for our guy on his comfortable mages. And he's going to grab the Cassiopeia now. We do get the lock in. That is Sir Zepre on the Xerath into Cassio. And I like it because you got to outrange the Cassio. And boy, does Xerath do that.
I had the look on Verdict's face as well. They're kind of like, okay, nod, you know, when the Xerath got locked in. Yeah, Xerath, one of the OG counters to Cassiopeia. One of the reasons why we don't see it too often nowadays is just because the lack of damage, it feels like. Xerath is a pure artillery mage, which means his damage it comes in waves, and once it's down and once it's on cooldown, that's the window for you to punish. It's very, very telegraphed. So for Blue Otter, now that we see the Xerath lock-in, I'd like to see things that can follow up with the Ashe engage that can really punish Xerath. Ideally, something that can access that back line, and we're already seeing the Scion immediately being banned away by Deathmark. Scion, both the tank who can eat the poke and completely not care, as well as being a way to brute force and engage onto this backline.
And for Blue Otter, it's taking away supplemental engage tools to back up a Leona, to follow up with a Solar Flare, to follow up with a Zenith Blade forward. Wukong is a pristine example when we talk about meta junglers in doing so. I know our junglers, we've highlighted this endlessly, RMC. They're crazy. They play all the Heckrums, the Udyrs, the Yis, the Rangars. We still have Jarvan floating around. We still have Pantheon floating around. We still have Sinzao floating around. Nocturne, like at some point, I'm just waiting for one of these junglers to be like, all right, I'll be a meta slave for one game, because it has to happen at some point.
Yeah, if it's meta, they're not playing it, apparently. I mean, Vi I feel like should be one that is more contested. Munchie played a lot of Vi in the NACL. Well, he played a lot of Pantheon too, so there we go. There's sort of the meta jungler coming through already. Jarvan 4 being harbored by Deathmark. Yeah, I think it's good. Again, we talk about Blue trying to find ways to engage onto Deathmark, but Deathmark also need ways to threaten this Ashe Seraphine. Now, J4 is fine. He's good. But into this sort of Seraphine Ashe Cassiopeia combo we're already seeing, I'm a little bit concerned with J4's not getting tanky enough a lot of times to be able to survive that engage. Like, you need the GA to really start being able to do stuff. If not, you need to get ahead, and that means early ganks.
I agree. I don't think Verdict will survive jumping into them, but I think it's a valiant sacrifice because Ashe does not have a dash. Cassio is a snake. If they don't have flash, like, you're trapped in there. And then you're getting Arcano Pulse, Rite of the Arcane, Senna ult, all of this overtop damage. And if Verdict dies, yeah, that stinks. But they can get those kills onto a very immobile comp from Blue Water up to this point. I think this J4 is Exodia here from Verdict for those later fights. How does the rest of this draft really formulate around it? Well, Blue Water are trying to get some more frontliners in front of their Cassio and their Ashe, and now their Master Yi. Munchie had to get one game in. I love it.
I love it too. Like, it came out a bit out of right field for me. I was not expecting that to happen. But you know what? It's not a bad angle for it. There's so many vulnerable members. We talk about needing to be able to access that Xerath. Well, you can do that with an Alpha Strike. You can do that by literally just running past everything. And sure, Cataclysm can lock a E in, but a good Alpha Strike will get you right back out. Now, what is Deathmark's answer into this from Blue Water? They're looking for a top laner, and Karsiak, he wants a carry. I do not hate this whatsoever. We talked about how hard it is for J4 to kind of access the backline and survive. Well, that's true of anybody who has to kind of kick their way in through the front door. And Akali doesn't have to do that. There's great flank angles to come through. You want a lot of damage to kill Master Yi as well. I mean, CC is great, but damage kind of works as well. So Karsiak picking this and into the Ornn. After seeing the Ornn, that's the one that I think is a bit more interesting, because I actually don't think Akali has that amazing a lane into Ornn. I guess you get to free scale at least, but, well, actually, I don't even say free scale, because Ornn can be quite punishing in lane. If he can survive the lane, I like the pick. But given what we've seen from Ariana versus Karsiak this series today, Ariana's been dominating the 1v1, and so I'm a little bit scared about this Akali pick.
I'm with you. I also think picking a full tank Ornn into double AP solo lanes with a Senna at your AD carry position,
True.
My lord, this guy's going to stack Abyssal Mask, like Kanik Rukun. Like, this guy is going to have so much MR, and Ariana will be pretty unkillable. I also think some of Ariana's best games this tournament have been on these weak side teamfight tanks. We haven't seen him play the Scion yet. It's been banned a lot of the time, but the Ornn kind of fits the bill in the same way. This game is so interesting to me, RMC, for one reason. We've talked a lot about a couple of these games with like death balls, front to backs. That is not happening this game. It is who can kill the opposing team's backline quicker? Because you know Munchie's running directly at this Senna, directly at this Xerath. And we've already talked endlessly about how Verdict and now Karsiak are just going to dunk down onto both Samikin, Spawn, and even Rovex on the Seraphine.
But
it's going to make for a very different Game 3.
But Slayer, Blue has a teamfight composition. They have front to back. Then they have Munchie.
Yeah, and then they have Munchie. Yeah, it's like you're right, but we have a Master Yi in the jungle, so we have to think about that flank. Mr. Highlander running on in. We have sprinted onto the Rift here. The most important game of the series so far. One of our two teams, Deathmark or Blue Water, will be on Series Point, will be on NACL, Revival, or Birthright Point.
Birthright, I like that one. Yeah, for Blue Water, I feel like the pressure is big for them, and that win in Game 2 cannot be underestimated. If they were with their backs against the wall this early on, it would feel incredibly bad because there's so much expectation from them. And whereas Deathmark, I think the way you put it, Slayer, was they're playing with house money. Nobody expected them to get this far, and they are here still subverting expectations. Even the drop this game, right? Again, a very unique drop, and this one not a team fight style that we're used to seeing from Deathmark. This one's going to have to be a lot more individualistic and patient. Good boy.
Welcome to Seraphine, good boy. See you later. Can't flash the power of Rovex, and just like that, the very passive bottom laner Blue Water has shown up to our series.
Yeah, welcome to Seraphine. There's a reason why it was busted, and there's a reason why Mel was the big counter everybody kind of had to play around. And now that Mel's gone, Senna can match, but I think Good Boy perhaps not expecting the amount of damage that came through. Great tag from Rovex on that B drop to be able to find the kill as well. So, yep, that's kind of nasty. Does it affect most of the other parts of the map? Not really for now. Bot's going to be quite isolated. One thing to note with Master Yi, not somebody we often see ganking super early on, unless his lanes can set up for him.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess you've got set up for Ariana. Maybe. I guess you've got set up from Spawn Rovex, but I'm really thinking you're waiting for 6 and not even for Yi to hit 6 necessarily. Like Highlander, great. But more about the double CC from the bot lane to really set up Munchie to start ganking down bot.
Yeah. Totally. The only thing with the Hail of Blades he's looking for is maybe if he can get an isolated 1v1 with Verdict on something like bot Scuttle Crab, which they both are pathing towards. He wins it, but I'm with you. It's level 6 or bust for a lot of this Blue Water composition so far in this early game. One very interesting win that Blue Water got there was Spawn getting first blood that quickly. He was actually able to go Hawkshot level 2, and they were able to spot Verdict way earlier in his clear. It's a very underrated part of the game, the Hawkshot, but at this high of level, this competitive level, that information game is so massive. As we do see the snare lead to a Zenith Blade charge forward there by Admiral Potato. Both junglers are in the area, and Good Boy is getting hunted by the Spawn slows. It's pulled Verdict out of this river, and now Munchie gets to hold position. Verdict cannot walk into Master Yi with Hail of Blades.
And unfortunately for the Verdict, that also means that he's not going to be able to get this bot side scuttle. Munchie going to be able to start that one up, and Verdict will have to take the walk towards the top side instead. It looks like Samakin got ganked.
Oh, he did. Flag and drag onto Samakin's head. Able to pop the Storm Raiders, and doesn't have to expend his flash, so will get pushed out of lane, but not much of a big blip in the Samakin radar.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a world if Samakin was able to pump back enough damage, maybe they could try and contest Verdict on this topside scuttle, but no, the damage to Samakin was too good. For Blue Water, not a loss whatsoever, more just an opportunity that they weren't able to quite manifest, which is fine. Deathmark, on the other hand, already down 8,000 gold just from that early death. And really, all that gold is concentrated in the bot lane. Not only did they get first blood onto Rovex, but also the pressure they've been able to continue putting down has been making it a bit difficult for Good Boy to actually CS properly.
It's one of my favorite part about Best of Fives, RMC, is we have such expectations. We have a lot of tape to look at on how these teams' identities have formed. But when you get deep into a Best of 5, which we are on track to do with it one win apiece in the series, you're going to see the mid-series adaptations, and we've talked so much about how Blue Water play with their 2 veterans just kind of passively scaling through lane, farming through lane. You need to have a game where they are the focal point, and so far they have not disappointed Rovex and Spawn. Rovex looking to bring us down towards the mid lane as he gets the double tap onto Sir Zeb. The miasma means there was no flash to be used, and that is a clutch roam from veteran Rovex to get Blue Water even further ahead.
If anything, does not disappoint. It's a bit of an understatement, Slayer, as we saw Rovex get in there, really punish the Xerath. And that's actually kind of huge when you consider how the lane matchup is supposed to go, where Xerath just outranges Cassiopeia and denies her the ability to interact with him. If you can get a gank in, if you can punish him for even just stepping up whatsoever, and then if you get him out of his range to interact, then that's kind of a win for Cassiopeia, where all Samakin wants to do is just CS up, scale, and then be a menace later on in the game. He doesn't have to win early, so a win is just kind of bonus, an extra bonus in the tank.
Ship riding through the storm well here for Blue Water across the board. Mid lane ahead, bot lane ahead, and thanks to Ornn and his ability to buy items from lane, Ariana's already stacking a Null Magic Mantle with the Doran's Helm. You got little blips of Karstiak showing that he can't really trade into this Ornn that effectively, so they're trying to get creative with a Verdict lane gank. They're going to Hex Flash on top of Spawn. He does cleanse the initial snare, and Verdict can't get close enough for a reliable flag and drag, so Spawn and Rovex able to absorb pressure pretty seamlessly as DME are continuing to scramble for answers.
And now Munchie's looking for a bit of
Highlander.
a turnaround. Oh, he showed out the bush.
Awkward. Yeah, I was ready for the classic Yi solo queue experience where you don't see him until he's ulting and running in your lane, and you're like, oh, I'm dead. Instead, he's going to target the dragon.
Yeah, and on top of that, again, Spawn and Rovex not quite level 6 yet. That's when you get the true Yi experience where you see him running at you and there's literally nothing you can do but stand there and watch. And you got to time your flashes right. You screw up the flash, then Yi just follows you all the way through, and you just gave him extra distance on your lane partner as well. Yeah, you can definitely tell I'm not traumatized by that whatsoever.
No. You know what? It's kind of like, it's one of those League of Legends rite of passages, right? When you first, I feel like everybody remembers the first time they faced a really good Yi player, and they're like, wow. Yeah, there's levels to this game.
No, not even really like a good Yi player. Just the first time you run into him and then you don't know what he does, and then he just runs you down out of nowhere. It's like, okay, great, no counterplay. That's right up there with don't chase the Singe. You know what I mean? Like that
Yes,
first experience of you chasing a Singe, or a Ramus just running you down.
Yep, exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. It's like, there's the levels to it. It's like the first time you see a Yi, you're like, oh god, this guy's strong. Well, okay. This is why we talk about caster curses, guys. This is why we talk about caster curses, guys. Verdict just kills off Munchie in his own jungle, steals away his red buff. Blue Water are pissed off about it, though. Ornhorn over the wall. Samikin was positioning like he was going to flash after Verdict, but he doesn't do it. And now Spawn's getting 1v2 jumped on by Good Boy and Admiral Potato. See, the plane goes under the turret because Spawn flashes really well timed. Admiral Potato taking a ton of the turret, and Good Boy's going to take a slap from it as well. Mid lane, we saw 1v1 win for Blue Water. Top lane, Karsiak and Ariana trade blows. It's absolute chaos right now in the Rift.
The teams were bored, and they're feeling like they want some action, and I love it, Slayer, because I too want some action, and I love to see what happened in the mid lane, because flashes actually weren't, or Serzep burnt his flash, Samikin didn't even have to burn his, so that mid one looked a little bit conclusive. I'm going to guess Rovex had a hand in it with the assist that he got. We are going to get a replay on this, and this part, you say we cast a curse at Slayer? To me, this was just therapy, watching Munchie get punished. Because that's the thing with Yi, he doesn't have that much sustain early on, he's got a fast clear, but you can absolutely punish him. This was, I think, Karsiak just kind of exerting himself a little bit. For the... Look, both of them scale well, and normally it's dangerous to give kills over to a skiller because that accelerates their pace of the game. But between an Akali and an Ornn, I think Karsiak's going to be okay with that trade. Like, sure, you give a little bit of XP over, you give a little bit of gold, but Karsiak gets more out of it, and he gets more immediately out of it, where once he kind of gets his first item, the Gunblade, rolling, he has a lot more threat, not just in lane, but also assisting Verdict should Punchy show up anywhere.
I think it's a great point, RMC. You might be a little more lane locked as an Akali top compared to the mid lane aspect of it, but first item power is such a big break point. The Ornn's going to be playing for those augments to tank up stats, try and get as much XP, and you can really punish that once you get that Gunblade in your inventory. But speaking away from top lane, bot lane is where the plays are happening. We're seeing the value of the Cataclysm. Spawn doesn't have flash, and he is trapped. Good Boy will have just enough damage to find that kill as the Blade re-engage goes on top of Rovex. But he will be able to flash out. Verdict has the Cataclysm unlocked, and he's 2 for 2 on kills when utilizing it.
I think Deathmark has found their groove again after a very rough game 2. They're playing around the cooldowns really well, punishing Spawn for losing the flash earlier. There's not really any way out. And we talked a lot about Spawn and Rovex sort of level 6 with Munchie. Well, we don't get that. Oh, this is Samikin killing Sir Zipper.
Face check. Yep. That's why Samikin didn't flash.
Yeah, they need to. Really unfortunate, actually, for Zipper, but needed to kind of respect that a little bit. The gank at the bot side is just kind of that easy when there's no flash available for Spawn. And I'd like to see Munchie kind of visit that bot lane a little bit as well, now that Spawn and Rovex is level 6. Unfortunately, both the CC ults are down, so we'll probably have to wait a little bit. But everything they did to Blue Otter's bot lane, Blue Otter can always reciprocate to Deathmark.
Nonetheless, Good Boy up about 600 gold. The main gold lead for Deathmark right now. Big to get him onto that static shiv as soon as possible. Also, good time to talk about the soul stacking kind of philosophy. Currently at about 23 at 10 minutes. Definitely a rough lane to try and stack in. And oh man, it's about to get a lot more rough. Doesn't get hit by the double tap, but here's the twin fangs from Samikin. Dawning Shadow actually results in a trade here. Nice little spot there from Good Boy to see that Rovex had the aggro, and Seraphine is not a tank support.
And unfortunately for Rovex, he needed to drop it a little bit sooner. Wasn't quite able to get out of range, and the extra bit helped. Samikin can't get back to lane, though, as Potato is zoning him out.
Solar Flare is available. Gonna pull the trigger just to get the slow. Ash Arrow gonna hit right on top and set up the Petrifying Gaze onto Sir Zep. And the Highlander Munchie able to help run down that first kill. Flying Drag reset, dunk down from Verdict. Stop right there, Munchie. But they've ignored Samikin this whole time. It's trades galore, but Samikin has more poison in his fangs.
It's out of mana!
He runs out of mana. Now it's just Good Boy that does all the damage. Samikin cannot get the trade. The heal for Verdict, the shutdown for DME, and an even kill count game at 7 apiece.
And Deathmark Esports, the monsters returning. They're winning through the slimmest of margins. And so I'm going to be honest, if that's me, I 100% don't see that the mana for Samikin's running low. But Deathmark, they recognize it, and so they stick into it. The initial fight as well was really risky. That stun onto Munchie buys enough time for Potato and Verdict to actually disengage and then look for the turnaround. And you could see Verdict as well with that ward tracking perfectly. The moment they saw that, okay, you know, Munchie spawned, they walked up a little bit too far, we can go for this, boom. They pull the trigger. And this part was just Verdict recognizing, hey, Samikin's running out of mana. He actually can't kill me. And as long as Good Boy gets here, I've got enough. Got so close, that extra healing, keeping him barely alive, the poison. It's clutch, man. And if you're Blue Otter, it feels so bad for you, but they need to, but the good part for Blue Otter is that they are competitive right now in the mid game. They can fight these. They just need to make sure that they're not being too scared, and I love that they are still recognizing that we can do this. Go for Dragon. We will 4v4 them if we need to.
And I'm also feeling good if I'm Blue Otter here, RMC, because what we saw manifest in games 3 and 4 for Blue Otter yesterday against Lotus are emerging in our series. It's Samikin. It's Mr. Blue Otter that is so far ahead by this point. He's already got the Roa stacking up. He is over 1,000 gold up on a Sir Zep, who is once again struggling in this series like game 2. And we've decided to fight over red buff again because Verdict has the spawn timer. Ash Arrow not going to hit onto Verdict. They're instead going after Admiral Potato, who's going to get hit by the Encore and the Ornhorn. That's a lot for a support, but the kill's been committed to Karsiak. Now into the background, the dunk down will not kill Munchie off this time. He's able to flash out, and now Verdict is up creek with no damn paddle. First kill comes over. Samikin with the Storm Raiders will just win 1,000 miles per hour, and he catches Karsiak with the Petrifying Gaze. Nobody can stop Samikin. It's sublime. From the divine mid laner of Blue Otter, and Karsiak will finally drop to make it 5 kills for the Otters.
Yesterday's interview. Wait, hold up. Potato and Munchie?
Potato, what the? Okay, he autoed Potato, and then it's like, wait, I gotta finish my Raptors.
Yeah,
and now he's walking away.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually get the skill. It gets kind of risky, so you know, that's fine. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, Samikin, the monster that he is. Cleaning up that fight. Yesterday's interview, he was saying that sometimes he feels a bit bad for his teammates having to play around his unique champion pool, but then he does plays like this. Came with the teleport, slithered his way right through, ripping through the back line of Deathmark Esports, who were trying to run away. And you go, well, if you make plays like that, yeah, we'll play around your champ pool.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, hey, if you're going to carry fights like that, why not indeed? And remember we talked about his gold lead, his item lead already being pretty disgusting. It just went up a lot. I hope maybe Philip Soroka One Blade will help us out with a precision play look back. I just find it hilarious that Samikin TP'd in to get the speed up, but then he immediately procs Storm Raiders. Dude, RMC, was that like 1,000 move speed? Like, that was the fastest I've ever seen a Cassiopeia move in League of Legends in my life.
Real time for a second, I thought that was Munchie.
I did too. I was like, that can't be a snake, right? Like this.
Yeah, it was the speed of like a Highlander master. You're just rushing in, right? So I was like, wait, is that? And I was like, no way. Munchie got pushed out early in the fight, but yeah, just same thing, right? And now, imagine the horror. We were talking about, you know, the first experience people have with Master Yi, and now you've got 2 of them, basically in this game. The way Samikin's playing, yeah, for Deathmark, that just completely killed all their momentum right away.
Oh, and now we're getting more Blue Otter onslaught. Good Boy eats the Ash Arrow and the Ornhorn, has to cleanse it. Right of the Arcane coming over top here from Sir Zep, but I mean, these are just BBs being levied at Blue Otter. They're not even scared of them, and it's all of Deathmark once again being forced back. Their slight win is that they're forcing Munchie to spend a bit more time with old Shelly than he probably wanted to. Yeah,
they forced Shelly back, got the reset, but no, it is rough for Deathmark, and let's talk a little bit about. We talked a lot about Samikin. Let's talk about Sir for a second, because this Xerath pick was supposed to be a counter pick. And I feel like that window of it being a counter pick has very much closed. The Storm Raiders negates a lot of the advantage in that now you can actually gap close very effectively. But also, one of the big problems Xerath has in competitive in general is just the lack of damage. We were talking a little bit about the fact that it's cooldown gated, right? Like, it's just poke, you do waves of it, but it is slow poke. It doesn't do that much unless you're ahead, and you are definitely not ahead right now. Verdict?
Oh, Verdict diving on the turret. Nice combo. Flag and drag into the Solar Flare stun. Rovex is cooked. But here comes the rest of the Otters, and Munchie doesn't need the Highlander to get rid of Admiral Potato. Both supports going to drop, but Deathmark showing they're not going to go quietly.
Yeah, the Eclipse Jarvan doing its job. Zerzep will live, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, it's worth noting Verdict as well went Eclipse first and then into the Thunder Sky. So he actually went for damage and kill build, and it's kind of forcing his hand to do this. He did burn the TP as well from Ariana. Oh, Zerzep.
Oh, sweet Zerzep. I'm sorry, my friend. They have just made you priority number 1 on not letting play the game for 2 games in a row. And that is 2 straight games for Zerzep where he is 0-5. Hey, Philips Norelco One Blade, they got us covered, RMC. Of course they did, as we get our precision play look
Where's
back.
Samikin?
Watch Samikin. He's going to be on the bottom of your screen.
I just want to see him zipping in, bro. Like, okay. We have a fight in the picture-in-picture that we'll get to.
Ariana's dead. It's okay.
Yeah.
Watch Samikin. Whoa!
There we go! If you change the color scheme, that's Master Yi, man.
That is, I will never forget that. That is
the way he slithers into. So when you break a certain like move speed cap, or when you're moving fast enough, the movement animation often changes. So it's really funny just watching Samikin like wriggle his way in all that quickly. It's crazy, man. And again, Master Yi is going to do the same. Okay, we're back into live. So Ariana died. Was he the only casualty of the fight?
Not anymore.
Oh, there's another casualty.
Yep, Munchie just got the kill with Highlander. He still has the speed up, so he's racing back over to this Dragon in 4-on-4. Blue Water feel brash enough to look for this fight, or maybe just the 50-50 here that Munchie will not win. Encore, though, is going to tag Good Boy.
Okay.
Spawn
Samikin
flashing forward. Samikin looking for a Petrified Gaze. It's only going to slow up Admiral Potato. Karsiak trapped in the Shroud, looking for a flank angle, but there's no flank if your front line's gone, and all your friends have went back home. Karsiak trying to use the perfect execution, but all he'll see is himself executed back towards the fountain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Deathmark Esports, as Blue is just closing in all around. I love the way they corral there. That's the problem right now. There's so much follow-up. We talk so much about the speed that Munchie has, that Samikin has coming off a teleport with Storm Raiders. But the other thing to keep in mind is also the slows that they have. Between the Ashe and the Cassiopeia, the moment you commit to a fight for Deathmark, you have to win it. There is no running away at the end of it. If you start losing, you're going to be dropping bodies on the way out. So you kind of have to full commit to it. And unfortunately for Deathmark, they're now down 4,000 gold after 2 lost fights, or 3 lost fights, including the one that happened in the replay. So for Deathmark, they really have to pick their targets properly. You cannot just be going in willy-nilly and hoping that you win a coin flip.
Good Boy, you cannot face check Samikin right now, man. He is going to dodge out onto the arrow, but the miasma slows are starting to stack like you talked about. He's going to turn around with the Dawning Shadow, but there's not enough damage out of the Xerath. Samikin remains untouched, and Munchie finally got into the back line that he picked this Master E for. Picks up a double. Zerzep, the turret can't protect you from Mighty Munchie, who finds the triple kill. He will not even drop to the turret because he's picking up more. Quadra kill to Munchie's Master Yi.
Munchie the monster. He had to shorten it from competitive play, but he deserves the full name right now with how it's playing. 20 minutes in, Baron just spawned. Blue is so amped up. They got all the kills and they want more, so they'll go for Baron for the 6th. And looking at Potato now running out of base, he's not going to be able to find anything. Deathmark this game. It looked like they were going to be competitive. It looked like they had a chance. But Blue Otter has just slammed the door shut.
It's always fun, RMC, we go back to this replay when you imagine how fights are going to go from a draft. Yep. And then they go exactly that way. You can see it right here. It was who kills whose backline quicker.
Yeah, and the thing too is that it was just Samikin and Spawn kind of hunting down, zoning everybody out. Just them alone is sufficient. And then this was just depressing. Like, if you're Zerzep, yeah, he screwed up last game. This game, I don't think he screwed up. But then the way the game has flowed, he's just having 0 impact. And we talked about Xerath. When you're behind, They're kind of just a mosquito with the poke you're putting down. And you can see that in these fights, like, he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't have a choice. Blue is just forcing the issue over and over again. So Zep can't find anywhere to go. He is 0-7, and there is no safe lane for him to farm.
Nope. He has effectively brought a paintball gun to combat warfare at this point. It is very unfortunate for Sir Zep, but it's all to the gain of Blue Water, who are in a familiar spot to where they were in Game 2. On this Baron power play. This time, stacking up his 5 onto the top side. A lot of ults being thrown down there, and Verdict's going to pull the trigger and try and go in after Samikin, but they don't have enough damage. Finally, Sir Zep will get the shutdown. Munchie trying to push through, but it's a huge, perfect execution from Karsiak. Gets rid of the Master Yi, goes back in, but a huge knockup comes down from Ariana, and now Spawn wants blood, flashing after all of the dissuaded members of Deathmark. It's Good Boy somehow fighting a 1v1 with Ariana, but he uses the terrain to his advantage. No Samikin, no Munchie, no problem. Rob stomping down the DMA base.
And I feel like we've been talking so much about Munchie, so much about Samikin. Let's not forget who the AD carry is for this Blue Water roster. Spawn, as long as one of the 3 of them are left alive, they can carry through these fights, and Spawn flashing forward aggressively to be able to clean up on the back end of the fight. It starts off well for Deathmark, right? The fact that they actually managed to get that CC down, they locked down Samikin, and then with the Cataclysm as well, they're all locked in place for that Rite of the Arcane to do maximal damage on multiple members. And at this point, you're like, oh, it's kind of a 2-for-1, maybe a 2-for-2, things are going to be okay, but watch how Spawn plays out the rest of this. They go in and they kind of disrespect the fact that Spawn's still alive. Yeah, he's an Ashe. You think of her as utility, but no, she does a lot of sustained damage and she slows you down. This part was a mistake by Good Boy. You just do not step in anywhere near a wall then. Ariana plays that to perfection, just the edge of it. With the other pillar, Good Boy is not getting out of there.
No sirree. Maybe chasing the stack number. I've been there before, man. I can respect it a little bit. But nonetheless, it does help Blue Water kind of stave off a disastrous 5 stack into 1 lane, kind of showing why, even when you're super far ahead, it's never a good idea to put everybody into 1 lane for a Baron power play.
Verdict and Sir Zep chipping away at this turret. It's an outer turret, and there's 2 of them with nobody answering on the other side. I think Blue might actually get their inner turret before they get the outer turret.
Yeah, definitely not going to help that they have to fight super minions that are also trying to protect that top tier 1 as well. Still haven't picked it up, by the way, is that... Here we go. Hey, objective bounty. That's a good payday. Just don't look bot lane. Just don't look bot lane.
Just don't ignore the fact that you don't have a teleport, you've got a recall, and you're going to lose at least a plate, maybe 2 on this.
Oh, Sir Zep, man. Leave him alone, guys. He just picked up his first kill, and he eats an Ash Arrow and an Orin Horn to go back to the base for the 8th time.
Are we allowed to show this? This feels like we're going to cyberbullying at this point.
We're getting there. We're right at the mark, all right? If I see that one more time, we're going to start having some detentions have to be levied here at this point. All right, knock up onto Verdict, and the Miasma slow meets no flag and drag. Petrified Gaze has to be cleansed from Good Boy. And the Baron isn't going to be needed because the Encores are hitting here from Rovex. In goes Potato, but that is a one-way trip, my friend. And Oriana has found the back line once more. And as soon as he came back up, Good Boy goes back down. 24-45 on the clock. Blue Otter, what a rebound from a Game 1 loss. They are 1 game away from retaining their NACL spot.
40 kills, just under 25 minutes, 29 of them on the side of Blue Otter. Matt, Blue is fueling themselves in a great way. We cut back and you're like, trying to catch your breath from that game. And I feel you, Matt. That game was literally explosive. You know, we were just saying like, hey, we see 1 more of those. We're verging on like, you know, territory where cyberbullying and we get to take the stream down. And sure enough, Blue Otter doesn't give us 1 more. They just close the game out clean. Yeah, spicy drops from both of these teams, but it's looking at Blue Otter finding a bit more comfort in these situations that we kind of suspected they would with the veteran status and the experience that they have as a squad.
Give the veterans the most potent bottom lane outside of all the mage play. And let them shine. That was what really, you know, heightened that win for me, is we finally got the bottom lane playing a little less supportive and Spawn able to take center stage here and show why he was the most consistent player we felt like out of Blue Otter. and he's got them one game away from officially locking in another Blue Otter summer in the NACL. Deathmark Esports, their back is against the wall. There is no wiggle room left. Game 4 needs to be a win, or Blue Otter is back into the NACL. We'll find all that out and more after a Game 4 draft that comes after another short break. See you on the other side.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Here we are once again, everyone. Welcome back as we get prepped for game number 4, which could be our final game of a banger promotion tournament here, as Blue Otter are on the cusp of retaining their spot in the most dramatic fashion they could have done at RMC. If they win this game 4, they ran the entire lower bracket to get here. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's reflect back on a very powerful Casio from Samikin and a pretty powerful win for Blue Otter.
Yeah, just across the board, out damaging their opponents. Worth noting that despite the really tough performance for Sir Zept, he was still pumping out damage where he could, albeit it was a really, really tough one for him. But yeah, I think this game was pretty comprehensive. I'm waiting for the gold chart to kind of see how it went, because it just felt like this was Blue Otter's game from start to finish.
That's what happens when you win. It's safe to say that's usually indicative of a sub 25-minute win there, RMC. Yeah,
that's fair.
That's a stark gold graph, and you know it's big though, because we did feel like coming into this matchup that Deathmark Esports was a very good team when it came to stacking up as 5 and just outright winning fights. It got a little bit murky in a couple of spots, but really I feel like Game 2 and Game 3, we've seen Blue Otter be the much more potent team-fighting team. And they have drafted aptly for it so as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary watching Blue Otter play this way right now. They look so much cleaner than they did in the NACL. And it's not just the teams here in the promo relegation tournament who need to be watching this and go like, okay, you know, that's scary. Because it kind of does matter. This tournament's kind of over. But the NACL summer tournament, that will be starting up in a couple months or a couple weeks, I guess, month plus.
Yeah.
They need to be watching this and going like, okay, this is not the same Blue Otter that finished 10th place in spring. Like, they are starting to click and come online. Well, Slayer, you talked about Sion for Oriana. You talked about Tanks. He did a wonderful job on the Ornn, and they are going to give him a chance again. Sion picked first pick this time, so that there's no chance to bat it away.
First selection, get him on the Scion. The Ornn was pretty good. He didn't really give him much up to Karsiak. I think the only time he died, he actually traded his life and had some pretty powerful Ornn Horn ultimates. The Scion is going to play very well into that style for Oriana. But Deathmark are coming back with a pretty ferocious 1-2 punch they're looking to form. The TF going to be picked early here, I assume for Sir Zepp, and they're going to try and pair a powerful global jungler with it. I know we shouldn't fall for hovers a lot, but Blue Otter, if you're ever alone, I would be terrified of a TF Nocturne composition on the other side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of ability to play on these globals and punish anybody who's on their own. Problem is, when I see a Scion already for Blue Otter, I'm kind of wondering, okay, who are you actually trying to pick off in the side lane? Sure, this is good for laning in general, right? Like when you're isolated lanes, you've got a lot of global pressure. But when I see a Scion, usually that suggests that the team composition Blue is looking for will likely be a team fight composition of some sort. Maybe they would have gone for a split pusher in the mid lane to answer, but when you see those double globals come through, at that point, you're just kind of all in on the team fight instead. Like, we move as 5, and then watch us Twisted Fate and Nocturne struggle to have as much impact to match your jungler and mid laner.
The Jax going to come through here for Munchie. We already know that's going to be a jungle Jax. I kind of like this. It's already saying, all right, gold card, right? Very valuable here for Deathmark. Counter-Strike. One of the most, I would say one of the most overpowered basic abilities the game has ever seen, and you're about to see why from Munchie out of the jungle. Zig's going to be locked in beside it, and safe to say that one is going into Samikin's hands.
I'm trying to think if Spawn's played it before. I mean, we have seen Ziggs in the bot lane, but I think, yeah, between Samikin and Spawn, I actually don't know if Spawn doesn't generally play mages that much, so yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say it's Samikin's. I like the Ziggs as well.
Hey, the Riven OTP, if you don't know, Karsiak is one. Yeah. He's bringing it to the top lane. Here we go.
As many of our best top laners in the league started out as Riven's one tricks, and Karsiak's doing that. Okay, this is really interesting too. Because I like the Samick and Ziggs in terms of being able to answer the globals. You don't want to necessarily try and match one global, two globals, or match one global into two globals, but having the Mega Inferno Bomb helps you clear waves, so you don't have to worry as much about split push. And also you can kind of help out your side lanes as well. But the Riven being picked up for Deathmark, it's less about split push now with the double globals and more just about the sheer like snowball and kill potential you can generate early on with double globals plus a winning lane. And now you're looking for the bot lane for Deathmark Esports. I'd like to see another kill lane that can really take advantage of the extra body that a Nocturne and a Twisted Fate can provide you.
See what a kill lane would look like. You could kind of see it reflected in some of the bans. Melio ban kind of dissuades a Lucian Melio. That's one of those very common pairing bottom lanes. Xayah ban from DME. That's a really smart ban to just be like, Spawn, you cannot ignore whatever we're bringing to your table. You cannot ignore, you know, a Nocturne jump in, potential gold card. So they're trying to get rid of all the protection plays, and Blue Water are desperately trying to slow down whatever Good Boy and Admiral Potato are trying to cook up bot side.
Yeah, and as well, Xayah Rakan is a kind of a strong 2v2 bot lane as well. So if you want some sort of kill lane, that can be a lane that can deny away a lot of that pressure. The Shen. I mean, we have seen Potato play Shen before, so
yeah,
fair. It's also a good tank as well as the global. So yeah, and I kind of don't hate it when Karsiak can really kind of snowball and take over a game with the Riven. Like, do we just every little bit we add is just that much more danger. Instead, it's the Rakan being hovered for Deathmark Esports. They want Engage. They want dive buddies to go with the Nocturne, with the Riven. I'd love to see, you know, sort of bigger bodies to go along with that. Ideally, I was thinking something like unfortunately, the Yona already got played. I'm trying to think which tanks are available. Yeah. Actually, most of them have been played. Alistair's already taken away as well as
Slim Pickens.
Yeah,
I mean, kind of all of them.
Yeah, so I guess Rakan's
what
you got.
Leona, Alistair. Ooh, Spawn and Rovex. Are you guys going to try and play kill lane? Little Callista Renata. It's a good option with how many champions are off the board on the bot side.
Renata would do wonders as well. Her hostile takeover in this situation where everybody's diving in would be nightmare for Deathmark. Not to mention just Renata Callista as well in this bot lane with sort of the kill threat you mentioned. You don't need to win the lane. You just need to kind of hold them back, hold them down, and you're okay. I actually don't know the Riven Sion matchup that well, but I feel like Sion can kind of just power farm and lose gracefully. So as long as you're not giving them a way to snowball on the bot side, like I'm kind of okay in general with whatever Blue wants to run here.
Blue Otter's one loss to Lotus was at the hands of a Shogo Callista pop-off. So it's very apt that Spawn is going for that said Callista now. Yeah, I'm curious what Good Boy is looking to do here. Listen, hey, you've got a Riven at your top lane. You've got a Nocturne in your jungle. Definitely can work some AP users into the bot lane if you want to. Brand is definitely one of the very few left up that I feel like is a comfortable look. Ooh. But if you want to play kill lane, it's the last second switch away from Tristana. So it's not a Vayne top. It's Good Boy bringing the Vayne to the table here. Back to the bottom lane where she belongs, by the way, RMC.
True, fair enough. Unless it's a Riven bot and we see the Vayne top. Which
don't you even speak that into existence right
I'm just saying, Vayne into Sion's a matchup we see very frequently. I'd be shocked that happened when Karsiak's the one trick, but I don't know how I feel about this Vayne in the bot lanes there, especially when we did see the Brand Hover. I love the Brand Hover. Like you said, you've got AD sources in other lanes, and also Brand's Pyroclasm into all these squishies would be very, very juicy. It would do so much work, but Vayne, on the other hand, like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to be the big carry, but you're also very short range, and for all the reasons I thought Hostile Takeover would be good into the rest of the comp, I feel like Renata Callista would also be good into this Vayne. Heck, even the Jax is going to be great into this Vayne, because now you can just hop on Counter-Strike. If Vayne ever stops moving, if she's ever locked down, she's going to be dead to rights. So, yeah, I kind of don't love the Vayne pick here, but when your back's up against the wall, comfort can matter a lot, and I'm going to assume that it was a call from Deathmark, from Good Boy specifically, to say, hey, give me the Vayne angle here. I swear I'll carry this.
We were talking about how we've never seen more than 3 games from Deathmark in this tournament so far. We felt like it was going to be a factor once we got 1-1. I'm glad you spoke on the comfort factor of this one. Good Boy with the Vayne. It's another draft where I feel like DME are trying to create a ton of chaos, playing for picks, trying to single people out. But Blue Otter are going to stay strong as 5. They are looking to get into these big fights and to bring home this series. Could it be the final time we hit the rift here in the promotion tournament for NACL Summer? Blue Otter have the chance to take it home here. Deathmark need to win to bring on a do or die Game 5.
Deathmark's backs are up against the wall. They've been known for their interesting drops. They've certainly given us another one, and they've upset a lot of our predictions. Starting this tournament just 4 days ago, Slayer, 3 days ago, none of us gave Deathmark a shot and making it all this far, much less getting into the NACL, and yet they've subverted expectations time and time again. Can they do it one more time? Heck, can they do it 2 more times? Because a win here, Slayer, gets us a Game 5, but they still need another win to actually make it into the NACL.
All you need is one more chance for all the marbles on Summoner's Rift. In a Game 5, anything can happen. DME have to do the heavy lifting to get to this point. Is the Vayne in the bottom lane, already trying to find angles for those tumbles. Gotta respect a Riven level 1 always, but Ariana definitely feels up for the challenge so far, finds a decent first trade. Karsiak is going with the Ignite. This is the Riven special, I'm sure.
Yep, and hey, in 2026, you kind of don't have to care about not taking teleport because you'll still unlock it with your quest anyway. So, yeah, if there was ever a time to be playing the Riven, it does feel like this is the year for it. Unfortunately, the level 1, while you got to respect the damage that can come out, Sion doesn't respect anyone at level 1. He just shields, walks up. What are you going to do against my Soul Furnace?
Classic. Doran's Helm, Soul Furnace, no interaction allowed. Ariana knows exactly how to limit test with the Sion. Taking a look though into our junglers here, RMC. They both are pathing on the same side. Jax definitely feels like a bit of a power farmer. Nocturne obviously wants to get to that level 6, so with the way the bottom lane is looking and a mid lane reset from Sir Zepre, I would assume that Munchie will be pretty well protected to get this bot grab for himself.
And I don't think Verdict really wants to fight this early on either.
Exhaust. Oh, this rend
isn't
be massive. That's a big heal. Oh, Good Boy gets out of the rend range, though, with that flash. But that's barrier and flash used by Good Boy. And Spawn gets even more chip damage into Admiral Potato. Verdict is nearby if Rovex and Spawn get a little crazy. But it's still a great reset timer and a summoner advantage now for the Blue Water bottom lane.
Yeah, and just the early pressure that they're able to put down, I think, is significant and a sign of the times. You talked about how Munchie was going to have a lot of cover to be able to get the Scuttle. Yeah, he's going to get it for absolutely free right now. Like, Verdict can't even look at that when Good Boy and Potato are having to think about maybe going home.
Oh, big decimating smash from Orianna! And the Soul Furnace grasp pull completely deflates the Riven OTP, and on the bot side, Munchie gets the Counter-Strike stun onto Good Boy, into the handshake stun from Rovex, and Good Boy is getting walked down. Munchie claims the kill, and Blue Otter are right back where they left off from Game 3.
That's the type of handshake that gets you jobs, Slayer. Very firm, very, very impactful.
Very firm.
I mean, getting the stun onto Good Boy as well from it, absolutely huge for Munchie to be able to follow up. And Blue Otter, yeah, it feels like they're kind of taking over this game already. I mean, we get a replay of this between Ariana and Karsiak. And again, reminder, Karsiak is a OTP Ribbon initially, but Ariana, this is why the Sion got banned in every other game, or always in phase 2 of the bans, because it's just so good. And that handshake right there, oh. The instinct to instantly pull usually with the handshake is massive, but Rovex recognizing, no, I need to push in order to get that stun there.
The small micro decisions that have massive implications, stuff like that from Rovex. And top side is not getting any easier here for Karsiak. It is a very alarming sign if you are losing trades to a Sion on many top lane champions, especially the Riven.
I mean, Sion's got high base damages, so it's really annoying to deal with him. Just the edge of that decimating strike from Ariana keeps landing, and even from like the angle, it almost looks like Karsiak's actually out of it. But nah, surprise! Like you're just right inside the edge of that hitbox, and then you're getting knocked up, and you're eating a lot of damage every time that decimating smash lands. 3-man, not even an invade, like a counter, like a reverse invade where you're just trying to defend to allow Verdict to farm.
Well, I guess more so playing for the crab here for Munchie, I assume, to pick that one up, and it's valuable with the dragon now spawning. The big winner here is definitely Spawn. He just gets to kind of free farm. This is another massive wave stacked up that, you know, Good Boy, it's not going to be very easy to farm. A lot of AD carries that can deal with massive waves under turret decently well. Vayne is not necessarily one of the more fun ones, but Spawn and Rovex will leave him to his own devices to make sure to pick up all these minions. And hey, no -1s here for Good Boy. That's a small win. We got to take him where we can find him right now in this early game.
Oh, we'll see if the whole wave goes through. One more. Oh, -1. Yeah, and unfortunately for Good Boy, and this was one of my concerns with the Vayne pickup, is your range is very short. So while you can last it under a turret, your turret's going to be taking a lot of damage, or you're going to be playing dodgeball the entire time against the range of the Kalista and the Renata. Karsiak now proxying a little bit. We're used to seeing usually people proxy when they're ahead, but Karsiak, okay, wasn't actually able to set up the proxy. You're just trying to delay and mess things up as much for Ariana as possible. You can see Karsiak doesn't want to be in that lane for very long, so just kind of walk through, get some vision down, get some information, and then when Ariana finishes pushing, go back to lane and pick up the scraps that you can.
Wow, that proxy attempt actually almost put the wave in a perfect free spot for Ariana. That was almost rough. But knowing that Karsiak has to path all the way around, he just full crashes it, and now has the wave, he has the lane in the exact state he wants. Ariana, again, I'm just glad that I was saying it all broadcast RMC about how good his Scion has been, and it's as good as advertised so far through a very treacherous early game matchup, a counter-picked early game matchup.
Imagine a play-by-play actually knowing your stuff. No, I'm kidding. You obviously do a lot of work, Slayer, and I'm glad it pays off because you're 100% right. This is why the Scion, even more than the Ornn, and he already had a great game on Ornn, but his Scion is just abusive. Karsiak being pushed out of lane again.
No healing on the simple river fruit. He actually does get most of that healing through, but the wave is in a terrible spot, and bot lane is in an even worse state. Ren just pulled the life from Good Boy. Spawn and Rovex, man, they've been turning up for these last 2 games.
Potato just getting in there.
Verdict gonna go in, but this is why he picked the Kalista for the dash ability. Destiny down as well. The fear is gonna land. There's the bailout. Can Spawn get one rend before he goes down? No. Verdict gets 1 kill. It was Surzep Destiny again. DME flex the power of their double globals for a double kill.
And a great series of events from Deathmark Esports. Surzep being unlocked from his lane by Karsiak actually roaming out after a very abusive lane relationship. He went, got some help, actually helped out mid lane, unlocked Surzep by killing Samakin, so double globals were able to go bot side without losing a beat. And just like that, all that amazing laning Blue Otter did, Slayer once again nullified by a great team map play from Deathmark Esports.
It's good to see them get back to the roots of what was so successful in game 1, and boy, they just snowballing it. They got 3 kills. They pick up that first dragon in the game. Munchie will finally formulate a response here for the Otters and should be able to get all 3 of these grubs on his own. There isn't a lot of side lane value in this game for Blue Otter, but what I will say is the big win here, RMC. Ziggs against turrets, Jax against turrets with 3 grubs. It's very powerful.
Yeah, and sure, you might not have true globals, but you have backup. Okay, so just a gold card into Karsiak coming out of seemingly nowhere. Samakin not blowing flash, I think, was huge, but that's kind of what unlocked Surzep to come down here with that Destiny for free. And if not for that, I think Robex gets away, but because of the Destiny that comes through as well, the double global play, it's going to be just a clean 2 for nothing to benefit Deathmark.
And now the gold lead is only a mere couple hundred shillings. Definitely getting boosted up by the fact that Spawn and Rovex have already gotten this turret very low, and they're looking to scrap here. Verdict nearby. It's a TP behind. This is 4 members here for DME, but the hostile takeover slows down Good Boy. Not dead just yet. Spawn very, very low. Tries to flash the Verdict and will create space. Surzep needs to show up with a yellow card, but they've already lost Verdict. Munchie gets out of the turret aggro, and Spawn steps back up. Tries to find the red, but he hits the turret instead. Munchie dies to the turret as well. It's a double kill. Back over to Surzep is trapped under the turret and will finally drop. So damn messy, but Blue Otter still find a small win.
They tried to pull the same play with the globals, but they didn't have everything up and available, unfortunately. So the Blue is able to buy enough time, and Spawn, the way he kited as well was huge. So Blue Otter actually winning this one. Samakin now looking to take that turret down as well. And the fight looks so good to start for Deathmark. They have so many bodies there. But the hostile takeover, even though it only hits 1, buys enough space and time. And with the advantage that Spawn and Rubex have had all lane long, they're actually able to kind of go even in a 2v3, which then kind of creates a situation where, sure, they don't have quite enough bodies initially, but the bodies will get here, and Samakin's able to just clean out. I also didn't want to highlight, unfortunately for Surzep, I love the guy, but this ain't football. Like, pulling the red card's not better than pulling the yellow card in this situation.
That's a good point. That could have been even worse. Oh, hold on. We got the globals going again. Destiny in, have the paranoia, and they found Samikin. Verdict trying to pump out the damage, but Rolex is there to cover, and Munchie is stunned up. Admiral Potato, the con can't get in. It's Ariana is flashing for a double decimating smash. Karsiak having used all those riven dashes to try and create some space. And they're able to stave off the rebuttal here from Blue Otter. It's only the turret that's going to feel the main harass, unless the Fate's Call throws Rovex right at Admiral Potato. Spawn trying to dash forward with the minion wave, but can't go any further forward. It's just going to be a turret here for Blue Otter.
And Blue Otter doing what their comp wants to do best. We talked about it in draft when we saw the double goals from Deathmark. Blue responds with a team that wants to group up and brute force S5, and they did just that. They got the bot side outer already. They know that Good Boy is going to take a long time to be able to push up to that bot side, so they just sent everybody. Spawn was already in rotation when that play started. So Deathmark, look, yeah, it's not the wrong call to go for the side lane with the double globals, but Blue had already preempted it and got there in time. And not to mention that side lane was Ariana, and Karsiak is already having problems killing him. He is so damn tanky, so damn quick.
Surely he doesn't scale with more health either, so this won't get worse, right?
Yeah, definitely not. Not like you have infinite health on Scion, right? Right?
Oh, man. Didn't calculate for that one. Still, though, is a game state where DME can certainly recover from, but I'm glad you made the point that Blue Otter have seemingly, have the playbook downloaded from DME at this point with where they want to go with some of these globals. It's really going to be a lot of discipline, a lot of resolve from Blue to not give DME ways back into this game, because it is still so simple to execute overloads with a TF Nocturne comp, regardless how far behind you really are.
True, and like you said, it's more about discipline from Blue Otter than, and it does take skill on the part of Deathmark to find those weaknesses in the timings, but they've shown us they have that.
Oh, sweet Sir Zap. Good flash. Gets away from the hostile takeover and the Counter-Strike stun. He lives to fight another day, but not this fight here in the mid lane.
Oh, you can see Blue once again just brute forcing with 5. Potato?
Oh, Potato, that is a very audacious grand entrance and a less grand exit for him.
Yeah, I mean, the team might be able to pull together to buy one of those what was those African cameos, the coffin towns? That'd be a grand exit.
Oh my god, I haven't thought about those in a while. The like happy birthday ones too. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, RMC.
So Griffin bought that for one of his former teammates earlier this year. That's why it's like living in my head rent free for support specifically, because the guy he bought it for was a support player.
Oh my god, of course. It all adds up. Let's take stock, though, of the map real quick here, RMC, because there are more side lane plays trying to manifest here for DME, but it's important to remember they got the first dragon of the game. The Chemtech Drake is still down there to play for if you're Blue Otter, but all the focus is potentially onto Ariana. There's Destiny. Paranoia soon to follow. Ariana's health bar being tested. He tries to unstoppable onslaught. He does get interrupted, but it's taken a whole lot of might to knock down the Scion. The wind slash will get the shutdown to Karsiak. But what is the response from Blue Otter? It's in the mid lane. It's Good Boy getting jumped on by Fate's Call, but the turn aggro doesn't even kill off Rovex. It's only Admiral Potato that drops. Nice clap back from Blue Otter.
This is not the same. Deathmark took 7 seconds to kill Ariana. Blue took a couple to find 1, maybe 2.
Oh, okay, so it goes to the final hour. Invis, and it does condemn the Counter-Strike off, but Verdict has to pay for the sins of Good Boy. Bailout comes through for Rovex. He will not be revived. Munchie goes 1 for 1 as Karsiak and Sir Zipri try and step up, but they can't contest with the might of Spawn and Sam again right now.
And that was Paranoia being used by Verdict to hold that one of the globals down. Destiny used earlier as well will also be unavailable in Blue. This is the problem there. Blue doesn't actually care about the dragon stacking. That's not a timer they need to play around. What they are doing is every time Deathmark try and make a play somewhere else on the map, especially when it's on Ariana the tank, they just brute force somewhere else, and the rest of Deathmark can't hold. They are getting dove under turrets at these points, and Blue's just accelerating the pace of the game, getting a bit more gold here, a bit more gold there, opening up the map more, and then when they have nothing else to do, that's when they go for the Dragon instead, because Dragon is not the priority, accelerating the game is.
Also maybe a bit more relaxing to take objectives in general, knowing you have the Callista on your team. Ren Smite. makes it so virtually, if you're executing correctly, there's not a lot of 50-50s, even if Verdict tries to fly over the wall with a parent away from one of those steals, right? So that's also important to keep in mind for objectives later on, as we do have the Drakes evened up at 1 apiece, and we do have a Herald to play for on the top side as well.
And the Herald's the one that Blue Water really wants to get, because that will help them crack the turrets even faster and accelerate the game pace that we were talking about. For Deathmark, that one's kind of dangerous. Like, Deathmark doesn't want to teamfight if they don't have to. I'm actually not sure they can teamfight at all right now with the state of the game and their composition. Like, they don't have a good tank to get in there. Potato is really squishy, and Karshiak, unfortunately, is also behind the curve. He's picked up an Umbral Glaive, which is very cost efficient, but stat-wise, it's not matching up to a lot of the other sort of first item buys that you might otherwise see.
Scuttle Crab Vision is in the heads of Deathmark, so they know this is going on. But even with their globals, they don't feel aptly positioned to try and contest this. Classic Ren Smite combo probably going to come down once again. No smite needed. Herald secured, though, for Blue Otter, and I'm glad you made the point. It's for more turret bashing. The fact that Blue Otter had all 3 outers down before 15 minutes is pretty impressive. It really shows that their lead is a bit bigger than under 2,000 gold at this current point.
Usually that's the sort of turret taking we're expecting to see with the Caitlyn, with the Ziggs, or like Tristana with Ziggs, like turret takers. Not necessarily with a Callista, though. Samakin Zigg has been doing a lot of work. Deathmark Esports double globals into this bot side to secure this.
Okay, as soon as he gets in, he gets out. He has no more turrets. Not like he's actually going to be under any threat of going down, but he has at least pulled DME towards that bot side. They're trying to posture to see if there'll be a fight around Orianna. But Blue Otter took the Herald towards the top side and traded a tier 1 for a tier 2 turret. We call that good investing.
We do. After the lecture that Quacks gave us yesterday about investments. This is investments 201. Get turret.
201, nice. 101 was the piggy bank, 201 is the turret trades. I like it, RMC.
Yeah, we scaled up, bigger buildings. Build a bank. if you can take 2 to 1, that is better than 1 for 1. And also, the other problem too is that when you send into double globals and Ariana was kind of holding them there. Like, unfortunately for Verdict and Zipre at this point, I don't think they actually have kill threat onto Ariana, or it would take so incredibly long that Ariana could probably walk it off. You need Good Boy, maybe Karsiak, to help out with those takes. So Ariana was holding the double globals. Blue knew that on that topside push, there is simply no answer from Deathmark Esports, and they've got the numbers advantage. They even have potential dive threats. So just really well set up from Blue Otter. Deathmark Esports has to be very careful who they're sending where, because having that potential being locked down is actually huge for Blue Otter.
Ooh, Munchie going forward. Mega Inferno Bomb going to chunk out Sir Zep. Not really too costly, though. There's not a Baron to play for on this top side. Blue are just trying to exert their will on the top side of the map right now, steal away more camps, which they will, successfully take away that blue buff. Like to see that Blue Otter, even when they're trying to make pick plays right now, outside of Orianna, RMC, they are always moving as 4, because they know even if they're looking to make the pick, they have to respect how quickly 2 members of DME can show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and the only one who's going to survive long enough for backup to arrive is Ariana. So yes, completely agree with you. Blue Otter is playing this by the book. And it was already kind of telegraphed in Champ Select as well, because normally Jax is the split push champion, but when you're putting on your jungler, it can't be the split push champion. Munchie needs to be there for objectives, and Munchie has been able to do that. Now, we are hyping up Blue Otter a lot. It's been kind of doom and gloom for Deathmark Esports, but it is worth noting Deathmark Esports, despite the pressure Blue Otter has been putting down, despite the fact that Blue Otter have been driving this game however they wish, they're only down less than 2,000 gold. So Deathmark has found ways to stay relevant in this game. The big problem is whether that gold differential ever favors them enough to actually teamfight. And as the game goes on, we've seen this before ever since 2024, the game revolves primarily around the Dragons and the Baron when they spawn. Elder especially will be the big timer. It might take a while yet, but we will eventually hit that game state where Deathmark, for all their good rotations, will actually have to teamfight.
And while it does feel slower, it makes up for the fun sort of chess piece movement of League of Legends that we're seeing right now, the macro play. We're getting a split map play where Blue Otter are just simply better positioned with the grubs and with the power of the Ziggs to just blow up that bot tier 2. They TP in to cover for mid lane, and I don't think Good Boy saw this coming. Spawn and Ariana team up to decimate him, and it doesn't even feel like DME can find an answer in the mid lane. It has to be in the top lane, where Sir Zep nearly actually knocks down an inhibitor turret of the Blue Otter base.
I was wondering if Ariana would actually keep going to try and cut Sir Zepp off. Sir Zepp not even having to use Destiny, but will be able to just walk off to safety. So that's the sort of trade that's keeping Deathmark Esports in the game so far, right? The fact that they almost actually took an inhibitor turret for that particular trade. And that's keeping in mind as well that Good Boy did drop, so the gold should have swung a bit more towards Blue Otter, but Deathmark are keeping it real close.
20 minutes, we get the third Drake of the game taken. Definitely feels like Soul will not be a conversation to be had in this one. Baron is on the Rift now, but it's still Blue Otter flexing their muscles in the enemy jungle. They know their team fight is just so much more potent if they stick together, even in these short corridors. They don't spot Karsiak though, so they're going to back off, fearing a 5v4, with Samikin at least having to TP in. And they'll take the win again of just stealing more camps away from Verdict, slowing down this Nocturne more and more so. Even if we kind of feel like the Nocturne window of potency is kind of starting to sunset.
You know what, Slayer? Bloom has played that red, man. Saying. Red buffs and Rovex instead of Spawn.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Difference maker right there.
I mean, Rovex will be able to apply it quite comfortably as well. There is a lot of auto attacks he's weaving in. Munchie stepping up.
Munchie, yeah, could get knocked up by the Grand Entrance, but that's why you pick the Jax into the TF. Just shrug off any sort of incoming CC with the good old Counter-Strike.
Now with Trinity Force and Cinder Sky right now on Munchie, he's not that tanky, but like you said, the Counter-Strike is just buying more than enough time. And with Spawn, as well as Samikin in his back pocket at that time, it's a little bit dangerous for Deathmark to try and push up. Munchie again, walking right back up again.
Why not? He's got the backing of Spawn. This Callista is such a scary threat in these mid-game fights. And Munchie's got the support of Ariana next to him. The bailout of Rovex if they need the hostile takeover.
Okay.
Good Boy is going to go after Spawn. He's caught up and shut down. Good Boy picks up a big kill, but the hostile takeover onto 3 is huge from Rovex. Just as quickly as they started up, Blue Otter shut it down. Double kill going over to both Good Boy and Munchie, but it's Blue Otter that are stronger. Blue Otter with more determination and a whole lot more firepower as Samikin rains bomb after bomb on top of Sir Zepp and Admiral Potato. It's the decimating smash knockup. Sir Zepp trying to get back towards the blast cone, but he's pulled back by another phenomenal handshake. It has to be the flash to allow Sir Zepp to survive.
Man, Rovex's handshakes have been absolutely on point, but Deathmark engaged Slayer. That should have won them the fight. It should have turned the game. But the composition just isn't built for team fighting, and while Good Boy survived, initially did a ton of damage, range became a huge determining factor. We said it when we saw this draft, that range could become a problem, but nowhere else was it more exemplified than in how this fight plays out. So the initial start is great. They find Spawn. Good Boy doesn't actually take that much damage because the Ren didn't come through, and unfortunately Rovex was separated from Spawn, so couldn't keep him alive. This part's great, but after this, Good Boy has problems kiting out the rest of the fight, and Sir Zepp doesn't actually have enough sustained damage. We're right back into another one.
NA Ram in the mid lane, and it's Samikin that shut down. It's Good Boy running amok again, but a good find from Sir Zepp. It's a flank from Munchie trying to pull DME apart here. Ariana on the front line trying to get these decimating smashes down, but Good Boy is just dip, ducking, and dodging all around Blue Otter right now. It's too hard for Spawn to get back in, but they have to worry about Munchie on the back end as the wind slash from Karsiak will not find the kill onto Ariana, but the fear onto Munchie's pure. He's got the Counter-Strike stun back up, but the yellow card stuns him up first. Goodbye, Munchie. Spawn able to get away from Karsiak, flashing forward, but he wants more, smells blood in the water, and next down is Spawn. Good Boy gonna make it a double onto Rovex. DME are not out of this series yet.
Say what happened? I was promised a summer solstice, but instead winter is coming? Deathmark out of nowhere. Blue overstaying their welcome, and once again Deathmark able to find a critical backline carry, taking Samikin out the fight this time right from the get-go. And Deathmark, they've got Baron in their sights. It was clean. They have all their members up. Ariana walking in with Samikin in back pocket. Mega Inferno Bomb is ready, but so is Karsiak.
This would be so impossible. And Samikin getting chugged by Karsiak makes it even harder. The Mega Inferno Bomb, though, is going to bring Karsiak very low. But the Riven mobility gets him right back over the wall. No harm, no foul. 5 members of DME with the purple banner.
And for the first time this game, Deathmark Esports with a gold lead. They once again pull a mid-game miracle. And make no mistakes there, it is a miracle with the situation they were in and the compensation they had to pull out a win. There's a lot of standing turrets right now for Deathmark, starting with this mid lane. Can they actually take it though? Another problem with the range is sieging is kind of dangerous.
It feels very precarious, especially into a Ziggs from Samikin. Feels like Blue Otters still have a composition that plays really well as 5, but they haven't necessarily scaled up to that big of a threat just yet. And now we're going for some interesting assignments here. They really want to get on an Infernal Soul point, but Karsiak is wailing on their inhibitor.
Yep. And with the Crystalline Overgrowth, that went down in the snap of fingers. Mid lane outer soon to follow, and mid lane inner being sieged up. I think this is a tough one for Deathmark to actually push in on a little bit. I think, yeah, just take the topside inhibitor. That's the big win. You will now have supers pushing in on that topside. Apply a bit more pressure. And then where does Deathmark Esports go? Do they go for a sort of 4-1 split push with Verdict and Sir Zepp being able to cover the extra one?
It's tough, right? Because we're already halfway through this power play. So, you know, the setup time is going to bring it down to maybe only a couple of waves you'll be able to get into that 4-1. And they're still decently decent. Karsiak needs to keep the pressure up in this mid lane, but also has to be careful that he doesn't get jumped on. Looks like that 4-1 formation you're talking about will manifest. They should be able to get one of these last two tier 2 outer turrets to get even more gold over to the DME side.
Yeah, and for Blue, it's kind of which side do you want to defend on, and do you look for a snap engage? They technically have the tools for it, but Blue, the last engage did not go well from there. Munchie.
It's not going to, but it's Munchie that's going to lead it first. The lights go out as Verdict is pushed away from the bot lane tier 2. It's a defensive paranoia used, but once again, DME are just buying time for their top laner. Karsiak has been left alone with another gold bounty structure. It's Ariana that's trying to walk over here past Sir Zepp, but that turret is gone. Ariana is very tanky. He's currently 1 versus 3. Blue Otter need to either help him or go after Verdict, and Munchie has chosen the latter. Sir Zepp going to get back, and now Munchie jumps into 4. He has the golden stasis to go up as the Inferno Bomb does come down. Counter-strike up, Munchie wants to push forward, but Good Boy is here. Final hour pop. Munchie is kept out by the wind slash. Ariana's got to flash away as well, and Blue Otter's base is in shambles.
The supers we were talking about, they've doubled, tripled up, and it's gonna have to be Spawn running back to stop this one, and Karsiak is gonna be able to get inner on the bot side. Inner in the mid was already secured, and out of nowhere, I'm gonna be honest, I'm losing my mind here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how we got to this game state.
It's still, the chaos still keeps coming because Ariana is gonna hit the decimating smash, unstoppable onslaught, hostile takeover combo. But where's my damage, Blue Water? So many low health bars hitting each other, but nobody from Blue Water hitting DME, and nobody drops.
I feel like that's my question. For the last couple of minutes, where is my damage, Blue Otter? When Ariana was walking in solo, when his turret was about to drop, where was the damage? When Munchie goes for the engage onto Verdict, where is my damage? When he goes golden, buying time with Ariana, where is the damage for Blue Otter? It just isn't there, and just like that, you've given over so much gold. Deathmark getting the Baron already put them in the lead. The fight prior to that put them in the lead, but the Baron has now catapulted them to 5,000 gold ahead. We questioned earlier, so there, at what point, how much of a lead does Deathmark need to win a team fight? At 5k, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, but they did it at less than 5k, and this just feels like gravy on top.
All I'm seeing is Blue might have traded that last dragon for an inhibitor. It's providing a ton of value now because you need to stall. Right? We keep asking, where is the Blue Otter damage? At this point, it's spawned, but it's hard to get that in with all the CC, right? So it has to be Samikin. He has yet to hit 3 items. We are nearing 30 minutes. I think just now he'll get his decap completed, and maybe that can be enough to bring just enough damage through for Blue Otter to try and stay competitive. But they've at least bought themselves 5 minutes plus of time before any Infernal Souls in conversation. Baron, though, will be here in a much shorter, expedited fashion.
And that one's going to be spicy when we see the next big team fight breakout, whether it be at Soul or Baron. Blue Otter compositionally have advantages, but like we said, the gold lead has swung heavily in Deathmark's favor, and more importantly, I love the way they fought the last couple of fights. They've been the ones to kind of tear Blue Otter apart. I think Munchie and Ariana need to be playing a little bit more consciously of their team. Well, Munchie more than Ariana, because Ariana can buy enough time for the rest of the team to follow up and make action happen. But Munchie, he's been the one to try and force a lot of these fights and be the primary engage for the team. I don't think that works anymore, unfortunately. He is going to get burst down by the damage that Deathmark has. And if anything, they need to let Samakin kind of work over Deathmark's team a little bit, get some of that poke down, soften them up so that they can actually burst down that front line, burst down any target really from Deathmark who steps up. Because if they're not able to secure the kill, we've seen Deathmark be able to rotate their players very effectively.
We really haven't seen them crowd with this tankless comp. It's right, it's like so much mobility from the Riven, from the Vayne, even the Rakan. It's really hard to lock any of them in place. If they can do that, they can set up Samakin's damage. Blue Otter are looking to try and contest this Infernal Soul. Destiny is coming down from Surzep, looking to flank with a big yellow card onto spawn. But Blue Otter have bigger issues to deal with. They need to just give this Dragon RMC. Their wave states are not in any category to allow them to do that.
Yeah, and that's why Munchie was playing so aggressively, almost recklessly with that face check, because he knew that they only had that small window to play on. If they don't find the snap engage, they don't instantly start a fight, they need to back off and actually go trim those waves back at base. So Blue Otter giving this Dragon over heck. You know what? No, I'm not going to call it a gift. Deathmark with their good play, securing it. Exactly, they earned it themselves. They secured it with the good wave state, the team fights that they won back to back, and Blue had to respond to that. Now for Blue, it's not over by any means. They can afford to let the game continue going on. I know that skilling is not a terrible thing for Blue Otter. Samakin will continue to go up. He's got the death cap already. Ariana will infinitely stack health. Now, granted, Vayne's a good answer into that, but all the same problems we have for spawn, including range, Good Boy also has to struggle with.
Oh boy, RMC. The wave states are decent. Blue Otter with the Ren Smite power are making the call to stay as 5 and go after the Baron to try and get back into the NACL with one big fight. But here comes the flank, and they found Spawn. Karsiak and Verdict teaming up, but
Spawn's still alive though.
Drop. He's got the team behind him, and he gets out. Ariana stands tall, but oh my god, it was a twisted fake Q that kills him off. Sir Zipper trying to step up, but Samakin gets to raid down. More infernal fueled power. Flash from Surzep to get away from Munchie, but the rest of Blue Otter are looking to chase through. Destiny shows Surzep where all of his enemies are as they hunt him down slowly but surely with the Mikhails on the yellow card. Yes, they can, RMC. Blue Otter is 5, still are not big enough to fall.
I'm sweating watching these fights, Slayer. Yeah, too big to fail. Funnily enough, even with the 5k goalie, Deathmark weren't quite able to finish that off, but I thought that was an incredibly risky Baron start from Blue Otter when you're already behind gold. What worked in their favor was the terrain. It was a very small, narrow pit, and Deathmark kind of had to funnel through that. Good Boy, once again, playing insanely well to survive the team fight, but wasn't quite enough. He had to kite back after the initial fight, and now Blue right back to this Baron on spawn. Karsiak with the TP.
Sir Zepre is down for 20 more seconds. This is a 5-on-4. There's no Ren nearby, so Munchie could have a 50-50 on his hands. The lights go out. They're not even going to risk it. They're going to come off of the Baron here, and this is getting valuable seconds for Sir Zep to respawn. He has Destiny as TP, so great stall there from Deathmark.
His death timer is almost as long as his out timer at this point. Can Deathmark slow them down again? This time with the Rens, it's melting even faster.
And now Verdict, he's going to have to commit his flash to get over this wall for the hero steal to keep DME alive in this game. He will not get it. Munchie has it, stuns up Verdict, and he is done for. Hostile takeover will clip him, bring him back towards the team.
He's still out.
Verdict still lives, but guess what? It's Good Boy
that's going to drop
instead as Spawn is hopping around, killing off all of DME.
Karsiak!
Wind Slash nearly finds a huge kill. He's doing it. Karsiak's bringing it home. How does the Riven one trick do it? Verdict's going after the base. DME, they're gonna force a game 5.
Arana being run down, but it's Verdict in the enemy base at this point with the minion. An interrupt onto Samakin. He's not gonna go home. It's gonna be an ace.
They're gonna stamp it home officially with the ace. DME, when everyone counted them out, a disaster early game, it doesn't matter. The power of friendship will not give up. Bring me Silver Scrapes. We're going to game 5 for the last spot in the NACL.
And you can see the Deathmark players there. Small smiles of satisfaction. Big smile for Verdict, knowing how clutch that one was. So that's become shocking. Okay, never mind. It's just delayed reactions, I guess. But, brother.
Oh, my Lord.
Anytime Deathmark goes down, I guess it's just so that the comeback looks that much bigger. Because that should not... I still can't figure out how that happened, bro. At the end of it, like, I watched it happen in disbelief. And keep in mind, guys, I'm the caster who decided to flip over to Deathmark. And I was still shocked when that came through.
Oh my God. I mean, you know what? It was so poetic, though. RMC Karsiak had a really slow start on the Riven. It's kind of mind blowing to think about. He got solo killed for First Blood, level 1, and what does he do at the end of the game? Puts in a perfect flash win slash combo, gets the big heals. Even when he went for the combo, I thought it wasn't gonna be enough because it didn't find any kills. That's just how deadly that Riven is. And you said it best. We can never count DME out of a game until their Nexus explodes.
And I want to give huge plaudits to Good Boy as well. The way he piloted that Vayne. That pick was the one where I saw it and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this one. It could really go either way, but Good Boy, he was able to kite almost all the damage out to the very end. And even at the end, sure, he went down, but the amount of resources, the amount of time it took was what allowed Karsiak to kind of get multiple rotations of his abilities through with those cooldowns. And still, despite Good Boy's death, carry that fight. So Deathmark Esports, we were talking about momentum for Blue Water. How is that for a swing of momentum?
Well, you know what? It all comes down to one final game here, RMC. But of course, you know, I know, all of you at home know, before you can even start talking about a Game 5, we have to be serenaded into our setup here. So we're going to go to a break, but I better not see the energy drop in chat. Silver Scrapes to bring us through Game 5, Blue Otter Deathmark Esports, right on after.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Exactly what we were hoping for. Do or die, Game 5. Hope Silver Scrapes got you hyped up for this one, RMC. And, well, it's our job to kind of try and break down Game 4. But I'm glad I'm not the analyst here. I don't even know. What do you make of that game we just saw from Deathmark?
Well, first and foremost, Deathmark won. I think that's the biggest takeaway from that particular game. And you look at the damage numbers as well. Blue Otter actually did more damage in general. But that's the thing about League of Legends sometimes. It's not about kills, it's not about damage, it's about how you actually finish the game off. And Deathmark came in clutch. Karshiak, specifically on this ribbon, I'm going to be honest, I was not impressed by it in laning, especially when he died to Ariana, that's completely lost all control over the game.
Oh.
But that last team fight was huge. And yeah, that gold graph, man, it saves a lot, and I feel like part of it was on blue. They gave windows of opportunity to Deathmark to come back into the game. And I can't help but think back to the interview we had with Patch, where Patch was saying, yeah, Deathmark won because they were good at identifying our weaknesses and punishing them. And that was this game in a nutshell. Deathmark struggled immensely when blue were playing properly, but when blue messes up, Deathmark punishes, gets a gold lead, and then closes out.
Yeah, and it definitely felt like a bit of sort of disrespect in some of those spots too came through for Blue Water. I felt like Munchie was looking for some really aggressive flanks in that game. They got punished a lot of the time, jumping forward, starting fights when Blue Water weren't necessarily on the same page. So I'm glad you pointed out how DME are not allowing Blue Water to play with mistakes and get the wins. But let's lock in now. RMC, this is why I love Full Fearless is here. Look at all of those champions that we cannot get access to. Now we're really just going to test everyone's pools because the bans are going to stay the same, folks. All series long, DME have banned Zoe, they've banned Aurora, they've banned Caitlyn. So Salmon and Spawn, what do you got for us?
Okay, that's a bit of a change up. Lucian being banned by Blue Otter, so I've opened up Karma, of course. I mean, she's shot up in terms of how strong she is with so many supports banned away. There won't be Ezreal Karma, but there's still a lot of good pairings. Basically, anything that pokes is going to be nasty with it. Okay, don't hover the Seraphine, man. Please don't. Like the Bard would not be a bad shout into Karma. We've seen that sort of trade happen quite a bit. I think Karma having the better of the poke, but Bard having really strong roams.
Yeah. But if you're going to play the Jinx, I think Bard's off the table now. You need to play something that will play well with the Jinx. Jinx Lulu, okay. I like that shout, RMC.
Yep,
let's see.
Or if you need something defensive, you need a bit more tankiness, that's when you go Tom Kench instead. We have seen Tom Kench show up in this tournament, though neither Rovex nor Potato was the one playing it. The jungle pool, ironically, usually the most pinched pool is now the widest open. We've seen the Nocturne being played, the J4 being played, but there's still Pantheon, there's still Wukong, there's still Vi, in terms of things that are normally more meta.
Wukong to come through for Munchie, his most meta pick locked in here. If you're joining in late, I'm only putting out this hover because this is Verdict's next most well-known champion, the Deer. He's already played the Hecarim, his most well-known, lost on that one. And we talk about it with a team with not a lot of experience in Game 5s of Fearless. You can't hate going for the ultimate comfort for Verdict here with the Udyr.
You can hate it, Slayer, and you'd be wrong, because I didn't like the ribbon pick for Karshak last game, and he proved himself with it. So yeah, can't really say too much about the Udyr. My big concern with Udyr is right now this competition from Deathmark has to just kind of run through Blue Otter, and if Blue Otter just picks enough forms of hard crowd control to slow this down, that Jinx respawn is going to get a free fire in fights. And we haven't seen Jinx very much in recent metas, but she is still one of the premier late game hyper carries if she can get there. Now Tristana being picked up, that is a flex pick. Both Suzepre as well as Good Boy could be playing that one, so flexible for now, but goes with the Karma. That's a lot of potential kill threat and poke.
It'd be absolutely hilarious if DME, the team known for bringing all these mages bot lane, go for a double marksman game with like Triss mid and then another marksman and just go full the opposite way. We'll have to see. We'll get a better idea once we get through the second phase of bans. A nice blind weak side pick here for Ariana. One of the premier tanks left up after all these champions we've gone through, so can't hate grabbing the Cassante now. And it's clear to me the Blue Otter are playing for that Jinx like you talked about with their draft so far.
Yep. Just put enough bodies on there. Slayer, why stop at 2 marksmen? Why not 3 marksmen? Pick a Varus up top, why not?
Oh my god, you're right, they could!
That is one way to chew through a front line, and then hopefully try and reach the Jinx. Now, I don't think that's what's going to happen, or I'd be very surprised if it was. I don't feel like they have a strong enough front line. And right now, Deathmark is still looking for a top laner as well as potentially mid or bot lane, whereas Blue Otter, they need a support to pair with the Jinx, and they also need themselves a mid laner for Samakin. And Samakin's pool is wide enough that anything could still go out of the champions. He has played this tournament.
Oh, here we
I believe
go.
the only one still open at this point would be Ari.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, that is a Samikin
Second
champion.
phase bans. Yeah, they're they're going after Samikin. You know they are. So the Lux is
He
the
doesn't
first
even
one.
play Lux that much anymore, though.
Still got to respect it, even if they have to scroll on the list that they had of his champions at this point. The Lux is still there. Karsiak going to be the punished one by Blue Otter. He is tried and true a carry top laner. If you don't think he is, watch the last fight of the Riven game from Game 4. Not going to let him get his Gwen that he's made such a name on. And the brand ban. That's interesting. That's Blue Otter to me saying maybe they fear Sir Zepre is actually going to play the Tristana this time.
I think it's a good boy. Yeah. So that good boy can play the brand. Because
Yeah.
we talked about it a bit last game, or was it the Game 3, where they hovered the brand for a second? And I thought that would have been a wonderful pick to do a lot of damage. So kind of similar idea. Brand is one of those champions that can one-shot, and with the way Pyroclasm bounces as well, if you're unlucky, it could just take out your AD carry before a fight even starts.
Man.
There we go. That's the
4
R we were talking
Samikin
about.
bans. 4.
It tells you a lot about Samikin's, the importance of Samikin to this Blue Otter roster. And a reminder, guys, Samikin and Rovex are the only 2 players remaining from the Blue Otter roster that promoted in 2024. So they're sort of like the franchise players. And I think Rovex has done a lot, but the support pool is not one that is worth pinching necessarily. So I think Samikin pinch is the right call. Annie
Wukong.
I mean, it is team fight. It is a lot of damage. And right now, Deathmark, they are, well, Tristana aside, going to be playing in range of that Tibbers.
Definitely kind of a passing of the torch moment on the big carry bridges, right? Even when we saw Spawn play for lane, it was still Ashe, and Callista doesn't get it done. Annie is definitely a mid-game spiking champion damage-wise, a team fight setup like you talked about. They're calling on closer Spawn with this Jinx pickup. What does DME do on the other side here? Okay. Oh, is this Karma mid? This is Karma mid. It has to be, right?
Top?
Oh, no, not Karma top. Wow, what a kill lane, though. Tristana Blitzcrank.
Okay.
Loud audible gulp if you're Spawn.
Yeah, and this is when I started thinking maybe the Tahm Kench. Not necessarily to just keep your Jinx alive, but as a tool to kind of survive the engage or help Jinx buy time to really scale up. I'm still not seeing really backline access from Deathmark, so I would like the kill here. Okay,
Wow.
kill, great. So it is going to be a Karma mid, kill top, and then Tristana Blitzcrank in the bot lane. I like this from Deathmark. It's similar to sort of that double marksman composition we're talking about, where, okay, you've got a Jinx, well, we'll double it in terms of carry so that we can cut through your front line. Whereas for Blue Otter right now, you've already indexed into this Jinx, you just need more protection. Shen support, of course, yep, kind of forgot about it for a second. That's another tank that can survive the Blitz engage. It gives you the global, and it's going to be plenty of protection and peel for Jinx.
I really like this into DME's comp. You talk about the Staying United a lot with Shen, but I believe it's the W, the blocking auto attacks, right? So even if someone jumps on a target near Rovex, Kayle and Tristana are full auto attack based damage champions. So those are valuable seconds you can kind of delay that incoming burst from a Blitzcrank hook, from Udyr getting on top of one of your targets. I think this is a massive R5 pick here for Blue Water.
Yep, and Blue Otter's composition was very telegraphed, right? Right from the get-go, the moment they picked that Jinx, you knew exactly what was going to happen. So it's kind of come down to Slayer, to team fight compositions going head-to-head, to front-to-back compositions going head-to-head. There's not really any backline access from Deathmark Esports aside from Verdict just dashing in, trying to run past everybody. For Blue Otter, I think with the Cassante and Wukong, there are more angles for them to look for the backline. I'm liking Blue Otter's composition a little bit more in terms of options, but it does come down to execution. And I've said it before, I like Blue Otter's composition more last game, but Deathmark found ways to make it work, and it's all about clutch. It's all about momentum as well for both these teams, because Deathmark, that the way they won Game 4, I wonder how much of that's going to affect Blue's mental right now.
It's going to test it at the very least. And you set it up well, RMC. I'm going to continue it. The stakes may seem obvious, but they need to be stated as we get set to return to the Rift for the actual final time in this promotion tournament. Game 5, for the Nexus explosion will decide if Deathmark Esports are in the NACL, if Blue Otter are done after 2 amazing years as the heart of the North American Challengers League, or if they will return and retain their spot in the most dramatic fashion. Who wants it more? Who wants Tier 2 play in the summer more than any of the others? It's time to find out for one final time. Deathmark Esports, Blue Otter on Summoner's Rift.
Slayer, this matchup should have been should be the grand finals of the NACL. It should be the grand finals of some month-long league. Instead, we had to compress everything into 4 days just to end it like this, with everything all in. One game to win it all, one game to make it. And for these teams as well, the NACL is the most obvious sort of stakes that they have. Verdict thinking about invading, we'll just spot Munchie and go, oops, surprise.
Okay, I mean, he's still messing around in the jungle. All right, that's enough, Verdict. Maybe not.
Oh,
Sir
it's not.
Zepre is roaming on over. Hey, Karma's got 2 abilities level 1. Bot lane level 1. That's exhaust onto Good Boy. And he's 2 short autos from death as well. So for the Blitzcrank kill lane, Blue Otter have turned that on its head. Munchie now battling level 1 with Sir Zep, trying to help Verdict get that blue buff. Munchie's holding on to his flash. He's going to flash him on Q. Samikin has the stun prep. Dash back forward
Too deep, Munchie, too deep!
But Samikin wasn't there for the stun. It's first blood over to Verdict, and Munchie's early game completely ruined.
I'm getting flashbacks to the last game where his Jax was over aggressive. Look, I get the call, and with Ariana actually rotating, there was a role in which they could punish.
Oh my
Hold
God!
up, what is this?
Admiral Potato, I thought he hooked Rovex with no turret aggro on the minions, but there were minions, so it's not bad, but...
I'm just wondering how Spawn and Rovex found themselves in that position.
Well, that's the good question to ask.
Top lane proxy is one thing, bot lane proxy? That's a whole different world. Spawn and Rovex will actually decide to go back to base after the kind of awkward situation they found themselves in. Like, they actually seemed kind of fine, and they are able to deny, a couple of creep away from Good Boy. But let's go back to First Blood, Slayer, because Munchie dying there. Unnecessary, wholly unnecessary. Ariana and Samikin were moving in. Wait for your team to show up. They were going to rotate a little bit faster because Ariana had the ability to threaten Karsiak, but because he went in early, they just kind of lose all control on the top side. Verdict is going to farm really quickly as well. He's fine with the invade and slowing everything down. The blue buff is still alive. Like, Blue's top side jungle is still all there. But the problem is, Blue might not know that, whereas Deathmark certainly does.
So speaking on Verdict, the First Blood Victor, I kind of want to pick your brain here a bit, RMC, and test your Udyr ball knowledge, in essence. I see a Dark Seal spot here for Verdict. I know there's a lot of ways you can kind of build out this Udyr in the modern age. We'll have to talk about that in a second, because Samikin is destined for a rocket grab. Or he just casually dodges out on it. Munchie going to re-engage here as Rovex is nearby as well. Potentially looking for a taunt dash, but the pick play will fizzle on out as Munchie will path up towards his top laner, who has TP. They're playing for the crab. Verdict doesn't want to give it, but I don't know if he realizes that Ariana actually got here first. Pathfinder forward, gonna pull Verdict up against the wall, has to flash. Samikin flash falls with a stun of his own. Karsiak going after Munchie, though, will get one trade with a Natomo strikes from Ariana. Pull Karsiak into the waiting arms of Rovex's taunt, and Ariana will claim the kill on his top lane counterpart.
And just back and forth here, the action is, frankly, Slayer, kind of insane. So, in the first place, trying to fight with an Udyr early is kind of dangerous, kind of tough. Oh, the action doesn't stop.
He's trying to stack
coming in
stun
from Sir Zep.
Yeah, as he TP's back in, but they're going to taunt up on Admiral Potato instead. Enough burst damage. The rocket grab was blocked by a hero minion. Hero minion. That is a Blue Otter minion on my Rift, and Samikin is going to get the kill because of it.
But Cousin Sally, get out of the way, man! I voted for Deathmark! That's it.
Oh, no.
Really unfortunate. Oh,
Sir
no.
Zep.
Yeah, Sir Zep.
Oh, the Q. Okay, he's fine. He had to flash. Yeah, this game's all gas, no brakes. You know what? I would have rather had this than us just sitting around for 15 minutes.
That's fair. And both these teams, the wild thing is when you look at these compositions, there is no need to rush for either of these comps. Like, Verdict does want to get aggressive early because Udir's base numbers are really high. And I think they were pushing in that aggressively also because he had Sir Zep on the Karma. Karma Udir is obnoxious. The shields upon shields, the percent health burn that comes through from Udir as well, like, it's really nasty to deal with in the early game. So the early aggression makes sense. But that's on the bot side of the map. When you start getting to the top side, that was when they overextended. Because, again, Cassante into Kayle, this is what happens.
Ariana getting in his bag here. Goes all out. Sayonara Karsiak.
And unfortunately, if you're a Kayle, up to level 6, you're a melee minion. But after that, you're a caster minion. You need to wait till you're like level 16 when you've got your items and whatnot. Then you come online. Then you're an actual champion. So on this top side of the map, you can't be fighting that 3v2 in the bot lane for now.
Rovex blocking a lot of those autos from Good Boy. Provides him just enough space, but he wants to re-engage. Munchie's here. Both mid laners are coming over. We're scrapping once again. No ultimates needed. Munchie in the middle of it all, but Good Boy gets that first reset on the rocket jump. Excited goes Spawn, though. Both these AD carries playing on their resets, but Spawn gets excited and runs down Deathmark Esports. It's a double kill to Munchie, but a pivotal win for the Otters.
Samikin clutch with that stun. I thought they were cooked when the first reset came through. Sure, you've got barrier, but Tristana's got so much burst. But the stun from Samikin on to Munchie. Good Boy there was all they needed to let that happen. Munchie's fine, right?
Okay, all right. He's definitely toting the line. I'm just a little worried. He should be able to get it.
As no one else shows up, he's okay. They're showing up.
They're showing up. He's got Trickster. He'll get over the wall. I can't say the same for the rest of his team, though. Spawn can get slowed up. The chains are going to grab him. Root comes down. The pull is in. And Spawn goes down. And how Good Boy is Goomba stomping the other members of Blue Otter. Just like that. Blue Otter overstay for a dragon and gift a lifeline back to DME.
Do we count that as an extension of the last fight? Because if it is, Blue still wins out. If we take that as a separate fight, the math gets a lot more complicated. 2 kills for a dragon. First dragon between both these teams. A Mountain Drake with a bit more resistances. Given how the game has gone, I almost feel like the dragon's worth it because these teams are scrapping non-stop.
It is just so fun to watch. I would wish for a bit of a slowdown here so I can hear your great assessment of this game state. But, yeah, 12 kills in 7.5 minutes. They're giving you a lot of time to breathe over their RMC. But let's take stock of who you feel like are the biggest winners here at this point. I think, you know, Munchie picks up a lot of these kills. Samikin does. It was a lot about the bottom laners. But the unfortunate reality here for Spawn is, in that big first exchange, he gets all but 3 assists. Imagine how much different of a game state this would be if this Jinx were a lot further along towards her Hex Optics.
Yeah, if the Jinx comes online sooner, of course, it's a lot scarier. But actually, in the short term, I think it's going to be better for the immediate future for Blue to not have the kills onto the Jinx, because she doesn't really come online until, you know, she gets 3 items. Even if she gets the Hex Optics early, it just increases her little bit of contribution. Whereas when you're getting those kills onto Samikin with the Annie in the mid game, that's how you kind of one-shot some of the champions on the side of Deathmark. And you can one-shot Good Boy when he's hopping in. You can one-shot Karsiak. That's going to help you a lot more in those early team fights. So I don't think the gold distribution is terrible for Blue Otter. It's more just what they do with it. For Deathmark, though, I know that they're down 1,000 gold, and obviously that's not the better position to be in. I kind of don't hate where they're at, because normally with the kill, you are going to be effectively playing a 4v5. For most of this game anyways. So if you're kind of able to accelerate the game a little bit, it's not the end of the world. The worst part, unfortunately, for them is that 2 of the kills went over to Ariana, so Karsiak's laning, when he has to lane against Cassante, is really tough. And even in a 1v2 situation, it's still going to be really painful for Karsiak. So, again, short-term pain. If Deathmark can get through this, it's not really the end of the world, and they're just trying to slow the game down at this point.
Short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what it sounds like to me for this Kayle. I'm glad to see that lane swap came through, because if Good Boy is playing respectful with both the Buster Shot and the Rocket Jump, Ariana should really never be able to kill him off in these solos. It does slow down a lot of the quests, but we've learned with the addition of these lane quests that they are pretty good at shutting down complete lane swaps, but our players have found ways to navigate around that and get more comfortable late wave states. Like you've been talking about, they've bought some time for Karsiak to at least more safely farm compared to the Cassante matchup. Oh, Blast Cone. We've got ultimates up. Rovex does not have Stand United, by the way, so that is a pretty big boon. They would definitely like to get him over to level 6 to play Protector.
Yeah, and you can see one of the flaws with Blue Otter's compositions right now is when they can engage, they're going to be very scary. But can they engage? Between the slows and the speed ups that Karma gives both the enemies and team, it's hard.
Rocket grab!
Hook over the wall.
And he's done for.
That's rough. That's the thing about Blitzcrank. It doesn't matter how many hooks you miss. When you hit the hooks, they're always so damned impactful. Verdict as well is starting to run amok. So this is ideally what Verdict had wanted to do in the early game with his Sudir. It's just constant perma-invade the Wukong early where you can't win that fight. And he's been able to do so with the help of his team again.
Oh my god. Oh! He tried to predict the flash. It was so close. Samikin just able to squeeze up against that wall. But that's flash off the Annie nonetheless. Another win for Admiral Potatoes Blitzcrank.
They got a mini heart attack when Samikin actually flashed. I thought he was going to flash into the rocket grab. Okay, the auto attack going to trace all the way back to base. Not quite able to find it, but yeah, for this sort of slower game state right now, Blue wants to force team fights. They've got the Wukong Cyclone. They've got Tibbers ready to go. That's enough to kind of win most of their 3v3s, 4v4s, 5v5s. Deathmark wants to avoid team fighting. They don't want to necessarily slow the game down in terms of action, as we've seen. They want to see Admirable Potato along with Verdict moving around looking for picks, but they don't want a full-on 3v3, 4v4. They want numbers advantage with their picks.
Good to keep track of as we start crescendoing into this mid-game. Going to start unlocking these bottom lanes a bit more. And most importantly, starting to see first items come across the board here for most of our main carries. Also have this Cloud Drake to play for here. Blue Otter, with the scaling of a Cassante and a Jinx, would always like to play for Dragon Soul, as do all teams. And with Mountain and Cloud off the board here, we have some pretty intriguing Soul options still on the table. A Death Brush from DME to try and get cheeky. But unfortunately, Munchie and Rovex have pathed all the way around, and they've started up the Dragon. TP's available for both top laners. It's Samikin walking down. Tibbers has already been used. But it's so hard for Verdict to really get in here. They rely on a pick before they can go for these objectives. And without it, it's a second Drake over to the Blue Otter side.
And this time, Dragon stacking does matter. For Blue Otter, they'd want to accelerate this as much as possible.
Wow.
The scaling on their side with the Jinx is strong, but she outranges the kill. I'm trying to remember what Tristana's max range is vis-a-vis Jinx's max range. I think they're fairly comparable, with Jinx's rocket being slightly more, I think.
Oh, Rocky grab into the Manic Static Field silence. Rovex does dash himself away from any more harass. Good hook there from Admiral Potato nonetheless, and they're sticking around. Oh my god, it was the rocket jump forward from Good Boy! He flashes, he's gonna get the kill onto Rovex, but it costed him all of his summoners, everything he got just to trade a kill back to spawn.
Is it worth it? If you're giving the kills over to Jinx, Serzep running for the hills.
Don't think Samikin has enough burst just yet. The Malignance isn't a lot of AP, but that's a flash out of Serzep nonetheless, like you called out. Munchie nearby as well. Verdict walking on over. Everyone making their way towards the mid lane here. But this should fizzle out.
And a lot just happened again in the last minutes. We are high octanes. You know what, Slayer? Maybe that's why they got you a caster from the OPO and me, a caster from CBLOL, because they knew this was going to happen, where we're just going to get non-stop action. Yeah, the way the breakdown kind of works out, so Blue gets a Dragon, as they should. But that bot side force from Deathmark, I'm not sold on that. Like, I understand that they're trying to make these sort of small picks and plays happen, but trading Good Boy for Spawn and Spawn getting the kill, that just accelerates this Jinx. In the near future, maybe if Good Boy just needed an item power spike, maybe that's the call. He does have Zerker's Greaves completed, as well as the Uintel Wild Arrows. But in the long run, again, I think that just benefits Spawn a little bit more. And for both these teams, like I said, as the game goes on, Trist kill, sort of double carries in later fights, it's going to do a lot of work just shredding that front line. So perhaps the call from Deathmark right now is just, that's fine. We just want to accelerate this game as much as possible. We know that's a Jinx, we know it's scary, but we trust that our front to back is a little bit stronger.
Everyone's pushing towards the top side with another lane swap coming through from Rovex and Spawn. They're going after this tier 1 turret. Spawn gets excited off of this turret kill. Samikin's already here. They're TPing Orianna in, and Admiral Potato is getting cooked into a baked potato.
He's been mashed. He's been cooked. When do we get deep fried chips?
Once the series is over, if it's a loss for DME. There you go.
I was thinking when Samakin gets involved, but we'll see how that goes.
That's a better one, yeah. Fire.
For now, though, huge push from Blue Otter. Sorry to cut you off there, but they're going to get the inner turret, potentially. There's still no response. Like, Verdict and Surzep are still down on the bot side of the map.
They're trying to overload onto Samakin instead. It looks like it's going to be the play here to try and get some gold onto Karsiak. The flash from Verdict gets over the Timber stun. Karsiak will be able to secure the shutdown with Verdict, but that is a very small win for the catastrophe that was topside.
Yeah, a huge push. That side, top side of the map is very unsafe now, and somebody's got to go eventually and farm up there, whether it be Surzep or Karsiak.
Oh no!
Munchie, he didn't know!
He just wanted his red buff, and now he's got a Cyclone Trickster out. Rolex is here. Taunt lands. Huge second cast of the Cyclone.
Excited?
And Spawn gets his reset, and Ariana's flashing, but it's a great flash response from Admiral Potato, and he'll use the Blast Cone to get back out.
Chem Tech map bailing Admirable Potato out of a very, very dicey situation there, but yeah, it is still Munchie's jungle at this point. Blue is stronger with the gold they've managed to accrue. Deathmark, though, I really like what they've been doing in terms of just being able to answer back. It's a little bit questionable giving away your inner turret, but given that they were out of position, they've managed to try and find things elsewhere. They're funneling a lot of gold into the two carries, Kill and Tristana. They're both able to pick up waves on the side. So Deathmark really playing towards their win con, where Blue's playing a more standard sort of, just generally, we want to get all the objectives, we want to get ahead as a team.
Get ahead through those dragon stacks, and potentially a Rift Herald here as Ariana has caught Karsiak trying to back in a brush. No, he'll be fine. I find it, once again, so poetic that in a game where both of our AD carries are playing as hard as they possibly can for resets, we have a Chemtech Soul Drake that will make it even harder to finish off kills.
I thought you'd be happy about that, Slayer, because that will slow down the team fights, and it won't just like insta-pop and everything just goes crazy.
Honestly, I've been through it all in this series at this point, so my hopes and dreams for how fights have played out have equally been answered and dissuaged depending on which game we were watching, RMC.
Fair enough. You know, you've been doing a fantastic job, and I'm glad you're the play-by-play, not me, because I would not be able to keep up with the action as it breaks down. Now, speaking of that, though, Slayer, it's been 30 seconds, nobody's died yet, so I'm expecting the fight to break out soon. Dragon is about to spawn, and this time I think Deathmark might actually consider a fight. I don't know if they're stronger about it, but I think they do want to check. Oh, Admirable Potato out of Fog of War. I think the Blitzcrank will always have to be the champion we're watching in these face-off situations.
Looks like DME aren't feeling confident enough. They have to play the Herald on the mid lane. Will get the crash in. Blue Water aren't actually going to use that Herald to pull away and start the Dragon. They actually wanted to make sure mid was fixed up here. They're pretty undecided right now. A lot of clicks back and forth. Do they want to start the Dragon, or do they want to protect this mid-tier one? They can't make up their mind.
And there's a weird flank position for Surzep as well, off on the side. I don't know if he popped a Scryers and maybe they're aware that he's there. Attempted steal. Doesn't come through.
Ariana is TPing on the other side of this river, I think, to get the big HP shield, and most importantly, to cut off DME as he pulls all out onto Good Boy. What an elite teleport there from Ariana, and now a disastrous TP by Surzep. He gets caught in the choppers, and Blue get two amazing kills, and they're starting to snowball right down mid lane.
And once again, with an excited Jinx, we saw this in the top lane. If they have a numbers advantage, they push. And turrets are getting absolutely melted with just a Phantom Dancer and the Hex Opticon. It's enough already for Spawn to just rip right through these turrets. More gold flowing the way of Blue Otter. They double their gold lead. They get Soul Point. And they get to increase the pressure onto Deathmark Esports.
All right, RMC. We're here again, my friend. Blue Otter have come into the mid game with a massive lead. They are in control. But if you missed most of our day, it's quite all right. Let me just tell you, that was the scenario for both of the games that Deathmark Esports won.
Sure. It is all you can't call it over till it's over with Deathmark Esports. And funnily enough, used to be in Tier 2, Tier 3, when you've got a Jinx team, you couldn't call it over till it's over because they could always just come back out of nowhere. But the same concept applies with the Kayle and with the Tristana. Surzep just kind of trading with Ariana for now. And once again, I feel like every time we see Surzep just kind of holding a lane on one side of the map, you're going to see Deathmark try and make a play somewhere else. For now, they're leaving Surzep as the sort of 1v1 lane holder while they try and make plays elsewhere.
They're going after him. Or they're just going to take the camps away. And remember, you know, the little we've seen of Karsiak in this game is a good thing. He is up 20 CS. He's quietly scaling. Everyone knows level 16 Kale. That might actually be what Deathmark are waiting to play a lot of their game for. Oh, good boy. That was Ariana finding good boy over and over again. The rocket won't find the kill. Divine Judgment down. Everything to keep good boy alive, but the chompers catch him, and Spawn blasts him to smithereens.
Ariana is finding some amazing flanks against Samakin.
Oh, Samakin drops Tibbers. His verdict does find a clutch stun onto him, but Tibbers body blocks well enough, and Blue Otter will take their 1 kill and leave.
Now, Karsiak's already starting to hurt. So 16 gets you the sort of permanent exalted status, which is why it's really good. But if you give, you know, a level 14 kill some time and she gets up to the exalted status, it's kind of just as good. And you're already seeing Karsiak do a lot of work even without their marksman AD carry. The AP carry from kill is enough. Rovex just kind of stepping up right now, trying to gain control over the area as Deathmark, despite having lost that fight, are still strong enough to hold and deniably some vision.
They're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, especially knowing Deathmark, but these next couple minutes are integral. In 2 minutes, they're going to have to deal with Baron and a Chemtech Soul looming over them from Blue Otter. This is that area that we've gotten so worried about Blue Otter with. These like down times where they're kind of looking for picks. Munchie's been getting pretty over-aggressive. They just got to chill, RMC. They just need to relax and play setup for this next minute and a half. In
a game 5? Deciding your NACL fate? Chill? Nah, I don't believe it. I think it's going to get wild.
I mean, look at Munchie right now.
Munchie!
Where is Munchie? He's going to use the Trickster clone to make sure he doesn't get rocket grab, but Munchie, chill!
If the stakes weren't so high, so I would very much enjoy watching this Munchie gameplay. You know what? I am still enjoying the Munchie gameplay because I feel like he's either going to make the play that wins the game for... He is going to make the play that wins the game for one of these teams.
Yeah,
at the rate he's going.
Somebody's going to win big off of the play he makes. It's just who will it be, right?
He's been flipping Blue Otter for the last couple, so, you know, that's good. Especially with Ariana actually being the primary engage, him finding those amazing flank angles. Munchie following up has actually looked really good as secondary engage.
Well, for the time being, Blue Otter have taken control of mid-wave. It's fully pressed in the tier 3 turret of DME. But Deathmark have control of the river. Nice unstoppable there from Ariana. The first rocket grab from Admiral Potato does not hit, but the Tibbers does. On to Good Boy again. Just too far up on his lonesome. The rocket's going to land to poke him down even lower and force the main damage dealer for DME away from this Chemtech Soul Drake fight.
But Blue Otter don't have...
Oh my god, where did Good Boy path? He pathed down away from all of his team. He uses the big blast, but he won't live. Munchie goes unstoppable. Good Boy gets picked off, and it might just signal the end of this fight for DME. They've got to make it 4 versus 5. The odds ever against them once again. But they don't care. They know they have to stop this if they want their hopes, their dreams of the NACL into their hands. Now Potato's going to land the rocket grab onto Samakin, but Sir Zep is poked out by Munchie. Cyclone means he's down, and Spawn gets the reset. Now Dragon, it goes from a dream to nothing for DME. Chemtech Soul going to go over to Blue Otter, but they're letting Munchie do it on his own, and now they'll finally back off and secure their biggest prize of Game 5.
From the dream of a dragon to the nightmare of the soul, a Chemtech Soul with more tenacity on an Ariana who was already running amok in your backline, on a Munchie who's diving and causing chaos. You can see Suzepre in the camera there. Like, he's looking stressed. He knows it. And it's just really tough for Deathmark in a lot of these fights, right? Like, people are getting caught and they have to fight. If not, it's do or die, back-to-back-to-back situations. Now, again, if you watched last game, we aren't counting Deathmark Esports out. The more we doubt them, the higher the chance of the comeback. So for Blue Otter, they still have to close this out clean.
Gotta keep going through the motions, but it's so much easier with Ariana. Already 2 tank items done. With that tenacity you talked about, with that extra resistance, when even he gets that low, it's easy to lead the charge here for Blue Otter. They're now trying to set up shop on the other side of the river, as Baron will be the thing that will help them break open the DME base and put them one step closer to return to the NACL, unless Munchie looks to be the tip of the spear once again. Admiral Potato will take a bit of harass, Blue have control of the midway, but they are letting themselves get flanked. Here comes Verdict and Good Boy on the background. Blue are trying to burn through the inhibitor turret before any fights start off. Remember, Spawn goes excited when he kills structures off. And DME know they can't fight into Spawn now. All they can do is try and cut down the wave, so only the inhibitor will be the last thing Blue Water can take.
But how the tables might turn. Because if Verdict and Good Boy overstay their welcome, they are the ones getting flanked. The
Flash. Oh, man.
The tension's there. Both of us just shut up for a second when we saw that flash come through because it was so incredibly close. And yeah, unfortunately, flash down, Protobelt used as well, not able to find anything. And that might slow the game down because Blue Water, this Baron is really risky. Trying to do Baron into poke is rough. Trying to do it into Blitzcrank is even tougher. If he lands a hook, that fight ends up becoming a 5v4 while you're in the Baron pit. Face checks.
They have to face check into all of Blue Water. Admiral Potato gets a big Karma Shield. Verdict as well, having to expend the flash to get away from a deadly face check. Karsiak has TP'd in. Level 16 Kale is here.
Okay.
Is it going to be enough for them to overcome this daunting Blue Water lead? Oh my god, the Blast Cone, the Chemtech Rift, they go after Good Boy again. He rocks the jump, Samikin finds the stun! Clutches a come is Samikin! And Spawn goes unstoppable! It's a repeating nightmare! Good Boy gets picked off, and DME lose all of their power.
And somehow the team with the Blitzcrank is not the one finding the picks repeatedly. Multiple members of Blue Water have now found their own ways into the backline. It's Ariana as much. It was Samikin in that last fight. And the prize for the pick, it's going to be the Baron. There is a teleport coming in through from Sir Zep, though.
They're too late.
What can you even achieve as Deathmark right now?
Too little, too late. Baron on to 5 for Blue Water. Everything is going their way in this Game 5. DME, it looks more and more like their hopes of the NACL continuing to fade here. But at this point in the game, with the lull before the Baron power play starts here, RMC, I think it's important to give this DME roster their flowers. Regardless how this Game 5 ends, what a tournament has been for these guys who have all put themselves on the map in front of thousands when nobody had them getting anywhere near an NACL spot.
Yeah, and they made it all the way here to a critical Game 5. They have dragged this out as far as they possibly can. Their chance still here if they can make it, but nobody will doubt them ever again from a nameless or lesser known Quebecois team with very strong nationalistic pride. I think they're going to get fans who are not just the Quebecois after the way this has played out. 2 minutes though. So they're 2 minutes. That's the timer I'm watching for. Elder comes up, and we've seen games already. On day 1 especially, we saw a couple of Elder flips come through. Deathmark, there is a chance. Heck, if I recall correctly, actually, Blue versus Deathmark was won by Deathmark off an Elder flip. So the chance still exists. Kashiak is level 16. We have not seen Deathmark get set up in a front-to-back just yet.
4-1 still true. Ariana leading the charge once again as they start wailing on this inhibitor turret. Verdict is on the wrong side of the map. He's channeling a recall. Good Boy has to walk all the way back over. And the next inhibitor turret has fallen in the halfway point of this Baron power play. Verdict back up, trying to charge forward onto Ariana, allowing Karsiak to start dropping that KO damage. Blue Water are not giving up just yet. They don't have Rovex, but he has to stand united, waiting to join, and it's Samikin to pull the trigger on Karsiak. The Divine Judge will save him for now, but he's got to flash away. Munchie too far forward, though, will get shut down. Good Boy able to commit on that kill, and Rovex has moved over with Ariana. The Lethal Temple's fully stacked up. DME feeling stronger, feeling like this is their moment, but a stun lands, and Spawn's able to trade a bunch more damage back, but can't get enough for the kill. DME keep their base and their hopes alive for another couple fleeting moments.
On the doorsteps of disaster, Deathmark are able to fend them off one more time, but that rocket slayer, I saw one rocket hit, I think it was Verdict, not even Spawn, and that's not even Good Boy, but the splash damage on the Good Boy. That was a chunk and a half. This Jinx from Spawn at 3.5 items already is starting to do a lot of work. Deathmark, they have the timer advantage to try and set up vision, but with the supers pushing in, you can see that they are not going to be able to defend this very well. Blue can take their time, and Elder does take a while to shred.
And old Greybeard is here. Had to make an appearance just for Game 5. The ultimate decider of games now the decider of series and fates forward here. All 5 members saying to the hell with my side lanes. Elder is where everything matters. One fight to decide the remaining NACL spot.
Hook came through from Potato, wasn't able to quite find anybody just yet. The supers are pushing, that's a double on that bot side. Blue can say to hell with the side lanes, but Deathmark cannot. And you can already see Karsiak trying to decide, do I back out right now? Do I get ready? He's moved.
He's moving. He has the teleport to rejoin. Give him that empowered shield. But as Karsiak moves out, Blue move in onto the Elder Dragon. It has been started up. Samikin holding on to the stun, daring anyone from DME to step up too far.
Oh.
Good chunk from Sir Zepto. Samikin's down about half HP. Spawn trying to wail on this Elder. Verdict trying to work his way through. Karsiak walking down the mid lane. Needs to get to his team as all of Blue Water try and stall out to make sure they can get this Elder. Stuns are coming down. Rockets through for Spawn, but the Elder is still up. Verdict wants to get in for a 50-50. Ariana pulls him away, and Elder goes over to Blue Water. And now they have the fury of the Greybeard to try and push into Karsiak. Use the Divine Judgment to step up, but down goes Ariana. Samikin's far too low. Munchie looks to re-engage. Sir Zepri is done. Hook lands, but Munchie likes his odds up against all of DME because he's got Rovex and the Stand United. The flash stun grabs Karsiak. He goes into the stasis for now. But Spawn steps back up.
It's the cleanup group.
It's the reset. Greybeard is raining down hell onto DME. There it is. All the way back from every single step of the lower bracket. Blue Otter in dramatic fashion will return to the NACL. The heart of the North American Challengers League is here to stay. Rob, stop one final time. Blue Water, welcome back to the North American Challengers League.
In this year, 2026, remember June 20th, because we got Summer Solstice a day early. It's Blue Otter Summer, baby. Start to finish.
Wow. Series of a lifetime. You can see the smiles. Most importantly, the relief that has come through for this Blue Otter squad. Who knows what the fate of these 5 players will be for summer, but the fate of Blue Otter is another summer in Tier 2.
And I love Rovex at the end there, all his hair flopping around. That to me shows just how close this particular game was. I mean, yes, Blue Otter was in control for most of the game. It is worth noting that. But we are still clenched all the way to the end because we've seen the miracles Deathmark can pull, and we saw the damage that Karsiak and Good Boy were able to pump out. Unfortunately for them in this game, they were not able to find position. Blue Otter, they cleaned up so much towards the end of this series. Like this last game, again, we found great flanks from multiple players. I think the damage numbers kind of tell a story in and of itself. Munchie, this game, we said that he was going to win somebody the game. And he won Blue Otter the game, this game. The way he was finding those engage angles towards the end as well. The moment he picked up Elder, it felt like it was just over at that point because they had more than enough damage they needed. Munchie could afford to go hyper aggro.
Wow. Yeah, it was that one reset difference. And what a clutch game from Mariana. I know that damage says 10.4k. But how many clutch plays arms did this guy make? The TP flank over all of DME to grab Good Boy. He flashed on Good Boy later for the all-out Cassante sec, insec as we like to call it sometimes. And in that last fight, when it looked like Verdict was going to get at least a shot to smite it, what does he do? Pulls Verdict all the way out of the river to make sure that Munchie could get that smite through. What a performance from Ariana. What a game 5. What a series. Again, I said it a bit in the middle of that, towards the end of that game, RMC. It stings for DME to get this close and lose. But I hope when, the emotions calm down a bit, they recognize how amazing of a tournament this was for these 5 players, for this organization, to get this far.
And if I correctly remember something Coach Bach in the NACL has mentioned before, it's for every winner, there's a loser. Just because you lost doesn't mean you were bad. It just meant that on that day, you didn't win. And for Deathmark Esports, I'd love to see this team kind of stick together because they showed us a lot of heart, a lot of energy. Heck, let's not forget that they qualified, or they were in the qualifier match. This is their second qualifier match. They did the first one and the second one. That's how good their run was that they were here. And even here, it was just one game to take it all. And they were just slightly missing. But for the NACL, the heart beats yet Slayer. The region is not dead. Talent continues to develop, and Blue Otter, You know what? Like, we joke a lot about Blue Otter Summer, but this just feels like a perfect way to kick it off, truly.
It does. It felt almost destined. And speaking on their ability to develop talent, who could be the most valuable player in the series? Who could be the player of the series but a player who now only has just 2 NACL splits under his belt and just earned his 3rd? That being the top lane king himself. Congratulations, Ariana, our player of the series. It's hard to remember once he started picking up the tanks. He was impactful on these tanks in those team fights, massive on the Ornn and the Cassante, but he also was just individually bodying his lane when he was on the Renekton and the Gnar. Both those games, RMC, he went over 2,500 gold up over his opponent, so a pretty complete game from Blue Otter's top laner of 2026.
Yeah, really crushing it in this particular series. And he did it whether he was blinding his pick or whether he got counter pick. And this last game I felt like was a perfect encapsulation of the series, the way he was finding those flanks. Like you were talking about, least damage among the carries on the team. But realistically, a lot of their damage should be attributed to him for kicking things off against a composition they were struggling to run down. Worth noting as well, this is the second time Ariana is actually participating in a promotion relegation tournament. Last time he got Dorado Gaming into the NACL.
Yep.
This time coming back in, he's getting Blue back in to where they belong.
Pretty undefeated record in that promotion tournament. It's very fun to see that now basically all of this roster has had big moments in the promotion tournament, both trying to keep from relegation like today and also promoting back in. You mentioned Ariana. You said it multiple times that Tier 3 ball knowers will know that Samikin and Rovex got their start to get Blue Otter here under Aporia when we had 2 separate qualifiers before the promotion tournament. Those 2 came together on that team to then further bring Blue Otter into that promotion tournament all that time ago. It just feels right. It feels right that these guys are the ones to help Blue Otter defend that spot. And outside of, our collegiate representatives in the NACL, one of the last few mainstays that we do have in the North American Challengers League. And even when I talk about the collegiate teams, some of their rosters played under different names at different points, right? Like we had Dark Zero, Dragon Steel, Maryville. Blue Otter have always been Blue Otter. So There they go, and they're still sticking around.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, a little bit of a plug for Blue Otter. It comes from Blue Otter League. They actually run grassroots leagues as well, and that's kind of their start. Bully and Traxon, the owners of the league, of course, putting together teams, and they also have teams in other titles as well as Game Changers. So I know that they are big supporters of Game Changers. I believe they have a Game Changers EU team right now because North American Game Changers isn't happening right now. So and they just continue to support development across all levels of League of Legends wherever they can. So really happy for the organization, really happy for the players as well. Munchie, I know Ariana was the MVP of this one. I know, we talked about Samikin and Rovex as sort of veterans of the space. Spawn, of course, having been a player who's also played in Tier 1 as well on Team Dignitas in the past. But for me personally, I'm very happy for Munchie. I was very scared for Munchie coming to the series and how some of those games went. But in Game 5, I think he really redeemed himself for some of the mistakes that happened throughout the series as well. And he's a player I definitely love watching and want to see develop. His Master Yi game in Game 3, man, a lot of fun. And I hope he maintains that sort of fun, that spark that he has while continuing to develop his skill and his risk management.
Risk management, that's a good way to phrase it. And before we get set up for our interview, it sounds like I've actually gotten word that our interview is ready, but I need to be able to hear Mr. Rovex. Before we get to it, Rovex, you know what? Here, we got it. I've got the clearance. RMC, I'm going to give you the breather that you don't actually need. I probably need the breather. Nonetheless, let's go interview setup style here and bring in one of the franchise pieces of Blue Otter of all this time. Hello, Rovex. Thank you for joining me, my friend. I'm going to keep it short to start this off. What are you feeling after a series like that to get back into the NACL, my friend?
Relief. Relief's the only emotion you can really say.
Yeah, relieved indeed. It's fun to reflect back on the road that you have had with Blue Otter. We were talking about it before you got in here. Like, thinking back, I remember you and Sammy on that Aporia roster when you guys won that first OQ, and then you later were able to qualify under Blue Otter. You guys have had a lot of times in the promotion tournament. Is this a moment where you reflect on how far you've come to, get up to the NACL and now protect your spot with Blue Otter?
reflecting about how far we've came might be.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
we do have to look back. We did finish third last split, so
Yeah,
and now we're
that's
10th
true.
place. So it's a bit of a downswing, but the first time I went to relegations on TL, I got sent back to tier 3, so it's nice to defend my spot this time.
There you go, right? Yeah. So now you've got a more positive promotion tournament record because you promoted once, defended once, went down. Got to take those wins. But listen, you talk about it, right? It doesn't feel like reflecting feels a little weird because of how well you did in summer and then this finish in spring. I want to talk to you about the spring, right? Because it felt like a lot of things were just chaotic. You guys never really got on the same page. There was some weird weeks. Does it at least bring you some solace knowing that through that kind of disastrous spring split in NACL, you at least kind of get to wipe the slate clean? Now all you guys can kind of just focus on summer, right?
Yeah, I think it's there's a silver lining to the whole finishing 10th and surviving relegations. Most of the time, NACL teams, when you're finishing 9th, 10th, you're losing all the time and everybody hates each other. So most of the time, it's always gonna be favored for the tier 3 team to promote. So it's nice that despite all our losses, and we went to so many BO3s and we just couldn't take series. So the fact that we all mentally stuck together and just pushed through it of this like month of scrims, just knowing that we have to fight from down here, I guess it's good.
It's a good thing. You're still in the NACL. That is the big win. I kind of want to talk to you a bit about this promotion tournament and maybe more particular Deathmark Esports, this opponent that you've now played 7 games against in the promotion tournament. You talk about, the power you feel tier 3 teams coming into these promotion tournaments. What do you have to say, towards like Deathmark Esports, all these players that really kind of were able to establish themselves across this very fun tournament, even if you guys did end up becoming the victors?
My initial thought was I should disrespect, but I can't. I went to 5 games against them, and these guys are absolutely relentless. Like the first game we played against them in upper bracket, I don't know, we probably had like a 7k gold lead or something. They just 5-man royalty us, and then the game's over. They play so incredibly hard for jungle, and then we were always gonna meme their bot lane like, oh, these guys can't lane, and then he's just scaling on anything he picks. So, I mean, shout out to these guys because I would never think they would get this far, and to the fact that we were struggling so hard to win, and then even the last game it came down to an elder flip. They could have been interviewing with you right now. So, only respects to them.
That's very true. But you are here with me, and you are also one of those pivotal veterans on this team. We kind of talk about you and Samikin as being those franchise guys for Blue Water for a while, but I know you and Spawn kind of, as that bottom lane, served the veteran role on this team with, Munchie, Ariana, a little less experienced players. Talk to me about what was like the message going into the Game 5 after how that Game 4 went from you and Spawn. Like, how did you guys try and keep the vibes, the mental contained after a game loss like that?
I can't lie to you. Game 4, I was molding. I was so angry. Coach said, please, Rolex, calm down, calm down. No! How can we let our backline die? We've lost too many games like that. I was too angry. I was completely molding. I cooled off. I did whatever. Spawn did a great job. He gave me reassurance in DMs. He's telling me like they can't play, we'll always get a lead. Oh my, dude, that game 4 got me crazy, man. Like, no. But
I understand it.
It was fine. Game 5, usually you just get a little angry and then you're good. Like, go in, it's just another game. And then everyone just won lane. And then we got like 1 or 2 kills, and then we were just stacking Drakes, and then people were getting nervous, and it's just the regular.
Yeah, you guys were pristine in those lanes. You played out your early games well, and most of the time, the Game 5, you guys got the win. And we all can relate to the anger that you felt there. I'm just glad that you were able, Spawn kept you grounded, and you were able to channel it towards the enemy team, not necessarily let it boom you. That's a big trait, Rovex, and one that I know you've utilized in many of the games you have now played for Blue Otter. Congratulations once again, my friend, for making this run. It's been a long day for you, an emotional one for sure, all the way through the roller coaster. I want to give you the final words to the Blue Otter faithful, to the rest of your team. Shout-outs, whatever's on your mind, my friend, before we let you go.
Well, yeah, I've been with Blue Otter for 2 years. Just absolutely amazing organization. I'm glad that we can keep this spot in NACL. They deserve it. The owners, everyone that works at Blue, from socials to their coaching staff. And it's just special shout out to my teammates, like just from top to bottom, like Ariana, Munchie, Sammy, Spawn, Dion, Patch, Sneezes. Everybody's in there every scrim, no matter how bad it gets. We just play and we're rewarded for it. So yeah, I'm really happy for that. And the people that support us in Twitch chat, it's always so nice to see that we got fans still in tier 2. And yeah, to any of my personal friends and people that are close to me that support me, I appreciate it so much.
Well, we appreciate you, Rovex. It's been an absolute joy to watch you play today, watch you play all these many years at such a high level with Blue Otter, and I know the fans are very thankful that you have been a part of this organization, and Blue Otter and you will be back in the NACL. I'll let you get back to your team, my friend. Congratulations once more for winning that Game 5 and getting back into the NACL. So we'll say goodbye to Rovex, and we'll bring my man RMC back in here to close out the promotion tournament. I loved getting to hear that from Rovex. We've all been there, after losing a disastrous game, but only the greats can channel that back in, hone it in to get a big Game 5 win like he did today.
Yeah, and I kind of love the fact that he was the one molding in that situation, right? Like, he's the support. He wasn't even the one who kind of got caught out, right? It was the carries who were getting caught out, and he's molding that his teammates are dying. And his teammates who got caught out, Spawn's like, okay, relax. Like, we got this, Like, it just shows that the teamwork has really been growing for this roster, and you absolutely love to see it. But yeah, huge congratulations to them. I think a lot of ups and downs, not just today, but in the last 4 days there. Even for us, I feel like it's just so much compressed.
So much compressed, but this is what we worked for. All the players, us casters too, RMC. It is a completed bracket. And just how you usually draw them up, I would say. Upper bracket seems pretty calm, pretty chill, maybe lulls you in a sense of, oh, yeah, listen, it was a 3-0 for contingent. Lower bracket won't be chaotic. Lower bracket won't be chaotic. Yep, all right. But there it is. Blue Otter are back into the NACL. Contingent, once again, congratulations for promoting in. They will now be the only new team into the summer split here through our promotion tournament, of course, with Blue Otter retaining the spot. What a fun one. RMC, you're closing down the shop. What are your grand final reflections on this tournament as a whole? This 4 days that felt like 4 months, I would say.
Yeah, that's accurate. I think for me, my walking away from this, I just feel like there's still so much passion in the scene in North America. Just watching these players go at it, super fun. And yeah, just seeing the players as well. I love, give love to the Deathmark esports guys. I know that some of them are quite active on Twitter or social media as well. Follow them there because I think their stories, I'm sure, are going to be just as meaningful and just as, they're feeling a lot of emotions right now with how things have gone. Where that goes for every single team, right? Like, the Lotus, 9 Lives Esports, AMI. Who am I missing here? Help me out. I know this contingent, and then we missed
9 Lives, Contingent, Deathmark, and then we've got Lotus, right? I said
Lotus.
all that.
Okay, no,
9 Lives, Contingent, Deathmark. Yeah, you just forgot the 2 that we just watched play. That's fine.
Yep. Yeah, all of them through this tournament. Like, just watching all of them play. A lot of them are old heads, but old heads, new heads, whatever it be, unks, Zoomers, alphas, whatever. Like, they're all they all put so much into this tournament, and that more than anything just inspires me to think that we need to keep this going in North America. We need new talent. It's there. We just need to tap into it.
Need to give it chances. Need to get behind them. I'm glad that's your final message, RMC. Karsiak, Verdict, Sir Zepre, Good Boy, Admiral Potato. Those are names that will not be forgotten. They have left their mark. And hey, if you want to watch more of them, obviously they won't have a shot to get back into the NACL till 2027, but want to plug Aegis Champions League is the premier spot to go watch them play in the Tier 3 leagues. We even get Tier 3 players playing down there. So make sure to follow them on socials. Give them the love for making it this far. But our day ends, of course, with Blue Otter retaining their spot in the NACL. RMC, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend, casting with you. One of the most banger series I have ever watched. Make sure to go, if you want to check out more of RMC, I know you're a big CB-LOL English guy. When that gets going back up, of course, you can catch him there. But that's all for us here at the NACL until the summer split starts. So enjoy the International, enjoy MSI, but come back right here, twitch.tv or youtube.com/NACL to see who will win summer split and who can play for a potential LCS spot. But until then, take care and enjoy your Blue Otter summer.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.